No scope, killing spree.
This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance
Snipe. Double kick.
that I've never been. That I've never been.
Double kick. Snipe. Reversal. Double kick. Perfect. Reversal incoming. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. kill. Enemy captured your flag. Defeat.
Wasting time on my own.
Perfect.
All the places you said we go. All this
No
pain
scope.
builds within. Footsteps fade, what could have been? Finally, I feel more free.
Double kill. Triple kill.
The end of you and me. Let it go, let it be. My heart belongs to me. My heart belongs to me. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling
Double kill.
feeling stronger.
Double kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
And I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger. You're never gonna let me go. And I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger.
Double kill. Double kill.
I know sometimes I can say the wrong thing. You won't get nowhere without responding. You know life is better when we just talk. When we just
Double
talk.
kill.
Let's talk.
Double kill.
Better when we just
Killing
talk.
spree.
Just talk. Better when we just talk. Just talk. You know better when we just talk. Let's talk.
Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree.
You say that you're cool and that it's so
Double kill.
but your heart is something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just
kill.
talk. When we just talk.
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Perfect.
She found
Snipe.
her way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to
Snipe.
treat, 'cause I
Double
keep
kill.
getting high
Snipe.
with her.
Killing triple kill. Snipe.
I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to
Killing spree. Double kill.
long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. One thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'll be back from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you.
Triple kill.
Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad.
Perfect.
I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd
Double
be
kill.
bad.
Double kill. Perfect. Triple kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill.
You should know I'm not your enemy. You won't trust, I want it just as much. You need love, I need the same for us.
Killing
Look
spree.
at all this time we're wasting, screaming at each other, baby. Wanna understand?
Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Summer Playoffs. Last week, we had 8 teams battling to make it out, and only 4 remain. Who will be the champion? It is time to find out.
Double kill.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Those of you who joined us last week might remember that they were playing for that top 4 position in the Swiss to make it through to this week. We've had a couple of teams drop out, unfortunately, which means these might not be the 4 teams you remember from last time, but these are still 4 fantastic teams. And kicking it off with round 1, we are going to have, I believe it's Feliz Banda versus Zims.
Indeed, those 2 teams are going to start battling it out pretty darn soon, and it should be a pretty interesting one. We did see Feliz go down in the last bracket, but they're back up, back ready to start taking the fight back to these players, and I think it's going to be definitely an interesting time between these 2 teams. I'm trying to remember everybody who's on each team, but I think it's going to be a fantastic start to this tournament. We're going to also see Zach and Codeine versus Bomb Esports, but right now our eyes are on Zims and Feliz. Who do you think, between these 2 teams, how do you think this one's going to run out, Seal?
Well, I think something to note there about the Feliz Banda team we just saw is I think it's Ash and Reese instead of Happy playing for them. Both very good players, but maybe Ash and Reese certainly has, I think, a better track record of placements in cups. So that could be that could just give the edge to Feliz Banda. And another interesting storyline to note about these 2 teams is that Square Melon, from Feliz Banda, was originally a player for Zims in the previous LAN event. He really distinguished himself a lot playing with these Zims players, so maybe that familiarity will be helpful for him, but we'll have to wait and see.
100% definitely agree, and it looks like we already got our brackets up and ready to go. Starting out with King of the Hill Lattice, a bit of a classic one, a bit of an interesting map. I can't really tell who's going to be able to take this one. Feliz have a lot of great experience on their side. Outcast, the Happy 9000, Square Melon, and Sven. Versus Zims, though, Zims also has a lot of really great players. Yatheo, Dreams, AGC, Brian Noob, and Savi. And I think we might be able to see a little bit of what both of these teams can do running into this first bracket on King of the Hill Lattice. Regardless, I think it's going to be an interesting time.
Yeah, I think Feliz Banda is probably the kind of team that Square Melon needed. He played fantastically in Stoke, but he had some very noticeable weaknesses in terms of his ability to play from a disadvantage. When he was in a good position, when he was doing what he does best, there seemed to be absolutely nothing that could stop him. He was dropping 2.0 KDs against some incredible teams, but then it was actually Happy 9000 along with Manxie, Pulse, and Being who took down that Zims roster. And I was talking to them after that series, and they basically just said, we just waited for Melon to make a mistake. Like, we knew what he was going to do all the time because all he really seemed to know how to do was push into things. So I just waited for him to isolate himself, kill him, and then we've got a 3v4. So I think teaming with these experienced players like Outcasted, especially Outcasted, who is used to sort of taking younger players under his wing, that will hopefully help him develop a lot stronger of a game sense for these competitive series. But on the other hand, those players on Zims know him really, really well, having played with him as well. So they might be able to take him down anyway.
We get a lot of familiarity between these 2 teams, a lot of what we can expect running into this one. Still, though, running into King of the Hill Lattice, we have those power weapons, those power-ups, the Quantum Translocator, which is going to benefit players like Square Melon, who's used to moving up, getting some damage, doing some damage. But it looks like we're starting out now on the side of Happy 9000, immediately going bottom mid to try and contest a sale against Yatheo on his alternate account, Yman TV. But he goes down, and looks like we're getting started here now.
Yeah, also it's actually Ash and Reese instead of Square Melon, so all of that Melon talk was completely pointless because he's not here. It's Ash and Reese, who is also a keyboard and mouse player, I believe. And speaking of keyboard and mouse players, it's Sven with the sniper.
Party taking down 1 for his team with the assist onto the additional, looking for Brian Noob. 1 body shot connects, but Yatheo is here to help out. Might be able to take 2 down off the back of that, and right now Brian Noob's doing his best to stay alive. It's not going to work. Ash and Reese picks up a double kill, putting him at 4 and 2, 6 kills. Already going in the favor of Ash and Reese in some form, and it looks like the Hill is following suit right now with, I believe that is Happy inside of the Hill to start getting points for his team.
Yeah, Sven's getting very aggressive here with this sniper rifle, but it has run out of ammo, so I don't mind that play too much. He's not risking giving anything up, and he's using that translocator to get damage and stay alive. Really great play from him there. Trying to maintain control of this red position is Feliz Banda, and they're doing a good job of it so far, as Sven is still putting that QT to work.
Exactly what you want to see from these teams. Only 4 kills currently for the side of Zims, as another one goes into the pocket for Sven, looking to pick up another onto Dreams. That's another double kill for him, and the entire enemy team in his sights. He might be able to start doing a little bit more. Triple kill, killing spree might be over the overkill. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, Xavier there takes that overkill from his hands. You're gonna be upset about that one if you are Swen. Had an opportunity to start that game in fantastic fashion, didn't quite manage to pull it off, but the damage was done. So many kills went down for Zims there, but thanks to Swen, they've only just actually started putting hill time on the board. That should have been a lead for them. It will still be a lead for them, but it's not as big as they probably hoped.
100%. Already 14 kills to Feliz, only about 12 or so to Zims, and right now Feliz are looking to start putting up not only kills but more time on this hill, but unfortunately Happy 9000 is denied by Savi. We'll see if he's able to survive. Not quite.
Yeah, Outcaster gets taken down there as well. Still numbers on the map for Zims. They had a bit of a rocky start to this game, especially with Swen popping off so hard. But they've managed to get a lead. They're in a pretty nice position on the map. You don't usually want to be spawning blue for this hill, and you can see they've got a player in red. Brian Noob maintaining those spawn control. Meanwhile, Theo roaming around the map, putting down damage. Really strong play from them, but they're not actually getting the objective time off the back of it. No hill time has been gathered during that life, and as Theo goes down, it could be an opportunity for Felix Gato Banda to get into this hill themselves.
Agreed. A lot of kills, not much objective time, but I'd also like to highlight already we see a lot of team fights coming in from Feliz Gato Bando. They're sitting at 17 assists all combined together for their team, and that's almost more than half of the kills that they currently hold regardless. So we're seeing a lot of really good team play from Feliz, and it looks like they finally might be able to put a point on the board for their team off the back of these assists and these team fights coming through. We'll find out, but it looks like it's about locked in, and there it is, point number 1 for Feliz to start out the first round.
Yeah, great, much better objective efficiency there from Feelers. Zims just didn't seem to be that interested in getting the hill. They had map control for a good chunk of that time, and they just didn't do anything with it. And now Sven picking up another double kill. Maybe trying to make it a triple onto Xavier. But you saw that when Felix Gato Banda had that opportunity to get into the hill, they took it, they put that time on the board. And now not only are they in a good position for this next hill, they've also got the sniper rifle in the hands of Sven.
Sven only needs one more kill to already put himself to double digits, and it might be Brian Noob. No, not quite. He's going to be able to sneak away. The push is coming on the right-hand side, but Sven is pressuring all these players coming across, and he's at information in a 1v1 against Dreams, but the sniper rifle might be able to do something. Killing spree now onto Yatheo, puts him at 10, looking for 11, might be able to. No, he's going to go down to the team fights from Dreams and Sabi.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me about that play is giving up the sniper rifle. We'll see if that really causes problems, but I like the positioning and the general idea of it. He basically secured his team about half of that hill there by being such a nuisance inside blue, posting up in that position, not letting anyone move past him without taking damage from him. He didn't get that many kills, but he did have a big impact on the game. And now Brian Noob is the last man standing. He's got a crucial 1v1 here with Ash and Reese, but he's not going to be able to survive. He goes down. That should be more hill time for Felix Gato Banda.
It's going to be more time, but it's going to be a staggered couple down for Zims. Right now, Dreams and Theo only ones on the board. Brian Noob finally spawns up, but Savi, it was a couple of seconds between the last kill and his death, so he only just spawns up on the staggered push, but it looks like the point's going to go into the favor of Feliz to put up 2, but it's still going to be a staggered push, and you're going to deny a lot of anything you'd like from Zims. Unfortunately, though, a 4 down from Feliz, this is going to be a great opportunity to get a good setup, trying to lock in a few more points for your teams and try to tie this game up as best you can, but with 2 down, 2 minutes left on the board, it's going to be a little bit difficult, especially since this next hill is hiding over in the crystal side, and right now Zims have control of that side of the map.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably a must-capture hill for Zims. They really need to get this early hill time on the board and convert it into a capture, because if they go 3-0 down, the next hill is this top mid one. We've seen Felix Gato Banda play time on that hill before to great effect. Zims do not have the luxury of taking their time here. They are going to need to capture this hill, and they're going to need to make sure they do it with enough time left on the board that they can still realistically fight for that top mid position.
Agreed. If Zims aren't able to gain this hill and Feliz somehow managed to sneak it out from under them, but a full 4-side push coming over on the ice and C side, but it looks like Zims are able to lock in a hill to bring it up a little bit closer. That's going to be a lifeline for Zims to try to tie this one up, but as 3 go down, Savvy lasted alive in a 1v1 against Outcasted. If he's able to take this, he might have an opportunity here, but the team fight, yes, it is coming in. Happy 9000 takes him down. It's once again a staggered multi-down for Zims, as map control goes into the hands of Feliz, and those C spawns are going to be really difficult to fight out of if you're on the side of Zims, especially with already a third of hill number 4 in the hands of Feliz Gatobando. If they take this one, that might just be the dagger in the back to start out round 1 against these two teams.
Yeah, happy 9000 there with that sniper rifle, putting down the damage, and I like that play of the sniper off the map. Keeps it out of the hands of the enemy team, who are all very good snipers. He manages to find another in that situation as well. Gets a little bit of early hill time, and we can see here that Zims capturing that hill has shifted the game plan from Felix Gatobanda. They no longer feel comfortable to play time on that hill. They've got halfway through it, but Zims now in a position to try and put some time of their own on the board. Or maybe not quite so much, as the spawn's actually coming close to the hill from Felix Gatobanda.
Once again, it looks like the slaying power is in the hands of Feliz. All 4 players in double digits. You only have 2, one of them only just getting into double digits on the side of Brian Noob. It looks like the slaying power is definitely favoring Feliz right now, and it looks like the hills are as well. A minute 30 left, and almost another finished 3rd top hill for Feliz. I think it's going to be really difficult for Zims to come back into this one, especially with only a minute 30 left on the board. The hill time does stop if you have feet in the hill, but if you're not able to get out of these slay traps from the side of Feliz, you're going to have a real difficult time in doing much at all to try to prioritize this objective if you're on the side of Zims. But Happy is last alive as Sven and Ash and Reese come up off the spawns. Wasn't able to find a way to get into these team fights with the rest of his team, but it looks like that might come back to bite him just a tiny little bit.
Yeah, Happy 9000 did well to stay alive for as long as he did, but I would have liked to try and maybe see him be a little bit more patient in that situation, wait for some of his spawners to come up. He was in a good position to break into that, but since he pushed in with no support, he finds himself in a multiple versus 1 gunfight. Gets taken down, but it doesn't actually matter that much because Zims are going to go all 4 dead anyway. There's now 1 minute left on the clock. Felix Gatobanda are 3-1 up, and they should have very little trouble here playing time on this last hill.
100% agreed. Sometimes, though, I wonder if teams, when you're just outslaying so much, you know you can find the momentum, you can find the spawn traps, you can cut down what is a minute of wait time into about 30 seconds of just sitting in the hill to gain it up. And since they've been so aggressive, having so many kills, so many slays, and even more, 2 down now for Zims, maybe you wonder if you should just prioritize picking up this hill and ending out here. And now for the 4-1 sweep or play timeout, it's going to be up to these teams. But off of a killing spree from Outcasted, 23, 14, and 12 for him right now. With all 3 objectives for his team, it looks like they're going to play time here. But even regardless, it looks like this is going to be a quick match for the side of Feliz, unless we see something crazy coming out of Zims.
Yeah, the Zims do have managed to get some feet into this hill. And Xavier in this position should give his team relatively favourable spawns. That should have been an easy kill onto Ash and Reese, but he turns on Xavier 2 shots down and wins the gunfight. That is devastating for Zims. That means that they, even though they did manage to get a little bit of hill time there, they're not going to be able to convert it into much. 20 seconds left on this clock now. Zims have to make something happen soon.
It's going to have to happen here and now. Only 20 seconds left for them to survive. Yethio picks up 1. He might be aware that there's another one. No, he's going to trade out with Happy 9000, but the hill's going to freeze Brian in feet in the hill, but Sven's doing his best to try to take him out down to 1 shot. And he will be picked up by Sabi, though. And Outcast is just flying for this hill, trying to deny the time. Only 14 seconds left for you guys to get in this hill. And off the back of this one, you still need to pick up at least 1 more to tie it out, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Maybe we see an opportunity here, a small one. It's going to be up to Yethio to try to guarantee this hill. Picks up 1. 9 seconds for this next one to spawn, but it's going to be bottom mid, and it's really easy to shoot the players out of this bottom mid hill, especially with most of the enemy team up on their spawns. Outcasted in 1v1 against Yethio. Yethio needs to win this fight to keep this hill alive. 2 seconds, though, and looks like it's not going to work out. Feliz Gatobando take game number 1.
Yeah, Yethio there looked like he might be able to pull off the hero play. He takes down 1 player, caps the hill, takes down another to reach the hill, but he just doesn't have the shields left to survive. He goes down in that hill. That ends the game for Zims. Felix Gatobanda, I have to say, I think that felt like a more convincing win than the 3-2 scoreline would suggest.
It does seem to be the case. There was a small resurgence from Zims. If they had a minute left on the timer, they might have been able to tie this one up, but unfortunately time was not on the side of Zims, and slays weren't either. So many kills going into the favor of Feliz Gatobando. 28 between Sven and Ash and Reese, 22 for Happy. That's going to put it up to 50 plus another 24, so 74 kills it seems to be the case for the side of Feliz Gatobando versus, looks like, I'm not that great at math, but it looks like 40-ish, 50-ish from the side of the Zims.
That looks about right. They're eyeballing.
Yeah, around 60, I think.
But yeah, The Slays department definitely looks pretty dominant, and especially the assists department from, well, Outcasted and Ash and Reese both leading that column for their team. But, you know, no one even getting above Swen's number on the side of Zims. They definitely need, especially in the Slayer, to make sure they're looking at the same person, make sure they're shooting together. We're looking at a Street Slayer here. That should maybe favour their aggressive playstyle that I know that any of these Zims players like to use. But it's not as if Felix Gato Banda are slow either.
Agreed. All these players are very fast-paced, especially, I feel like these maps, these close quarters maps, tend to benefit players such as Theo and those on MNK. We do have a couple between each team. However, with this camouflage, with the red gun, it's going to prioritize accuracy and trying to find those team fights for your team. So we'll see what these two are able to put together here. Theo on one side, and you said Sven on the other for MNK. We'll see what happens as we begin out on the POV of Ash and Reese in game number 2.
Yeah, I believe Ash and Reese is also MNK. I could be mistaken on that. But he looks kind of MNK here with the way that his curse is. But yeah, that's definitely MNK. But I do see 2 dead going down for Zims now. Make that 3, make that 4. Savvy is going to be first spawn at Ash and Reese with a very nice flank onto those B steps. That should put them in a very good position to try and secure themselves the camo. But the A spawns for Zims might let them contest it.
Already, Ash and Reese is flying out, pressuring spawners and getting pressure onto this camouflage. It's going to be locked in 7-3. Already a full team wiped down in favor of Felix Gato Banda, putting them 4 up on the board right now. Ash and Reese 3-0, hasn't died yet, gets found out. Some good camo eyes from Savi, but he does have an opportunity here to start putting pressure. It's going to be another one. He might be able to put up 2, but no, he's going to go down. Unfortunately, 3 people staring at him, waiting for the camouflage to pop up, and it looks like he's going to go down off the back of it. Happy is also trying to pressure out these spawners. They know where they're all at. 3 down, but the team shots, this is exactly what I want to see from Zims. Team firing, identifying where these pushes are coming from, trying to take them down before they can produce any sort of momentum, but it looks like it's not currently working out. Now already 7 kills again into the favor of Feliz. Make that 8 as this game continues on. Only a minute and a half in, and so many kills going to Feliz.
Yeah, Zims do manage to trade out of that camo in that situation, but it really just doesn't matter that much. They still lose out on that team fight. It's still giving up so many deaths in that situation. And it's hard to say that Zims look like they've got the ability to get back into this, as they are just getting cycled. That was another 3 dead, I believe, with Dreams as the last one standing. And now you can just see Happy 9000 trying to put that red gun to use. Doesn't manage to actually secure that kill, but he's going to find Dreams anyway! And he finds the second! Happy 9000 dominating. He almost finds a 3rd. Felix Gato Banda are looking dominant today.
Quite literally no health left, but still managing to pick up 2. That's just the veteran mindset and the accuracy from Happy 9000. The jiggle across the backside of Cafe is definitely, my apologies, over on the music side is definitely going to help him out quite a bit. But with camouflage coming up in the next 7 seconds, Feliz Gato Bando might be able to pick this up. And Zims, you do not want them to be able to find this camouflage. But with Savvy going down, Dreams might follow suit on the good shots from Outcasted, and it looks like that's exactly the case. 2 down, looking for maybe a 3rd, but Thea stays alive. Not for long, though. Great shots, but Brian Noob does manage to sneak away with his camouflage. This might be an opportunity for Zims to do something, but 13 points down right now. It's going to be very difficult to fight your way back into this one, but a camouflage is just what the doctor ordered. We'll see what Zims are able to put together with this camo.
Yeah, Brian really needs to make good use of this, and you can see that Felix Gato Banda know that they're in a precarious situation. They're grouping up, making sure they're holding hands with someone, not giving this camo player an easy way to find a pick. But Swen is going to go down first. That gives them a route in here. They've got the numbers. They need to make use of them, and another kill comes in from Brian New, but Happy takes down Sav without trading. Outcasted does the same, and suddenly the numbers are now even in this area, and Outcasted has actually escaped. Happy 9000 goes down, but what should have been a decisive collapse there from Zims slips through their fingers, and the camo has run out. It's a better situation that they were in before they had the camo, but it's not as good as you might have hoped for.
It's more than likely the fact that Brian Noob wasn't really able to get into these fights. He didn't really have an opportunity to use that camouflage. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a benefit for Zims, obviously. It's going to be putting them down. Multiple players going down. Sabi was able to pick up a double kill on the kill feed a few moments ago, but there's still an 11-point lead right now for Feliz. They're making quick work of Zims right now, and I'm not sure if Zims are going to be able to find a way to get back into this, but can't count them out. I have seen some crazy comebacks, and we did see a lot of these players on this team be able to take good fights against Majid in our last LAN over in Stoke-on-Trent. So they do have the skill, they do have the knowledge. They just need to find the alarm clock to wake up and start trying to put more damage down onto Feliz. But with a great grenade from well, I'm gonna say that was Yatheo, is gonna trade out. They might be able to get back into this as it's dropped down to 10, but moving to the 30s for Feliz, it's gonna be a difficult time.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a big swing here from Zims, and I think it's going to have to start with them maybe slowing down a little bit and trying to get a pick, but that's not what we see. Instead, we see Xavier and Brian Noob trying to make a 2v4 push up that B street. Obviously doesn't go very well for them, and now these two one-shot players, Brian Noob wins that 1v1. Very crucial that he stays alive, but he gets taken down by Ash and Reese, who manages to find 2. Outcasted does get traded out, but those trades are good if you're on the side of Felix Gato Banda. You know, Zims can't really afford to trade out these kills. They need to find untraded kills, and so far that's just not happening, especially not with Sven shooting like that. He's 13 and 6 in this game, and I think we might have just seen another camo go in favor of Felix Gato Banda.
An unfortunate series right now for Zims. All of a sudden, what was only a 10-point lead has doubled. They currently have double the score, +1. If you're on the side of Feliz Gato Bando, you're looking to just close this one out. Only 7 more kills versus 34. It's going to be a heck of a time for Zims to even find a way to get back into this one. They do pick up a couple here, but it's traded out with Happy 9000 with his red gun. He will go down. It's 2 down each side, so a 2v2 on the map. Now Outcasted down as well, but only 4 kills left. 1 clean team wipe, and Feliz take game number 2. And it looks like Yatheo is going to be a victim of some great shots and a melee from Ash and Reese, putting himself up 12 and 9 right now. Everyone on the side of Feliz is extremely positive, and Zims just can't find the momentum they need to try to start controlling this fight.
Yeah, I don't know how Dream survived in that situation. He was made one shot, had another player pushing into him. He's still alive on the A-Gen. Somehow he just found another kill. I don't know what he's up to, but I wish he'd managed to find that form a little bit sooner, because maybe Zims wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. Because with only 2 kills left for Felix Gato Banda, it's not looking good for them. They might have a bit of a collapse going on in the red room. They actually find Happy 9000. Dreams has really woken up towards the end of this game. Managing to find a few kills now, but that trade coming through is not what the doctor ordered for Zims, and it's all over, unfortunately. Just that little gasp of life from them at the end maybe could bode well for the next map, but so far it's been all Felix Gato Banda in this series.
Had a lot of momentum moving through the series. 2-0 so far against Zims. Moving into CTF Aqua, though, this one's going to be interesting. You don't really have to fight for any sort of power weapons. There's nothing that's really extremely heavy on this map size besides the heat wave, but it being G8 shouldn't be being utilized by any of these players. Just prioritizing that camouflage and trying to find some momentum, trying to find some good slays, some good flag pickups, and some good flag runs. We might be able to see Zims make a comeback. The reverse sweep could start here for Zims, but with the momentum we've seen from Feliz, I'm not sure how easy that one's going to be to lock it in.
Yeah, I think when it comes to going into this series, I did look at it and think that Felix Gato Banda should be the stronger team. And when you are looking at a series like that, you sort of look at the Slayer to be the kind of wild card that potentially weaker team could win out. But it just didn't happen here. Felix Gato Banda were all over them for basically the whole time. Zims didn't even seem to really try that hard to slow that game down, try and find themselves an advantageous fight. It was only really with the camo that they did, and even then they didn't succeed. I think if they can't really make it happen in the Slayer, I'm not sure how they're going to do it in a capture the flag. But it's not as if this is a mode that they've never played before. Everyone knows how to play Aqua Flag, and maybe it's just going to be one that feels comfortable.
Agreed. And speaking of things that shouldn't have happened, Ash and Reese taking that fight onto Yatheo should not have happened. A lot of really icy moments from Feliz when they're very low, down to 1 shot. They stay alive, even pick up some slays. That double kill from, I believe it was Outcasted, was, well, I know it was Happy, was wild to see on that side over on the music side. However, moving into map number 3, we'll see what these players are able to finally put together. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're able to find on the CTF Aquarius. You need, if you're on the side of Zims, prioritize that camouflage, prioritize top mid control, and do your best to get some good slays, put them on a stagger, and start moving those flags as fast as possible and as safe as possible, because we've seen Feliz put together a lot of great and icy moments, and I think we might continue to see that as these games continue on, but it's never a guarantee.
The closest thing to a successful successful passage of play we saw from Zims in that Slayer was when they had the camo. I think we need to see them try and replicate that almost success again going into this map. But yeah,
looks like
looking at
reset in the lobby, it seems.
yeah, a couple of players dropping out, but they'll be back. Having a look at the Twitch chat, Chaos is saying that we need Outcasted to play with Wootum so he complete his M&K Pokédex. No, considering Outcasted does insist that M&K is cheating, he sure does seem to team with a lot of M&K players.
I mean, you can't blame him. I've seen some really crazy moments from M&K players, whether it's Wootum, Theo, or anybody else. They do have a great amount of accuracy, and honestly, I'd rather be playing these M&K players on Halo Infinite than something like Counter-Strike. But regardless, as this match continues, we have seen some great moments and some great moments of accuracy, though we haven't had many opportunities to take a look at any crazy shots from these two teams. I would love to see this go to a Game 5, because that Origin Rocket Snipe combo, I've seen some amazing shots and some amazing plays off the back of those, but it's going to be up to Zims to try to bring us into that. As we finally see a full lobby moving into game number 3, we might be able to see something put together here, but regardless, it's going to be up to time, up to skill, up to a little bit of team composition for the side of Zims to bring us to a game number even 4, as Felizgata are kind of running the lobby right now.
Yeah, I think this first camo will probably tell us a lot about how this game's going to play out. If Felizgata get their hands on that camo, I think they have every opportunity to roll that into at least a flag cap. They can maintain that map control very well. I think we need to see a hot start from Zims here. We need to see them taking this game by the scruff of the neck and reminding everyone that they are a very solid team. They're not going to go down without a fight.
100%. I can't see them going down without a fight. They have some fantastic players, some players that have really frustrated me as a player before, but also a lot of players that I respect on both sides. But Zims do have the composition, they do have the team flow, they do have the knowledge of how to start making these maps work in their favor. It's just finding ways to shut down Feliz, and that's going to be the key to this situation here. But we'll find out as we start loading into 5-cap Aquarius on this next matchup. I really just want to see Zims wake up, find their alarm clocks, find some kills, find some team slays, and doing the best that they can to try to deny a 3-0 sweep from Felizgata.
Yeah, I don't really want to see a sweep today, and we see Theo here picking things up with that BR. These M&K players tend to like the long-range gunfights, but it's actually Swen just completely shutting him down. He really doesn't manage to get anything out of that, and Happy 9000 scoops up that camo. He's probably going to escape with it, especially now he's taking down Sevier, but yeah, Theo does take him down. Unfortunately for the side of Zims, that won't be a factor for the rest of this game, but they're not in a great position going into the start of this one.
Well, at least they were able to shut down that camouflage player, so that's always an important factor, is denying the use of the camouflage, because if he had gotten away, he could have put this map into a significant amount of turmoil. But already looks like a flag's going to be starting to move for Felizgata. Zims on the respawn screen, finally our 4-up. Theo's out and about, but he's going to get taken down by Outcasted. Dreams is going to take down Ashen Reese for the trade out, 3v3 on the map, but Savvy, Icy Shots is going to pick down one. He might be able to stop this from coming. Sven's been caught out. The trade out does come through. It's going to be Ashen Reese, last one alive. Looks like we might see a flag return for the side of Zims, which is very good. That's exactly what you want to see if you're on the side of Zims. A trade out coming through. It's going to be a 3v3 on the map now. Theo already in the backside base, has the back of Outcast. That Outcast is going to go down, and we're going to see... Oh no, but Happy's just waiting on the P side and takes down Theo before he can even get that map out of the base. But it is multi-down again. Dreams might be able to start moving it, but no. Two perfects from both sides of Outcast and Ashen Reese are going to deny any movement from Zims.
Yeah, Felizgata there. A really weird attempt at a flag run. They had the 4 dead, they had them spawning in Fridge, but they didn't really devote any resources to actually trying to keep them there. They just let them get across the map for free. I mean, Sven really didn't look like he knew where he wanted to be during that flag run. He was just sort of following the flag carrier. He wasn't really fighting the enemy at all, and by the time he was, it was too late. The other team got way out of their out of the spawn, all the way across the map, and that pretty much cost them the flag run. Fortunately for them, they shut down the counter cap, but still, that could have been a flag cap for them, I think, if they played it better.
100% flags back and forth, back and forth. 3 pulls so far, 2 for Feliz, 1 for Zims, but no flag has been capped quite yet, and he's doing his best to try to deny any more of this flag from moving, and it looks like the return should come in for Brian Noob. That's going to be extremely good, especially as I believe the camouflage is up now on the top mid of the map. You're going to have to deny any sort of movement from Flizgatobound to lock him into the bottom side of the map. Those nades are great to put Sven down to one shot. And there it is. The connection for Yatheo is going to guarantee you not only the kill, but also the flag starting to move. I hope they also picked up a camouflage, because we could see Zims putting the first one up on the board right here and now as Yatheo hits the good drop slide as this flag keeps moving. But no, already Ash and Reese in their base.
Yeah, but Brian Noob is going to find himself as the last one alive. Can he stop this flag return? No, he cannot. Savia now first one up. He's being pinched from multiple directions. And this is what I wanted to see from Sven on that previous flag run. Getting himself into this P2 position, pressuring those spawners. I don't like him pushing into Fridge, though. He's running the risk of flipping those spawns, but the damage is done. The kills are good. And now that he's getting those pings from his teammates, he should be able to shut down this overextension. Takes down one, holds down this P2 position. This flag should be going home, and it will be. Great map control there for Flizgatobound.
Already one up now, finally. It took them a few minutes, about 3 minutes 30 to put one up on the board. If they maintain that pace, though, this one might go to points, it might go to time. However, it's still, Zims have found ways to start developing some map control. They just need to start figuring out how to do it between all four of them. Multiple players, 4 on the map right now. Brian Noob and another teammate over on the car side. Trade out 3v3 now, but Feliz are back in the base of Zims. They might be starting to move another flag up as Dreams and Brian Noob and Savi are on the car side of the map, but the spawns do come through on the sorry, I apologize, Gen side. But this flag is still moving for the side of Feliz. We might be seeing another one go up.
Yeah, 2 kills there do go down for the side of Zims. Make that 3. Theo should have no trouble securing this flag return. But based on where he is and where his teammates are, I'm not actually sure where those spawns will have come in for Flizgatobound. They might be able to do something about this, but with Theo finding that first kill, this flag should be able to go home, though Happy 9000 is actually in position. He should get a flagpole of his own, and we're going to see a fight happening over the Flizgatobound, over the Zims base here. As they try and defend this position, and their flag does get returned. What seemed like such a good opportunity for Zims. It slips through their fingers.
Agreed. A goal line stand for Flizgatobound and the return. A few more seconds, and Zims would have had at least a flag on the board, but right now it's turning into a bit of a counter cap. Camouflage is up. I'm not sure if Happy 9000 is intentionally playing here. We have a bit of a disconnect. It looks like there is a disconnect. Happy 9000 drops out of the match, but it is currently 1 up for the side of Flizgatobound once we hit this reset.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like it was going to be 2 up there if Happy hadn't crashed. That flag was on the go, and it didn't seem to me like there was anyone who would have been able to stop it. But unfortunately, we will never know. I expect when we load back in, it will be a 1-0 lead to Flizgatobound. They're looking quite confident in their current way of playing this map. But Zims have had some very distinct opportunities here that they just haven't quite capitalized on.
Agreed. It looks like 32 kills for the side of Flizgatobound. If I do some quick math, it looks like closer to 34 kills. So Zims currently do have a bit of an advantage when it comes to the kills and the assists. We can take a look at both those scores. So this is the opportunity for Zims to try to bring this back. Camouflage is going to be back up. You were able to pull it. I believe Feliz pulled it the first time, but Zims have had an opportunity to figure it out. So we'll see what happens as this one continues on. But this is an opportunity for Zims to finally hit the ground running as we load back into the reset. But for now, I think we're going to be hanging out in the lobby for just a few seconds before we get right back into that one.
Yeah, the 2 teams we've got here at the moment, you know, they both played pretty well last week. I think Zims actually placed better, though I would say that was... I don't want to call it luck, but it was certainly they were more fortunate with the teams that they ended up playing against, I would say. You know, Flizgatobound in round 2 had to play against their Cold 110s, who was our second place team, whereas Zims got Bomb, who, no disrespect to them, but they're obviously on a kind of different level there. And similarly, Flizgatobound actually went 3-2, lost 3-2 to Zach and Cody, who were our first seeded team this week. So if these guys make it through into that finals, it could be a pretty exciting rematch between these 2 teams. Although it is worth noting, it's going to be Ash and Reese playing instead of Mel, and that could mix things up a little bit. But it's hard to say in what direction.
100%, I agree with that statement. It's going to be back and forth between everybody. I think we might be able to see, though, if they're able to find the wake-up call. Even with Ash and Reese, that's going to throw a bit of a wrench in the typical team dynamics by Feliz Gato Bando if they don't have Square Melon on the team per standard. So that might be something to look for Zims to try to benefit out of. If Ash and Reese isn't familiar with the playstyles of the rest of his team, you might be able to catch him out, find where he's at, and try to take down that player. Or do the exact opposite. Ash and Reese might not know exactly how to pop in and help out Happy, Sven, and Outcasted. So if you take down one of them, he might not know exactly when to go and try to find and support his teammates as Square Melon would have. But regardless, we'll see what happens as this game continues on. It looks like we do have all players back in the lobby. We should be loading into this one pretty darn quick. And it looks like it is going to be a 1-up start for Feliz Gato Bando.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Zims, even though Ash and Reese hasn't been playing with this team, he's just a very experienced player in general, and he's definitely played with at least Outcasted and Happy before. I'm not sure if he's played with Happy on a team, but I know the two know each other, so I wouldn't take too much solace in that if I was Zims. I think Ash and Reese, is a very capable substitute for Square Melon. Maybe not quite as utterly ridiculous mechanically as Square Melon is, but definitely not a slouch at all. When we see there was a internet trouble for Happy 9000, but as we're loading back in here, it looks like it's going to be a 1-flag lead for Feliz Gato Banda. That puts Zims under even more pressure to have a good start this game.
100%, they're gonna have to find a way to start finding some kills, finding some control, and pick up a camouflage. We did see, I believe it was Feliz in the base of Zims very, very quickly off the start, but Zims could flip that around and start pressuring the base spawners of Feliz Gato Bando as best they can. They have an idea now of how these teams opened up, and if you lose the opening off of a reset, you only have something to gain because they know how you're going to play, but you also know how you're going to play, so you can take the lessons learned from that first opening and try to fix what went wrong, and it looks like they might be doing just that. It looks like a bit of a different opening from, I believe, both sides, but Brian Noob starts out with the first kill. Happy 9000 is down on the low side, but information should be coming through, and it looks like 2 down now. That's a straight trade, though. Yathio's last alive. He's going to be able to take down Outcasted, so 2v2 on the map. 1 spawner coming up for each side. He's going to go down, so it looks like the opening start is in the favor of Zims.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened to that camo there, but Theo with this repulsor is doing a good job of holding down that P position, avoiding gunfights which he can't win, but he does get caught by that grenade, taken down by Outcasted. As you say, Zims probably win the opening there. It puts them in this nice position where they've got control of top mid. Feliz Gato Banda having to fight out of their own base here, and with Dreams picking up that kill, that could be a nice opportunity for the players on Zims to push into the enemy base.
Slays are in the favor of Zims right now. Looks like 8 slays, 9 slays now for the side of Zims versus only 4 for the side of Feliz Gato Bando. Put that up to 10, 11 now. They do have a bit of an advantage, but I think Sven just hit a triple kill for his team, but Savi does have this first flag on the move, which is always fantastic to see. Zims have had an opportunity to start controlling this map. They just need to keep up the momentum, plug this flag in to tie it up 1-1, and then continue on this routing as best they can as these matches continue on. Savi should be able to throw this one in, and it is tied up 1-1. But Dreams in the back of the base. He will go down. It's a great start from Zims.
Yeah, we saw 4 go down for Feliz Gato Banda, only 3 for Zims. That was some of the most crucial spawns that we've really seen in the game, because you have to you have to look at it and go, what do you do off spawn here? What those players chose to do would be the decisive factor. We didn't really get to see it, but it's obvious that Zims managed to contain those Feliz Gato Bando players, stop them from overextending. That's how that flag got in, but unfortunately the counter cap might be about to come through. Outcasted has made it through the util. He's too weak to push out into the open with that flag just yet, but he's got his shields back, he's got a teammate at hand, and all that hard work from Zims has just been erased.
It's really rough to see, though, when that happens. You put down all the effort, all the movement, all the map control that you can to try to guarantee one for your team, but you just get put down off the back of it. But it looks like another counter cap might be developing for Zims. Multiple players go down. Ash and Reese and Happy 9000, the other one's up. Brian Noob has info on Ash and Reese. He might be able to take this player down as this player's going around. There's help from Dreams, some good comms, and it looks like Zims are already in their gen, but multiple players going down. Savi and Yathio, last 2 alive as the flag is thrown out by Happy. Happy does go down, though. Oh no, wow, what movement from Outcasted with that thruster. It looked like we might see a back smack from Yathio, but it's denied. Also, the kill is denied from Dreams, but the flag return is not denied by Outcasted. A really icy play by him to guarantee not only kills, but the flag return and map control for his team as he takes down the 3rd to his name in this life so far.
Yeah, the counter cap unfortunately does not come through for Zims there. They're now 3 dead. Ashen Reese already has this flag back to his team's base. He's up. He's going to punch this in, and it's going to be 3-1 now. And that's off the back of a good start from Zims, unfortunately for them. And Ashen Reese has camo. Not sure when he had a chance to pick that up, but you know, you generally don't want your camo player to be running the flag, and it's kind of a testament to the confidence of Felix Gato Banda right now that they're fine to just let that be the case, because they're comfortable in their slaying situation, and they'd rather just get that flag in as fast as possible. Happy 9000 here holding down that car side, and Zims just look a little bit trapped in their own base right now. They're struggling to really get anything going. Dreams was the furthest one up. He goes down, and Felix Gato Banda just looking like they're in a prime position here to take map control, moving upwards. They find that kill. Happy 9000 looking for the cleanup on that other player who was on the car side, but he can't quite find them. Now we've got a pivotal gunfight in the car side, which Happy 9000 is going to win. 3 dead again for Zims, and the flag is on the run once more.
3 up to 1 right now for Zims. They did have a great opening to the start, but I think off the back of Sven right now, 12-1 and 8, he has found a way to wake up, and well, not only wake up, but just continue the pressure, continue the shooting, and continue the kills onto the side of Zims. And it looks like 2 down. Happy 9000, no, 4 down now. Zims might have an opportunity to start running this flag, but the spawns are coming up back base for Felix Gato Banda. Savvy is aware. He's trying to fight it out. He's going to lose out to Sven. Sven's playing extremely hot right now. 13-1 and 9.
Yeah, Sven is looking fantastic, and I also think when we were, even though his stats aren't that great, when we were on Happy 9000's POV there, it wasn't hard to see why that play went so well for Felix Gato Banda, because he was just winning those, getting kills from across the map as well, and also winning the 1v1s up close. Happy 9000 instrumental to getting that moving. In the meantime, you know, when they really needed to win that gunfight in the enemy base, Zims were not able to, and we've got Ashen Reese running this again. This could be the final flag capture if Ashen Reese can put it in, but he's going to be the last one alive on the map.
I believe that Yathea was able to pick up that camouflage. Brian Noom's already moving the other flag. No, camouflage is still up on the top mid. They have eyes on Outcasted. Outcasted down to 1 shot. Ooh, Dreams can't find the connection onto Outcasted. His teammate Savi is going to go down off the back of it, and he can't find the camouflage either. The flag is in the gen for Brian Noob, but the double nades from Ashen Reese. That's a 4 down for Zims, and we're going to see another counter push.
Yeah, something that does concern me though is we're seeing a little bit like what we saw at the start of that first Aqua flag. No one really in a position to prevent these overextensions, but Happy 9000 taking action on that front very quickly, sneaking up behind these players, using that camouflage. He should be able to find Dreams with no problem here. It's going to be down to Theo. Can he get there in time? He does take down the flag runner, and he gets that pull. Happy 9000, last man standing. He had to get that kill onto Theo, but he's not fast enough. He misses the clamber. Theo does go down, but not before he can save the day for Zims and keep them alive in this map.
That was a race to the finish between Yatheo and the player running the flag, and Yatheo is able to just take it just a tiny little bit. Some team shots coming across the map, probably even a little bit of a benefit, because I don't think that player was 1 shot. When we first saw him from the POV of the other player on Zims, it was Yatheo and somebody else that were able to take down that flag player, return the flag, but you have 5 minutes to try to run 3 flags. That's going to be hard to do, but with Savi putting one up on the board for his teammate, might be going down to the shots from Sven. Sven's at 22 and 12 right now, almost double positive. 2 more kills and he will be. You need to find a way to shut him down.
Yeah, and he's going to find at least 1 more of those kills against Dreams. Not an easy piv any day, but Sven manages to win it, puts himself on a killing spree. And whilst we're talking about Sven, someone else on Felix Gato Banda puts in that last flag. Another convincing win from Felix Gato Banda to take them to our winners finals.
A 3-1 sweep. We saw a 3-2 on Lattice, 50-35 on Streets, and a 5-1 at Carries. Just a master class from Felix Gato Banda, sweeping out Zims. Unfortunately, they're going to head, I believe, to the lower bracket. Or is this done and dusted for Zims?
They will be going to the lower bracket, I believe, to play against. I suspect it will be Bomb Esports that they are going up against, just based on the 2 teams. But we will see when the bracket comes up. GG's in the chat from those players, and as we were highlighting towards the end of that, what an insane stat line from Sven. Also bearing in mind, that was a short map. There was still like 4 minutes on the clock when they captured it, and they started with less time because of the reset. Sven was popping off.
We saw him start out a little slow at the beginning of this. You can see right now with 4, 6, and 3. In the time it took Sven to get almost 20 kills, Happy 9000 and Ash and Reese only got about 10 together. That just tells you how hard he was prioritizing those slays, finding the enemy players, putting down damage, and I believe I saw him for a while with almost no assist because it doesn't really seem like he was needing them. He was just doing his best, taking down teams, cleaning up on his team's damage, and when you're trying to prioritize the objective, you definitely want a player like that who's just finding the slays. Exactly, 7 and 0, 10 and 0, no assists when he hit double digits, just straight slaying. What a match from Sven, but you can't count out the players on Zims. Savvy was doing a lot of work. Everyone on the side of Zims was doing a significant amount of work, but they just couldn't put it together, couldn't find the slays. But they did find a lot of momentum. I saw the Flawless Gatabano flag in the gen of Zims multiple times, but unfortunately it was only when Zims was 3 down.
Yeah, that seemed to be the case, is that Felix Gatabanda really made them bleed for it whenever they were running that flag. They just couldn't get it in without sacrificing so much. You know, the one flag they actually did capture, they gave up the entire map, they gave up their lead essentially in order to capture it, and then they just get counter-capped immediately. The good news for Zims is that they'll be playing against Bomb Esports in that lower bracket, and they did manage to defeat Bomb Esports 3-0 in the previous week of competition. So I think there's a solid chance that this is not the last we'll be seeing of Zims today.
I really don't believe so. They're a very high level group. They have a lot of good players, a lot of good accuracy, a lot of good team comp. You might find this to be a bit of a wake-up call for your team. Find some momentum, start practicing the bare basics of Halo, finding those team fights, because right now, if you're playing against Feliz Gatabando again once it comes through, if we do see Feliz Gatabando drop into the lower bracket between Zach and Codeine and themselves, it will be an interesting matchup to see if these two teams replay each other. But for now, the lower bracket is going to consist of Bomb Esports and Zims, as we see the upper finals being Zach and Codeine versus Feliz, and it looks like 3-0 sweeps for both sides, so this might be a very contentious upper final and lower bracket.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be it from us. Until we have that upper final ready to go, we will see you in a few minutes for the European Halo League Summer Playoffs.
want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just slips away.
Double kill.
You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh.
Killing
This boy, you
spree.
a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Oh, maybe we don't have to tell her. Hey, I'm in a
Double kill.
dilemma.
Double kill. Double kill.
I'm in a dilemma. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah. The more I look in your wicked eyes, the more you're leaving me hypnotized. No, I'm in a dilemma. Sitting under the moonlight,
Double
checking your
kill.
physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just flips away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. This boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Or maybe we don't have to tell her. Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on.
And welcome back, everybody, to the European Summer Playoffs. Our final is coming up pretty darn soon. Our winners' final is in the upper final. We should be seeing a look at what's going on over there between Zims and, Zach and Cody versus Feliz Gato Vando, which I think should be a pretty interesting one. I'm here, of course, with Seal as we continue to cast this summer playoff, and it's been an interesting one so far. We've seen 2 3-0 sweeps, but that's not to count any of these teams out because they were quite close regardless of the scores.
Yeah, and something to note about this particular series is that last week these two teams met up in round 1, Zach and Cody and Felix Gato Banda, and they did go to game 5. So we might see a bit of an interesting scoreline here today. Just seeing if I can get up any of the individual map results through our fancy new website. But we are ready, apparently, to get into the match, so we won't worry about that just yet. We shall worry about the game that's ahead of us, as we've got outcasted Happy 9000, Ashen Reese, and Swen versus Spetter, Slink, EU Assault, and Buffed.
Should be two interesting teams. The background for these guys, Zach and Cody, were able to take it and drop Feliz, but this is a different map pool, a different set, and a different series that we're going to be seeing today. Starting out with Stronghold Streets, kind of a throwback. A lot of players don't remember Stronghold Streets, but back in season 1 and 2 and possibly 3, this was a pretty fun map and a pretty common map over on the HCS schedule, back over here in the EHL schedule as well. And I always love to see a little bit of change up in how we're running things, and Stronghold Streets is definitely a great example of a very contentious map series and set.
Yeah, we're actually looking at two new, well, not new, but returning maps here in this series. Argyle Flag also has been out of rotation for a good while. I think the last tournament it was played in prior to its return was HCS London. That's at least the last time I remember seeing a very good clip from Glory when he was playing against, I think, Proton, Quadrant versus Proton. But it's been out for a good while now. Having made its grand return, though, it's been interesting to watch. Argyle's one of those maps where I think it might have taken people a little bit of time to get back into the swing of it. It's a map that you kind of need to know what you're doing on, because it can be so hard. You can be absolutely dominating in the Slays department and just not be able to get anything in terms of flags.
It is definitely a difficult map, but honestly, I kind of agree with you. This is one of my favorite quote-unquote highlight maps. We've seen some crazy plays from all levels of Halo on Argyle before. Those double snipers, they're always an opportunity for some big highlights, some great clips, especially with the grapple still being on the map and the camo/OS being switched out for that quantum translocator. It's definitely going to be an interesting one to see if once we get to game number 3. But at the moment, with that Stronghold Streets power testing, the camouflage is going to be the biggest thing for both of these two teams, and I think it should be a pretty fun bit of a match for us to be able to witness.
Yeah, QT on Argyle. I know the names of the maps in this game. The QT on Argyle has always been an interesting one to me because it is a power item. It can be very powerful, but it feels like players very rarely prioritize it. It's in such an exposed position. If there's anyone with a sniper on the map, realistically, you don't want to be going there. And so I think it's one of those that people pick up when they have the opportunity to, and occasionally they get good value out of it. But I don't think it's like on Livefire. Livefire is a map which really suits the QT, and people will generally prioritize picking it up if they're in the area. Whereas on Argyle, I tend to feel like players aren't that bothered.
I do agree with you on that side, but as we move into the first starting on the POV of Happy 9000, as RDB is being rotated in, Happy's just pressuring these spawners as best he can, and this is a little bit of an a la deja vu moment because Liz were able to find game number 1 last series between these two teams, and it looks like they might try to start off doing the exact same thing as camouflage comes up in 2 seconds. Happy 9000 with this red gun trying to take down Spetter, but Spetter with the accurate shots cross map is going to deny the kill, but it won't be able to deny the trade out as these matches start out between these two teams.
Yeah, we see EU Assault here trying to put this point on the board. The players from Felix Banda sort of stacking up at the bottom of C, but not quite ready to start pushing out. They've managed to take down EU Assault though, finding that kill with the team shot. Another going down for Zach and Cody now. As Happy 9000 is going to be trying to get into this stronghold. 3 dead now for Zach and Cody, and we'll have to see where the enemy team spawns Spetter. That could have been an incredibly fortunate place to find himself, but the enemy team was ready for him.
They were. Happy 9000 though is ready to try to figure out where his team needs him to push through it, and it looks like C is going to be the call. Buffed already putting points, already trying to switch that one over. He might be denied. He will be denied. Some good shots from Ashton Reese and probably a little bit of help from his teammates. 2 of U2 now on the map, level 50, and EU Assault have been caught out over on the tire side, and it looks like Ashton Reese does not want that player to get away.
Yeah, you can see here Happy 9000 trying to hold down this position. Does get taken down though, not managing to replicate that clip we saw from him in the first series. Swen as the last man standing. I'd just like to see him basically just hide here, make sure he stays alive, gets his teammates some decent spawns. Although he is going to be looking to ambush that player. Spetter's going to stay alive though. He has a teammate nearby, but it's not going to be good enough as he does trade out. But meanwhile, everywhere else on the map, it's only Outcasted left. Buffed is going to win that fight. Very nice from him, and it looks to me like Zach and Codeine pulling off a bit of a dominant collapse here against the enemy team, just keeping them on the respawn for so long, managing to get themselves that 10-point lead. But now it's going to be a numbers advantage for Felix Gato Banda.
Not only keeping them on the respawn, but keeping them split up. Happy 9000 was the only player to spawn over on this B hill, and unfortunately, since he put foot into the hill, they were very aware that he was there, so they were able to catch him out, find him, put him back down into the respawn screen, and it looks like he's having a bit of a struggle right now, 2, 4, and 5, but there's still plenty of time for them to start putting points up on the board as Felix Gato Bando take a bit of a lead here on a temporary trip cap. C being switched out for Zach and Cody in here, and it looks like B might be following suit if EU Assault is able to stay alive as the 14 push starts out for Feliz.
Yeah, I think what you said there about them splitting up those players is a really good point. One of the main things about Strongholds really is that if one team is on the same page and one team is not, then that team will win. Like, that's the most important thing about Strongholds, because it's one of the only game modes where your objective isn't in one place. You guys, you have to be on the same page about what you're playing for and what points you want to hold and how you want to hold those points the whole time, because otherwise you're just going to find yourselves all over the place. And the key thing for teams that are really good at Strongholds is forcing that on the other team, forcing them to be split up. And that's exactly what we saw from Zach and Codeine for a while there, but that script has been flipped. They just found themselves 4 dead. However, we do see that Felix Gato Banda aren't going to try and force that spawn out. Instead, they're going to look to lock down the positions they have, making use of some of these power items like the green gun here. And we'll have to see if it works out well for them, as Outcast is the first to fall on Felix Gato Banda.
He is, but is traded out, Spedder. But now it's a 2v3 right now. Sven, looking to try to figure out where EUSOL went, is able to locate him, might be able to stay alive, and it looks like he'll be able to do just that. Almost, I think he's last one alive as Outcasted comes out of the spawn screen. A heck of a nade to try to deny any movement from this back seaside player. But right now, it's just points on the board for the side of Felix Gato Bando. But finally, we are seeing Zach and Cody finally putting up some for themselves. Spedder's going to go down some great shots from Sven. Might be able to find level 50 as well. 2 there. A double kill killing spree. Oh, but the nade from Buff trying to deny that player to push out and be aggressive or figure out a way to escape. But Buff is going to go down as well. Oh my goodness, a double kill from Ash and Reese. Just very aware of where these players are coming from. And it's going to be multiple players down. Level 50 last alive, or should I say first up, as Felix Gato Bando, Ash and Reese, and everyone on the side of that team are just doing their best to keep these players staggered, keep them in their spawn cycles. But all 4 up, 4v4 on the map. As Camouflage is coming up in the next 7 seconds, we'll see which team are able to lock this one out. But level 50's been caught out by 2 players. He's going to go down, and it's going to be a hard not push for Zach and Codeine as they have information on where these last 2 players are.
Yeah, and not only do we see a really nice double kill for Zach and Codeine, for Ash and Reese, sorry, speaking of which, 4 dead for Zach and Codeine, we also saw the support come through straight away. It was a 4v1 situation. Ash and Reese finds 2, and then his teammates come in and deal with the other 2, getting that forwarded, getting that position on the map. Now that camo, I think, also in their favour. He is going to go down, though, and Sven will find himself as the last man standing. And actually, I think that camo was scooped up by a player on Zach and Codeine. I think I just saw it around the B steps, not sure who it was. Sven here though does have the red gun. Really like the use of sandbox that we've seen from these players on Zach and Cody. We've seen the carbine getting used, we've seen the red gun getting used, and it was Spetter, speaking of sandbox, who has this camo.
A great play from Spetter to not only stay alive, but guarantee the B cap for his team. Floating through the bottom side of PD. Looks like he's going to be going for an A temp triple cap, but no, the team fights are happening over on the B side. A lot of his team has gone back in the respawn screen, so he's going to turn around, prioritize maintaining their hill, and pick up a double kill with the back smack. Might be looking for a triple onto Sven over on the tire side, but this is a fantastic use of the camouflage, guaranteeing not only time, kills, but also hills for his team. Love to see Spetter putting the sandbox to work.
Yeah, it's been all Felix Gato Banda for a good while recently. It's nice to see that now that they've actually got some power on the map to work with, that Zach and Cody are still capable of making that happen. They found themselves another 4 dead onto Felix Gato Banda. EU Assault now is going to be looking to potentially once again replicate the success we saw earlier, keep splitting these players up, and even just taking this angle is splitting Happy 9000 off from Outcasted, because he can't push across those A steps until those C steps, sorry, until those are dealt with. However, EU Assault maybe jumps the gun there, pushes into a 1v2, gets taken down, and now it's only Slink left on the map for Zach and Cody, and Ash and Reese pushing up here, trying to help his team secure this stronghold.
I've heard a way to analyze high-level Halo is not who's the best on the team, but who can make the least amount of mistakes, and it looks like this is a great example of just that. Right now, it's not a matter of who's the better shot, it's the matter of who's going to be able to push out and stay alive and guarantee time for their team, make the least amount of mistakes. And Zach and Cody identified their mistakes, switched it out, and they're taking the lead off the back of it. But Ash and Reese might be able to pick up this camouflage for his team. He'll be able to at least burn it, which is a very good play by him. And it looks like the spawners of Feliz are going to be stuck in the low C side. EU Assault, oh my goodness, you can't lose those Sven, especially when you're down. Happy 9000, first one up, but also last alive for the side of Feliz. It's been an interesting comeback from the side of Zach and Cody.
Yeah, there's still time here for Felix Gatabanda to work with, but Zach and Cody rapidly approaching that 200 points mark, getting a little bit dangerous now if you're on Felix Gatabanda. You can't let this extend much further. However, we did see Felix Gatabanda go on a hell of a run earlier. They're probably not that worried right now, but they're going to have to start getting worried if they can't flip any of these strongholds anytime soon. We see a big push in from A, but that fight's relatively even. However, because of that push through to A, we can see these players managing to capture B, and I really like that grenade we saw from Happy 9000. There was no one there, but he was preempting someone, going for that C position whilst all the attention was elsewhere. Really nice play from him there, even if it didn't matter in the end.
Back and forth between these two teams. Sven's going to trade out. It's the 2v1. Buffed last one on the match, but it looks like a small resurgence again from Feliz Gatabando. That missed shot, though, it's going to be very difficult for Outcast to take the shot, and it looks like he will be denied. Happy 9000 once again seems to be first up / last alive for his team, but the stick does come through. Sven down to one shot, cleaned up by EU Assault, and it looks like B is going to be switched back out in favor of Zach and Cody. And this is what I'm talking about. These are what I worry about if you're on the side of Feliz. As soon as you set feet into that hill as first one up, they're going to identify you, push down, take you out. And when you don't have the spawns are split up. Sven's back alive, and now you're stuck in a staggered pattern with a trip cap from Zach and Cody. That might be the dagger in the back. You gotta be careful about when you're letting the enemy players know where you're at, because you can end up not only denying your team the spawns, but any hill time or any sort of momentum for your team as well if you don't stick around and hide a little bit. But there it is, Zach and Cody taking game number 1 off rip.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like the situation at the end there, all those players on Felix Gatabanda could do in that situation was try and stay alive. Don't give away your location straight away, not until you've got some spawns. When you're the first spawner, your job is just to stay alive long enough to get your teammates up on the map. Felix Gatabanda didn't do that, and at least they didn't do it until it was too late. By the time they actually got those spawns together in C, it was game over. They didn't have time to do anything else.
I did see level 50 do exactly what we're talking about. It was 2 down for the side of Zach and Cody. Him and another player, he was stuck B stairs, another player was stuck in C, and he crouched down B stairs, just waited it out, waited for his team to come up, and I want to say they benefited off of a trip cap from that exact play. And that's just a great example of taking what your enemies are doing, applying it to your gameplay, and how you can manage to reduce the amount of mistakes you're committing. And sometimes not being in a fight isn't a mistake, it's a key to victory and a key to stay alive for your team. But unfortunately, Zach and Cody have learned that lesson, but Feliz Gatabanda weren't quite able to benefit from it.
Yeah, I think Felix Gatabanda needed to just take a moment to reset towards the end there. They kind of had that moment where they were back in control for a moment, and then they lost that, and instead of acknowledging that they lost that and they needed to fight back into control, they kept flying at that B stronghold trying to reset it. You see here, this is what happened with these two players. They get stuck and taken down, and by that point it's too late, because they spend so much time fighting for something they've already lost instead of working on fighting for something they can gain.
Talking about coming back from a loss and trying to do your best to gain. Moving into a Solitude Slayer, we have seen these two teams do a fantastic job. Feliz Gatabando pulled a 50-35 against Zims on our last series they might be able to find a way to renew that success from the last series. If we take a look at a little bit of history, I might be able to identify who did what in the last season. It was Origin Slayer and Feliz. We're not able to win that Slayer on their last time, but they were able to take... No, I apologize. Livefire Slayer went into the hands of Feliz, but let's get started into this next matchup because the history doesn't always matter. It's the future that's a mystery, and right now we'll see if Feliz Gatabando are able to maintain a little bit of momentum here as we start out this first Slayer match, second round of this summer playoff in our winners finals.
Yeah, it's looking like a very confident start from Zach and Cody. They have numbers and they know it. These two players, both trapped down there, probably not going to be long for this world. Ash and Reese goes down. Swen manages to pick up a kill, and Happy's going to find another one, actually, although he does go down. But still, Slink now finds himself as the last man standing, goes down as well. And that's going to be Shock Rifle in the hands of Outcasted. Going to have to see him put it to use. Even though it's only a 1 kill difference in this map, this is a very important map for Zach and Codeine to win. It will put them 2-0 up in this series, but in a very good position to try and take home the entire entire tournament, really. But getting that Shock Rifle out of Outcasted hands is going to be a good start in that regard.
Definitely going to be a good start. Ash and Reese, all full 4 down now for Feliz Gatabando. Outcasted first one up. You can't let them know where you're at. Stay alive, take your time, wait for your team to come up, and just like that, no fights have been happening quite yet. Buffed runs into the entire enemy team, so the information is going to be there, but with the one benefit is taking down that player, turning a 4v4 into a 3v3. Might be a 4v2 now, as multiple players go down. And level 50 back into the respawn screen. EU Assault might follow suit very shortly, and it's a great resurgence from Feliz Gatabando on this Solitude Slayer. Might be able to pick up Buff, but not quite. Level 50, oh, an overkill from Ash and Reese, almost gets the kill attack, but not quite. But still some great plays from Feliz to bring themselves back into this one. Only a 3-kill lead now for Zach and Codeine. Spedder down to 1 shot. Outcast might be able to identify that player, but right now it's Happy 9000 with the Overwatch, trying to keep these players back in the respawn screen. Picks up on an EU Assault. Might almost guarantee the trade. Not quite. One more shot and Buffed would have been following Happy 9000 to the screens, but it looks like he'll follow suit courtesy of Sven.
Only a 1 kill difference between these two teams now, and numbers on the map in favor of Feliz Gatabando, although they're not going to be pushing too hard off that, as they still were a player down. Big damage there across the map. That's going to be cleaned up onto Slink. Buff now goes down as well, and it's a great push from the side of Feliz Gatabando. Ash and Reese finding that kill whilst one shot gets another player down to 1 as well. Ash and Reese has had a fantastic map so far, getting that overkill. He's doing so much work for his team. And that is going to actually get Feliz Gatabando into a narrow but significant lead.
As the camouflage, I want to say, goes into the suit of Ash and Reese, information on where all these players are spawning and where they are is coming through for the side of Feliz, so they might be able to find a good break off of this. Outcasted takes down EU Assault. You know where the last 3 players are. It's just a matter of coordinating this push, taking down these players one by one, and the push starts here and now. Ash and Reese, and I believe that's Outcasted. No, it's Outcasted on the top mid of Yard, but they're all pushing through. But Zach and Cody, and this is a great example of when to mitigate your mistakes. They played out, they rotated around to their spawner, and now instead of a 3v4, it's a 4v4, but Sven does go down. 2 go down now. A great play by Feliz Gatabando, and it's a perfect 4 down from Feliz off the back of it. Once again, a great example of when to know when to fight and when to know when to get out.
Yeah, only a 1 kill lead now for Feliz Gatabando, although kills coming in their favor as EU Assault does go down. Swen with this shock rifle. M&K player. Personally, I can't use the shock rifle to save my life, but I know some people can, even on the old M&K. Just looking to find someone, get some damage onto Slink, but doesn't manage to clean that up. He's got EU Assault getting in close. Almost finds the head, but not quite. And Happy 9000 doesn't manage to find that kill, but he will clean up EU Assault eventually, putting more kills in favor of his team right now. We can just see here how spread out across the map Feliz Gatabando is. They're controlling a lot of space, and I like the fact that we see Outcasted there just dropping back when the enemy team are pushing towards him with a lot of numbers, letting his teammates shoot for him and then pushing back in once the damage is done. He's going to find 1, he's going to find 2 on that side of the map. Ash and Reese finds a 3rd. Now it's just EU Assault left alive. He is going to escape from Happy for now, but goes down to Ash and Reese. Just what you're saying earlier. Knowing when to push in, knowing when to stay alive. Fantastic play from Feliz Gatabando, and it's gotten them up to a 9 kill lead.
And a fantastic resurgence from Feliz Gatabando. The flank comes through. Sven knows where multiple players are. But once again, this is the exact mistake they made previously, is you're in a 2v4, you push out, you identify where you're at. The trade out is good from Sven. However, it could have turned into a little bit more if you were just a little bit more slow, a little bit more deliberate with waiting for your teammates to come through. But still, a great play by Sven, some great shots, and the 7-kill lead. No, down just to now 6-kill lead. A double kill for Spedder, and the camouflage coming up. And a triple kill! Oh my goodness, Spedder doing it all right now. 10, 4, and 8 as the camouflage is coming up as well. And it looks like Buffed might be looking to try to pick this one up for his team. Information on Ashen Reese does come through. The double team. Ashen Reese with the fantastic shots. Eve Assault down low. And oh my goodness, 4 down for Zach and Cody. Talk about flipping the script. Feliz Gatabando extend back up to a 9-kill lead.
Yeah, Feliz Gatabando just looking so good. Every time something seems to go wrong for them, they just answer back so quickly. And, you know, even though those shots from Outcasted may be a little bit windy, but they do manage to find the kill. The camo, though, goes down, and that you kind of hate to see that. There was probably a good 30 seconds left on that camo. Losing it at that point is a shame, but they only need 5 now to clean up this game. Only 5 more kills. They're 11 kills ahead. Make that 10. Sven was just on a killing spree, and he's putting out so much pressure, he doesn't even care about chelling the shock rifle, just helping his teammates across the map constantly using this BR. I think oftentimes we think of BR as a controller-favoured weapon, but it can be so dangerous in the hands of an MNK player, just because of how oppressive they are in general at long range, and even more so with a BR.
Some accurate shots. The lead has dropped down to only an 8-kill lead, but only 3 more for Feliz. But when you're at this high level of Halo, this is exactly when you want to play at your most careful. You don't want to get over aggressive, because these players know exactly, and that's a perfect example. The bait and switch coming through. Level 50 might be able to, no, he doesn't even need to trade it out. The assist will come through though. Buff gets cleaned up. 8 kills, still a lead. 2 more left for Sven and Feliz Gatabando to be able to pick up as the rotation's coming through. There's 1, there's 2, and a little bit of team fights, but Feliz take game number 2.
Yeah, Feliz Gatabando just seemed very confident on that. They had a little bit of a rocky start, and I actually thought that we might be about to see Zach and Cody just rolling that momentum straight on through. But instead, Feliz Gatabando really got themselves under control. They did what we saw them not really doing very well last map, which was focusing on staying alive when they needed to, focusing on not getting themselves cycled. That's exactly what we saw from them. When we did see those moments from Zach and Cody where they got that 4 dead, they didn't manage to continue that momentum into, you know, gaining that mega lead. Instead, Feliz Gatabando stayed alive, they fought back, and it essentially kept flipping the script on them, and it was Zach and Cody who were struggling to play their lives.
25 assists on the side of Feliz Gatabando, so half the kills they needed were through assists of some sort, and this overkill, almost a kill tack. If you would just line it up a little bit more, that would have been a kill tack, and honestly, that would have been a big hit to the mental of Zach and Cody. But I do like the resurgence here from Feliz Gatabando. Last weekend, we did see them play 2 Slayers between these 2 teams, and Feliz lost both of those Slayers on Livefire and Origin, but bringing it back on this Solitude, that might be the difference between a 3-2 win to Zach and Cody, or a 3-2 win to Feliz if you're able to pick up on these Slayers that you lost last time.
Yeah, I always say that Slayer is like the one game type that you cannot afford to be bad at as a team. Like, you don't have to be amazing at it, but you can't afford for Slayer to be a weak mode for you. You know, you can afford to not be great at capture the flag, because max you're going to play one of them per series. With a Slayer, you are guaranteed to every series, assuming it goes to Game 5. If you lose every Slayer, you have to win every objective mode, basically. So Slayer is the one mode that you can't afford to be bad at, and I think it's always interesting to me when you look at a series where the team that wins both Slayers wins, because sometimes it might feel like, well, yeah, but you won the objective mode, so maybe you are the better team. But no, because that is a weak spot you can't afford to have in the format of Halo that we play. The format that has always been played is those 2 Slayers in a series. If you can't win them, then you're probably never going to win, like, most series.
You're definitely at a little bit of a, what is it called? I apologize, can't remember all the words, but you're down on the bad side if you can't pick up those Slayers, just like you were saying. But speaking of picking stuff up, we're moving into CTF Argyle, our one double snipe map in this series, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what we're able to put together. I called it the highlight map, and we might be able to see a few highlights coming out of this map here as we move into round number 3. Tied up 1-1 between these two players in our upper finals, upper semis, I apologize. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams are able to battle this one out. Use of that sniper rifle, that quantum, and everything else on this map is going to be key to the victory on this series so far, and we finally get to see some S7 being put to work.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what these teams manage to get going with the snipers. Swen and Ash and Reese, both MK players, very strong snipers. Everyone on Zach and Cody experienced. I believe they're all on controller, but that doesn't mean that they're not capable of popping off with that sniper rifle. We'll have to see what they actually go for off the rip. It's Argyle is one of those maps where it's been so long since I've actually played it competitively. I don't really remember what I used to go for off the opening strat. Well, you can see Happy here looking to control that snipe lane.
I'm in the same boat as you. I can't remember how to play this one very well, but level 50 has been identified. He might be able to connect with the sniper shots. No, he does not. And Happy 9000 is going to pick up that sniper, and this is not the player you want to see with the sniper rifle. Looks like Buff, though, has the enemy sniper, so it looks like just a bit of a trade-out between these two teams. One sniper for one sniper, but it looks like it's going to slightly benefit Feliz Gatobando. Ooh, a great quantum from Outcasted to stay alive. That player was looking to find him out, but it doesn't come to fruition quite yet. My goodness, what a play.
Yeah, Zach and Cody in there, although I think their snipe player off the rip got a little bit too aggressive. They could have easily had 2 snipes in their favor with that aggressive push into the enemy sniper rifle, but for some reason, instead their snipe player decides to push all the way up into the enemy courtyard. Oh, I love that from the grapple though. From Spetter, using that to get that flag moving very fast, pushing it into the enemy base. He takes a lot of damage, but it's already back towards home.
This is exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about this one being a highlight map. Just the amount of plays that you can make when it comes to grapple, snipe, and everything else on this map. It's always exciting to see, but now 4 down for Zach and Cody in level 50. Then spotted out off the spawn. EU Assault Sun's right in front of the Sven, but back to the respawn screen you go. I hope you enjoy spectating because that's all you're going to be able to see for the time being.
Yeah, that was an incredible shot from Swen, and he's going to find another one as well. Doesn't actually get the kill, but he gets that one onto Slink.
What a wild shot from Sven. Already we're seeing highlights coming through, and I'm excited to be able to see it. EU Assault, though, takes the fight onto Sven. Not quite able to maintain it. Sven, though, 3-3-3 right now. Ash and Reese right behind him at 6-1-3. This is a fantastic series of Halo from the side of Feliz Gatobando, but we can't count Feliz out quite yet. They've been doing some great shots. There's that replay right there. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Sven.
Yeah. I mean, that flick is so fast that the observer doesn't even catch it. At least not on the VMix stream. Like, obviously these players are playing at like hundreds of FPS, and our feed is only like 30 or 60. So sometimes if they're flicking that fast, you just don't see it. And that's exactly what we see there from Swen. What an incredible shot from him to essentially secure that flag capture, because that player was in a position where if he'd managed to get out of Swen's line of sight, he would have been able to shoot at that flag if they tried to punch it in. And instead, he just gets taken down completely. No impact on that flag run whatsoever. Great play from Swen. We can see now that Slink is looking to shut down this vent position, but he's not going to be able to. EU Assault will, and controlling the enemy vent, especially if you get a sniper rifle, is so important. It just gives you so much presence on the map, and EU Assault is looking to show that Swen isn't the only one who can put sniper highlights on.
And dropping a few rounds, he's down to 1 shot, so he's going to keep 1 shot for himself. 8-1-6 right now for EU Assault, doing a great job. He has eyes on the lower side player. Almost connects with the no-scope, not quite. Sven's going to take that fight. Sven feeling really icy and really aggressive right now on this matchup so far. Spetter less alive. The information should come through, and there it is. The information is there. You know where the last player is, so you can start rotating. Let your players across the map know, hey, start pushing up, start taking a little bit of map control, because we're going to be able to start getting a little bit of movement here as these other players spawn up. 2 down now. We might be seeing another Feliz flag start to move in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, you can see Swen here once again. He seems to like this position up on top of the enemy snipe. It's a great spot to contest enemy spawners from. And I don't know about that play. I think I might have preferred to just see him pull that flag and try and run it out of the enemy line of sight. But it doesn't actually matter that much because the kills are going to come down anyway. 3 dead for Zach and Cody, and Ash and Reese is running this flag.
The stagger is just nasty right now from Feliz Gatabano. A bit of a flag fumble from Ashen Reese, but regardless, I've been seeing multiple players from the side of Zach and Coteen going down as this flag was moving. Spetter's already been able to push all the way up, but some great nades from Spetter, but it looks like Sven's going to ignore the fight and go for the objective, which to me, honestly, is the answer in this situation right now. Guaranteed the benefit. Worst case, you tie it up 2-1, but it's a great play from Sven and some great knowledge and some great overall awareness of what's happening on the map, because right now it's fully benefiting the side of Feliz Gatabando.
Yeah, I think on a map like Argyle, where it is so long, where it's so hard to run those flags, if you have that opportunity to punch it in, you have to take it, even if it could potentially give a counter run, because that flag is so hard to get all the way back to your base that you can't afford to let it slip through your fingers if you have the opportunity to do otherwise. And that's, you know, that's why I think that was a really good play from Sven. Maybe if we were on Aqua, would have been a little bit more questionable, but for Argyle, that was absolutely the right play.
Definitely, as we see Outcasted up to 10, Ashen Reese up to 14 kills between each other. Outcasted puts another one up on the board. The Slays are definitely in the favor of Feliz Gatabando, and right now Zach and Coteen are feeling the pressure. They're feeling the difficulty. Buffed right now with the sniper rifle, can't connect onto Ashen Reese, and he's just going to go down some really great shots from Ashen Reese, and Ashen Reese is going to get the benefit of almost a full sniper rifle off the back of it, at least one full magazine. And we'll see if he's able to put this one up to work. He has the opportunity to put 19 up on the board. Outcasted backsmack Spetter. Sven picks up on EU Assault. They have information on these last two. Buffed. Oh, he finds out the hard way that not everyone's going to be missing those shots, and he's going to be put down. Level 50, the last alive for the team, down in the bottom mid. We'll see if Feliz Gatabando are able to pick up on this, or if they're just going to prioritize getting a few slays, getting some map control, and keeping themselves on a high pace ratio right now against the side of Zach and Coteen.
That was actually probably a game-saving kill from Slink there, from the bottom mid onto, I think it was Ashen Reese with the sniper rifle. But if that flag gets going, and you're 4 dead, it could well be game over. The enemy has at least one sniper. I think they had 2, considering the fact that Happy still has this one. They probably just lose if he doesn't manage to get that kill and stop that flag run from starting. So very well played from him in order to make that happen. He does go down to Happy 9000 there. Still a good position for Feliz Gatabando, but Zach and Coteen still alive thanks to that play from Slink.
This might be one of the first times that I've ever seen an Argyle flag go to points and not time. 5 minutes left on the board, and Feliz only need one more to finish this one out. Information on multiple enemy players. Buff to push out. Outcasted pushing along the top side. EU Assault, and it looks like Happy 9000 is going to be looking for him. Might be able to connect. Oh, almost. But no. Oh my goodness. I thought for a second he was going to kill him anyways.
Yeah, and we do see, though, 3 dead. Spezza's the last one alive, and he's not really in a position to do a whole lot about it. I think Sven here, benefiting from the fact that the map is so big, he can push all the way out here, and Slink still spawns on his side of the map. He doesn't flip it, and now he's going to drop down. He takes down 1, but loses to that other player. But this flag is, I think it's still on the... No, it's not, actually. It has been stopped, and I'm not sure exactly how that happened.
Not too sure either. Multiple players went down. Sven and Happy are the last ones alive on the side of Feliz Gatabando. Outcast and Ashen Reese were in the respawn screen for quite a bit. So I think off the back of the slays, Zach and Coteen were able to find a way to keep this flag back into their home base. Snipe is up though for the side of Feliz, but Spetter's looking to put pressure on this. He's going to pick up the shot caller on 1. He's going to prioritize the sniper slide run, which is going to guarantee not only a flag moving, but also the sniper rifle for the side of Zach and Coteen. And if you're down 2 snipes, especially when there's still 4 minutes left on the board, it's going to be a very tough fight. But Sven is going to deny any movement. Happy the only one going down, 3 going down. Ashen Reese moving the flag, and a sniper rifle and the flag return for Sven. This one might be the dagger that Feliz Gatabando need to put Zach and Coteen down 2-1.
Yeah, this fight happening, these are fights that you often see actually with a fight happening over the enemy courtyard, and oftentimes that will go in favor of the defender, and that is exactly what we see. Double kills coming in for 2 members of Zach and Coteen there in order to get the enemy team 4 dead. You can see EU Assault now is going to try and be that shield blocking the enemy team. He finds a kill. Slink has gotten this all the way through to the enemy his own courtyard now. Should be able to get this in most likely, especially with those 2 kills getting found, and all of a sudden this lead isn't looking quite so insurmountable anymore.
With 3 minutes 30 left on the board, 1 flag definitely can be pretty easy to be able to pick up for your side, but you need to find exactly what you just did, the map control, the slay control, put them in a stagger, and do what you can. And this 1v1 against Sven is going to be possibly the key for it. Level 50 is going to back out, but Outcasted waiting in the top side of the vents is going to put him down as well. And information on Spetter last live should be here. Outcasted the 1v1, And no use of that Quantum, unfortunately, for Spetter. And now map control for Feliz Gatabano as they only go 1 down on Ash and Reese. Multiple players, though, still up.
Yeah, see, EU Assault here in that 1v1 will trade it out. And Happy 9000 trying to get that running, but with 2 dead on his team, I don't see that really getting going very much. And something we haven't seen so far this game is the classic Argyle grapple run, where you pull it, throw it out bottom mid, and then have someone, you know, in the top mid area grapple it up to them and run that. That's a strat that I used to see quite a lot, I think, back in the day, and I don't think I've seen it since Argyle came back in. It's probably because it requires a little bit of setup, requires timing, because you need to actually have the grapple. But it can be, it's probably the fastest way to run a flag on Argyle if you can pull it off.
It would be interesting to see, and it'd be a wonderful highlight to be able to witness. Sniper Rifle is coming up in the next 5 seconds along with Quantum. So right now, looks like Outcast and Ash and Reese are just kind of biding their time. Looks like they've learned the lesson of slowing it down just a little bit, as we've seen in the last series. We'll see if they're able to identify and figure out where to pick up the Sniper Rifle. EOSL's going to pick up on Ash and Reese, though. And Outcast has kind of been out of the fight for a little bit, but it doesn't look like it's going to be much of a disadvantageous play from him. In fact, multiple down, Spetter last alive, first spawner, might be following suit with the rest of the team. If Happy 9000 can connect, no, not quite.
Perfect.
Yeah, and you got to wonder if maybe Felix Gato Banda are trying to play time here. There hasn't been a huge amount of offensive pressure from them recently. There's only a minute and a half left on the clock. It's definitely possible to play time here, but I personally would not feel comfortable trying to park the bus against Zach and Codeine, especially not now with 3 of them going down. I'm not sure where Happy 9000 is, but Spetter has this sniper rifle. He's going to be looking to put it to use, and Happy 9000, I love that positioning from him in the vent. A fantastic play there to make sure that his team has presence on this side of the map.
This is where the information game is coming through. You know that almost every single player on the side of Zach and Cody are on the right-hand side, so it would have opened up a potential push on the left-hand side, especially if you start maneuvering with that grapple, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Oh my goodness, I didn't even know you could jump onto that. That's some crazy movement from Sven. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, but what is about to happen is another flag on the move for Feliz Gatabano, but the fumble will come through. Oh, he's looking for the grapple. He will be able to pick it up in the 1v1 against Buff, though, and it looks like the stop is going to come through for Zach and Codeine, and that's why you can't fumble those flags, because it's going to be very difficult. But looks like Sven's aware of this player over on their top grapple side. Svetter playing out to try to bring this one back into overtime, but it's traded out. 3v3 on the map, but Feliz Gatabano are stuck in their back base, and looks like this flag's going to start moving just a little bit. No, Usoft's going to go down. Buff last alive, and this might be the finisher for the side of Feliz Gatabano to guarantee this game. Only 10 seconds left to start moving a flag, and it is returned. This is going to be very difficult for Zach and Cody to do much about.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Felix Gatabanda. I like the idea from Sabetta to try and hide back base and get that pull at the last possible second. Unfortunately, he does get caught out. I'm not sure if that was just a really good prediction or if someone saw him. Either way, it was a good idea, but great work from Felix Gatabanda to deny them that. You were saying you wanted to see some more sniper action. Well, our next map is going to be a King of the Hill on Livefire, another S7 map.
Always excited to see the S7, but more excited to see if Zach and Godin can tie this one up 2-2 and send us to another game 5. But Feliz Gatabanda have an opportunity here to just drop them out 3-1 into the lower bracket. But let's take a look at some of these stats, and we can see the assists. Once again, 26, that's 38 plus 9, that's 47 assists for Feliz Gatabanda, and that just tells you how much they're prioritizing these team fights and how much Zach and Godin really quite aren't so far in this series so far.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, it's been very back and forth, but Zach and Cody, the last 2 maps just haven't looked the same as they did on map 1. Spetter with some good plays there, but not quite managing to actually find that form. I do love that grapple play. I also really liked what we saw from Happy 9000, at least in the attempt, even though the timing wasn't quite there for it. Sven with some incredible snipes this game, reminding us what he can do. And Felix Gatabanda looking potentially poised to win this tournament. Obviously, this is only the winners' finals. They will have to endure the final map of this series if they win, and another couple if they lose. But either way, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rematch between both of these 2 teams in the grand finals.
I wouldn't be very surprised either. Both teams are doing a fantastic job, but Just multiple plays, some great plays. Ashen Reese once again, the slaying power on the Feliz Gatabano. He's guaranteed so much for this team. He's drugged them into the winners finals, and it looks like he's going to be able to try to drag them into the grand finals, but we'll find out as these matches continue on. But like I said, this is a highlight map, and it looks like what I said came to fruition. Just so many beautiful slays, beautiful snipes on both teams. It was just a lovely opportunity to see what these teams are all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we go to this live fire game, I think we're going to have to see the players on the side of Zach and Cody bring back a little bit of that form that we could see from them on that street. And good news for them is that this map has a semi-similar layout to Streets. It's a sort of 3-lane asymmetrical map. Power item in the middle. It's got a camo on it as well. All of these things are things that we saw put to very good use by the players on Zach and Cody in that first map. So hopefully for them, they're going to be able to replicate that success.
And we'll see if they're able to as we start to get into this next matchup. 2-1 lead for Feliz Gatabando right now, but Zach and Godin have an opportunity to tie this up and send us to another Game 5, just like we saw last weekend, but it looks like it's going to be Outcasted, I apologize, with that sniper rifle. Hill time for Ashen Reese. One player pushing out Ashen. Oh my goodness, a great high-level play. And the pancake from level 50 onto Ashen Reese. A great way to deny not only any hill time on the side of Feliz Gatabando, but just put them down back into the respawn screen.
I love how Slink in that situation was like, I'm coming away with a medal in this fight. It's either going to be the remote death, it's going to be a pancake, or I'm going to have to find some other way to kill you. But there's no way I'm just going to shoot you with my gun. I'm doing some shenanigans. But it does look like that camo might have been picked up by Feliz Gatabando just based on the positions everyone is in on the map. And yeah, you can see, oh, phenomenal camo eyes from Slink there to find that player. And that's going to flip the script here just a little bit, but numbers still in favour of Feliz Gatabando. They are going to manage to capture this, well, not to capture the hill, but to get themselves into it.
A good setup right now from Feliz right now. EU Assault though on the bottom side. Outcasted should be able to help clean this up. He's got 4 shots with the sniper rifle. Can't find one. EU Assault is down though, so it's going to give Outcasted a chance to retreat and stay alive. But Buffed is already on the pressure right now, and it's going to be Outcasted with some icy shots to deny any movement. But level 50 is just waiting for him on the white wall. Takes him down, and it looks like more hill time now for Zach and Codeine. But no, another full down from Feliz Gatabando on the Zach and Codeine. And it looks like EU Assault's going to be following suit, and looks like this hill might be being pushed a little bit into the favor of Feliz Gatabando on this map number 4.
Yeah, Zach and Cody not really spawning in a great position to contest this hill from. It's weird because A is obviously close, but when you're being forced to push out of that big door, you end up taking so much damage. And even though that was a successful push from Zach and Cody, and that's exactly what we see, both those players so weak, Outcasted manages to clean them up. It has worked out in their favor so far, though, as Slink, I think, did find a nice little double. But these shots coming in from the nest side are such a problem. These two players one shot, and Ashen Reese finds that first kill. Can he find the second? It looks like he is going to be able to. Can he? Surely not. Surely not! He finds the third. Ashen Reese. Oh, don't let him find a fourth as well onto that A-plat player. No, they are going to escape. But Ashen Reese, we've highlighted him a few times this series, but this guy is ridiculous.
They might be able to guarantee this hill, but since they're all over on this B side, they couldn't guarantee the camouflage. It went into the hands of EU Assault, so let's see if he's able to put anything together with this camouflage. But it looks like hill number 1 onto the side of Feliz Gatabando. They're looking to finish this one out 3-1 style. Don't want to bring this one to a game 5, though. I think they'd be fine just doing that. And oh my goodness, some more great camo eyes from Ashen Reese identifies EU Assault and takes him down before he can really do much of anything with that camouflage.
And Sven, once again, the hero with the sniper rifle, who we've had so much to say about today. I like the fact that he's withdrawing towards this top tower position. I think when you are such a cracked sniper player, it can be easy to, you know, fling yourself into the fray a little bit with it. But I much prefer it when players, well, as a caster, I prefer it when players do crazy crack stuff. But as a sort of Halo player myself, I prefer to see players being a little bit more sensible with it, controlling these power items, controlling the lanes on the map, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Sven right now.
There's a rhyme to your reason, and for me, it's cool if it doesn't happen to you. And right now, being on the casting booth, it's still lovely to see these players do some crazy shots, as long as I'm not part of their montage. But right now, it looks like Feliz Gata Banda are just on the run right now with this lead, 2-0. Kozak and Codeine fighting a 2v, basically 4 almost. Happy 9000 does go down, but Sven and Ashton Reese have yet to be shut down as they continue. Ashton Reese putting 15 up on the board with 5 assists. That's 20 kills already attributed to him through kills and assists. He's doing a great job, and honestly, just the amount of slaying power that he contributes to Feliz Gata Banda has definitely assisted in bringing them into this lead in this game number 4.
Yeah, Ashton Reese. I mean, if he won that fight, then I think just give him MVP. We don't even do an MVP. Gonna add an MVP just so he can have it. Like, the guy's been playing fantastic all series long, just getting kills he shouldn't be. He didn't quite manage to find that one, and in fact, it is finally looking like this should be a good opportunity for Zach and Codeine to get. Well, I was gonna say it should be a good opportunity for them to get a hill on the board, but actually, this push is coming in from so many different directions. Slink and I think that was Spet both going down, and Happy 9000 is getting this hill time. It looked all Zach and Codeine for a second there, but instead, Felix Gata Banda maybe going to make it 3-0 in King of the Hill live fire.
It's not only guaranteeing some hill time, but it's also guaranteeing the camouflage. And oh my goodness, Ashton Reese, 17 now on the board, has eyes on these last few players. You're challenging one shot though. Oh my goodness, what a brave play from Ashton Reese. Didn't really care if he was down to one shot. He's gonna pick up Buffed off the back of it too, finally regains his shields, and just putting down so much damage. We might see either this game go to a 4-0 or see Ashton Reese hit a 20 bomb. We'll find out as these matches continues on. But no, a great nade from level 50 is gonna identify the camouflage play. He's gonna go down, and it looks like still a good push from Feliz Gata Banda, but there's an opportunity here for Zach and Codeine to start putting up numbers on the board. But right now it's feet and hill for Feliz as they spawn up over on the back B side.
Yeah, and a great use of a QT there, getting some hill time and then just disappearing before Buff can land that headshot. I absolutely love to see that. And now it's Speta just in this really awkward position. I would like to see a bit of a retake here from Felix Gata Banda, not letting this tower position get too controlled, but they're doing so much damage from the nest. And what the hell was that? Buffed manages to get a remote debt onto that grenade somehow.
I've seen it happen a few times where as somebody goes down, their grenades fall out of their body, and if you shoot them while they're still falling, you still get the remote debt, and it looks like that's exactly what happened. So a little bit of a 2-for-1 special for him on that side of the nest, but he's still going to try to guarantee a lot more time for his team. And it looks like we finally see a little bit of hill going into the side of Zach and Cody, and they finally identified the setup. But this is exactly what I'm worried about, is a great push from Feliz Gata Banda are going to guarantee a lot of push and a lot of momentum, and it looks like Spetter's going to get caught out by almost 3 players right now. A good movement around the pillar, but Outcasted is able to get some icy help from Happy 9000, and Ashton Reese is on the verge of a 20 bomb here on game number 4, and I think they might be trying to finish this one out 3-1, but 2 minutes left for them to decide how to play this one out as Buff pushes in. Happy 9000 down on shots, but not down on skill, but he will be put down into the respawn screen as 3 go down. Outcasted last alive. We might finally see 4 down. We might finally see a hill go for Zach, go into the favor of Zach and Cody.
The good news if you're on Zach and Codeine here is that this map can be very swingy, especially towards this stage of the game. Going down 3-0, you have this hill, which you want to control tower for, and then you have the next one, which you also want to control tower for. So if you can actually get into that position, if you can hold on to it, then there's a solid chance of just snowballing that momentum into winning the whole map. However, what we see from Felix Gata Banda there is that they are fully aware of that situation. They don't attack the hill there, they attack the tower, because they know that that's actually the important position to hold for the state of the entire game, instead of just the hill.
We did see a few team nades from EU Assault, and I think that kind of guaranteed level 50 going into the respawn screen. So once again, a small mistake from Zach and Codeine, and not very many from Feliz Gata Banda. But it's moments like these where I always question whether it's smart to play time at all in these matches, because you can give a little bit more momentum if you slow down the pressure to the enemy team. And it looks like something similar happened for that one hill to go into the favor of Zach and Codeine, but regardless, it still looks like it's Feliz Gata Banda on the board, feet in the hill. Looks like they're tired of playing time. They're going to start playing for points. Ashton Reese probably just wanted to put 20 up on the board, and they allowed it to happen. So we'll see if he's able to continue this spree so far, as a killing spree goes in the favor of Ashton Reese. Somebody needs to shut this player down.
Yeah, and he's just going to find another one with that. How does he
One
get that kill? He's one shot, just walking straight at him. I swear this guy has plot armor. There's no way he manages to kill that guy, but he does. Ashen Reese is just the main character of this map. It has been absolutely ridiculous. But, I mean, as you were saying about not taking the pressure off, you can see that Felix Gato Banda have not been playing time on this hill. They've been keeping that pressure on. And, you know, we once again see their Slink. A good play from him to prioritize taking control of the tower side instead of taking control of the hill. But he's just going to stand out in the open and die. You can't afford to die there, Slink. You need to stay alive. But he overchallenges that, gets taken down. And now, instead of controlling the strong position of the map, Zach and Codeine really don't control anything. They all fall down, and I don't know if there's even going to be enough time for them to try and stop this hill from getting captured.
It looks like they're backing out of the hill regardless to deny it, and it looks like they're just waiting for Ashen Reese to pick up his 30th kill before they lock this one in 3-1, so we'll see if he's able to find that. And it looks like it is going to happen. EU Assault goes down a 30 bomb from Ashen Reese. You know, I really didn't think it was going to happen. 31 double kill reversal from Ashen Reese, and the hill's probably going to follow in a quick second. Happy 9000 steps into it, and it looks like this might be it. I thought they were going to play time to allow Ashen Reese to drop a 20 bomb, but they played enough time to let him drop a 30 bomb, and that's going to really burn if you're on the side of Zach and Codeine. But EU Assault does pick up a double. We'll see if he's able to continue. No, it's not going to happen. EU Assault down to 1. Nobody in the hill. 40 seconds left for one player to just barely touch with his feet, and it looks like it's going to be outcasted. The 2v1 on a Spedder, and there it is. Game number 4 into Feliz Gato Banda. We will not be seeing a game 5. See you later.
Complete domination, I think, on that map from Felix Gato Banda. The only hill that the players on Zach and Codeine managed to capture being that bottom mud one, and you know, even then it was a bit scrappy. Felix Gato Banda just looked to be in the driving seat of that game the whole time, as you said. 31 and 15 from Ashen Reese, double positive, and he found time for 13 assists as well. That guy was running live fire.
I think almost 82 kills for Feliz Gato Banda, if my math isn't failing me right now, which is an incredible amount of points to be putting up in a ranked King of the Hill. But regardless, they were just throwing down numbers, putting down enemy players, and putting kills onto the board the entire time. 4-1. They take the series 3-1. We're going to see Feliz Gato Banda in the grand finals. Zach and Codeine, we'll see you down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's almost after that map, and to maybe slightly lesser extent the previous one, it's hard to believe that Zach and Codeine won the first map, because Felix Gato Banda just looked unstoppable on that one, at least from my perspective. It just felt like they were in the driving seat the entire time. They were just imposing their will on the map. Even on that last hill, the little bit of scrappiness mostly felt like it was Felix Gato Banda taking their foot off the gas a little bit, rather than Zach and Codeine really posing a threat to them.
Double kill.
It looked like a slow bit of a pace for the side of Zach and Codeine throughout this series. Still be able to pick up one, but not quite able to pick up the rest. In a great series from Feliz Gato Banda. As we continue out throughout the rest of this series, we're going to be dropping down into the lower finals to see who comes back up against Feliz Gato Banda, and I'm not sure who it's going to be up against. Looks like it's going to be Zims coming back in against, I believe that should be Zach and Codeine there, but regardless, we'll see what happens as this lower bracket continues out. It's been a fantastic series of Halo and a fantastic series of matches from all players, but right now it looks like it's just Ashen Reese and everyone else on Feliz Gato Banda with the pressure, with the accelerator just pinned to the floor, and they're trying to finish this one out and get some good old clout and some points into the next land that we push out in the Summer Split #1 playoffs.
Yeah, thank you for joining us for that winners finals. We will be back with the lower final in just a few minutes, but until then, we'll see you later.
Listen to me speak, but just do what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, ending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, ending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, ending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, ending us before we try? Caught up it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid, but that does not excuse the way we've paved a void and made ourselves confused. Why do we lose our minds? Ending us before we try. Why do we lose our minds? Ending us before we try. Ending us before we try. Caught up and trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds? Ending us before we try. Fed up and trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds?
Double kill.
Before we try.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy team scored. Overkill.
Been feeling like somebody else. Chasing
Double
shadows,
kill.
not really feeling myself.
Triple kill.
Lying to myself too. But figured it out right when I saw you. You show me places I can get away from chaos and pain. Yeah, you're my medication. I don't need a talk, don't need a vacation. Anywhere with you.
No scope. Double kill. No scope. Double kill.
Without a coach.
Double kill.
My head, hope this ain't too much. You showed
Double
me
kill.
to my cold face like my debut. Me and you walk into a different groove. You show me places I can get away from chaos and pain. Yeah, you're my medication. I don't need a talk, don't need a vacation.
Double.
Anywhere with you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Reversal. Team took the hill. Enemy team double kill. Double kill.
Out
Reversal.
on my own and it's all been the same. It's been hard as of late, feeling so out of place. How do I know if
Double
I got
kill.
what it takes? Is it all just a chase?
Double kill.
How
Killing
long do I
spree.
wait? Ooh, I wanna know what
Double
it feels
kill.
like to find the missing piece. Only had to realize
Double
it
kill.
was always me. Would you even care if you knew that you had it all?
Double kill.
Would you even dare if you knew you could never fall? When you're standing on the other side, breaking through the sky, would you even care if you knew you could never fall? No, you'll never fall. You can never fall. No, you'll never fall. You can never fall. No, you'll never fall. Out on my own, all these scars that I hide. If I go back in time, would I still hit rewind? No, I wouldn't change if it led me to this. All the shit that I miss, I'd do it all again, all again. Now I know what it feels like to find the missing piece. Took this pain to realize it was always me. Would you even care if you knew that you had it all? Would you even dare if you knew you could never fall? When you're standing on the other side, breaking through the sky, would you even care if you knew you could never fall? No, you'll never fall. You can never fall. No, you'll never fall. You can never fall. No, you'll never fall.
The number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you.
It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you.
It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't.
And welcome back, everybody, to our Summer Split 1 playoffs. And I'm here with Monkey Man. Welcome in, Monkey Man. It's nice to have you on the cast.
Hey, it's good to be here. Good to be back with the EHL fam. And you waved the wrong way. Come on, you gotta,
I'm not used to the mirror effect. This is the first time I have my cam on.
Hey, but it's awesome to be here. Glad to see some playoffs. Glad to see that everyone survived the heat. I guess as now we get some rain, everything's cooling off. But these guys are looking pretty good. And so that winners final was actually pretty banging. I think we're going to the losers final, right? I think that's what we got with these guys.
Yeah, this is going to be our losers final bracket. It's going to be between Zach and Codeine and Zims, two fantastic teams composed of 8 very great players. On Zach and Codeine, we have level 50, Spetter, EU Assault, and Buffed versus Zims coming out of a 3-1 win against Bomb Esports. The Y-Man TB, otherwise referred to as Yatheo, Dreams AJC, Brian Noob, and Xavier.
Well, we're going to see who's going to be able to bang this one out. Maybe get themselves a rematch, because someone's got to have themselves a rematch. Walking back into Happy Cat Band, the Feliz Gato Banda. They got their first punch into the grand final. They've already taken down Sims. They've taken down Zach and Codeine. Bomb Esports, they're not with us anymore, as they made an exit 3-1 style in round 1 of that lower bracket. So Zims is trying to be able to, come back up. See, or rather, can they be able to do it against Zach and Codeine? Zach and Codeine hasn't seen them today. So this is kind of a crisscross applesauce to see who's going to be able to take that momentum. We'll see if it comes out the right way for one of these squads. But, I mean, from what you saw from Zach and Codeine, do they have the momentum to be able to bounce back?
It's going to be a very interesting case. Zach and Codeine looking for the comeback into the grand finals versus Zims, who are trying to fight their way back into the grand finals. It's going to be interesting. Both these teams coming hot off the press, hot off the back of a 3-1 split between both of them. I believe it was Zims versus Bomb Esports. I think it was 3-1, and Zach and Codeine lost 3-1 out to Feliz Gato Bando. But starting out, we're going to be seeing a Strongholds recharge. So we're going to see a little bit of camouflage play and a little bit of that shock rifle being put to work for our Strongholds matchup, starting in match number 1. And this is going to be a very contentious match, because I don't believe these two teams have seen each other yet.
No, they've not. No, this is going to be that first little handshake. And when you go into a Strongholds, that's an immediate measure of how these teams are ready to go. The good news is neither team was left to sit for too long. So they're actually in a really good position to still have good overall map setup. So that's going to be fun to see how they initially rotate and want to go between our applesauce, or rather our alphabet soup for A, B, and C. Solly Slayer right after that to continue the shock rifle and invis camo situationships. And then we have Oddball Streets, which I think will be a welcome pause. I say that because they can be quick rounds. We have a micro BO3 in the midst of our best of 5. So whomever is behind, if it ends up being a 2-0 position, probably gonna be looking at that Streets as like, oh, okay guys, we get like maybe one last shot.
Exactly, and if we do see this game go to a game 4 or 5, we will see that S7 make a comeback along with Rockets in the CTF Origin for game number 4, which is going to be very critical on how these teams maneuver, communicate, and play together to pick up those flags on our CTF Origin. And finally, if we do see it, which I always hope to see more matches being played, we'll see a Slayer live fire where that Camouflage and S7 make another comeback in our best of 5 series here. So it's going to be Stronghold, Slayer, Oddball, CTF back into a Slayer across this pool of 5 maps, and I think regardless of what map they're on, it's going to be very contentious, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I mean, and you know what? I'm hoping that we get to a CTF Origin simply because I just woke up, so more Halo for me. So sorry if you've been suffering on the other end of that, but I want to see this one go to that, at least that game number 4. I feel like we'll have a nice pivot point off of that Oddball Streets. Don't know if this one will go the absolute distance, but it's, something about these squads continues to be just the way that they scrap. I love kind of the 50-50s, that especially we get out of Assault and Slink. I feel like that really kind of sings for what this squad can accomplish. Obviously, they fell short in against Feliz Gato Banda. Where did that kind of fall short for them? They had a really good game number 1. Didn't seem like they found kind of, I guess, that success in the sauce for those next 3 games. What kind of drove them out? What are you kind of looking for going into this series?
The next 3 games for Zach and Codeine were just a series of unfortunate plays and unfortunate slays by the side of Feliz Gato Banda. They were just able to find some momentum, find some time, especially Ashton Reese on the side of Feliz Gato Banda was putting up significant amounts of slays onto Zach and Codeine, and they just couldn't find a way to shut that player down. There was some great plays from both sides, but Fliz got to Bondo were just able to take the header onto Zach and Cody and put them back down to the lower bracket. But this is still an opportunity for Zach and Cody to once again wake up just a little bit, just like you did, and find some momentum, find some slays, find some team composition here, because that's also what they might have been lacking just a slight bit in that last series they played against Fliz as we move into this match against Zims and Zach and Cody. But it looks like we're still waiting for one more player to join up in the lobby before we get jumping into this one. But regardless, I think it's going to be a great best of 5 between these two teams.
Hopefully they wake up without, well, maybe with less Bengay and having to put the minty sauce on the old muscles. Maybe that'll help them out. Actually, you know what? I've seen gamers put the warm pads on their palms. They're probably fine. They're looking for it. And it looks like we finally get a full lobby. So everyone's joining in. This first Strongholds. This one will be a nice measurement of which team is ready to play, because team-wise, you have to really structure to receive a lot of immediate pressure, going 2-2 splits, trying to fight for the immediate camo, and then basically setting up for what is that kind of the A-B stretch, who will be able to get batteries first, or who's just going to run it down off of that Whirlpool and Hydro side. A lot of this map leans heavily outwards, especially to this kind of triangular side of what Recharge looks like top-down, and when we go to it, you're gonna hear us basically say the first 3 letters of the alphabet over and over again. I hope you're ready for education. It's really bad in the States. That's why we bring it to the EU, where it's a little bit better. Let's go to Strongholds. Let's get some camo. Let's get some shock rifle. Are you a shock rusher, or do you like to get yourself invisible? What you like?
Well, usually I find myself getting a whole bunch of nades thrown at me in the bottom side of the tower, because it's always getting mixy down there. But regardless, we'll see what these two teams are able to put together. Is it going to be camo and shock going in the favor of Zach and Cody, or will Zims be able to lock it out and keep a lot more momentum and a lot more of those power weapons and equipment into their hands as we get started with 250 points to win in this recharge? A, B, and C Strongholds. This is going to be an interesting matchup, and I think we should be getting started in the next couple of seconds. And I just want to see, Zims here a little bit off the opening. It's not required, obviously, but they've had a bit of a rough series so far, but this is their opportunity to come back into it, and it looks like level 50 versus Savi is going to open up, but I think Camouflage immediately goes into the hands of Spetter.
Spetter better. They're able to get it right off rip. Everyone tackling it from the side of Zach and Cody, and you see that immediate tower side off of Control Room, and they know that someone's underneath them. They don't want to allow some easy entry, but they're being caught from behind. A 2v1, that means half strength here for Zims as they lose established control. Maybe looking to kind of perch up top to shock rifle. They want to deny that since there's this early camo by Spetter. And you do see 3 down for Zach and Cody as they do take over.
Unfortunately, that Camouflage player was relegated back into the backside of A, so he wasn't able to contribute to a fight in any meaningful fashion. Brian will get caught out, but another player is following right up behind it, and it's going to be Savvy who's going to be able to take down that player. But the Camouflage player not being involved in that fight means not much of a lead, and a lot of slays going down for Zims. They're not going to be able to really get a foot on the map quite yet.
C on the flip, B on the same, and it looks like we might be getting ourselves into a trip cap just early on, and it will be established, but they now know because of that where everyone is sequestered on the side of Zims. Gonna try and at least get some early entry. No, not gonna happen, and good defense to not allow Slink, that's aka level 50 XD, trying to laugh at them as they come through. Shock rifle will not land on the mark. It does the second time. They can't get the melee thereafter, and they are pushed back, but still points continue for Zach and Cody.
It was a good slow play by Zims to try to stay alive, but a double kill for level 50 XD is going to put a damper on the spirits of Zims as they start flipping A back around into their favor. Regardless, though, they played it slow, but sometimes you need to find a way to play it out fast, identify where the single push is coming from, and that was, I believe, was Brian who, no, it was EU Assault on the high side of the A overhang, but they weren't able to push it out. All the rest 3 players came through the turbine, but if you're able to kill that one player who you've identified, turn a 3v4 into a 1v4, it can be really beneficial, but they weren't quite able to find that player, find that information, and right now they're only finding the respawn screen, but finally they're finding some slays.
Zims trying to find a foothold at all. They've done so by now sitting onto this midpoint of batteries, missing out on the old noob combo. Still, they're able to at least stop the trip cap, but that means that their spawns are going to be right smack dab in the middle of the map, so they try to escape that by going out to long haul, looking to chase at least one last man, and then the rest of that damage is cleaned up, so they will maintain C, but this is a tough spot. You come through blue pipes, and you're basically in the funnel of death. This time around, the camo is trading hands. Spetter had the first, Xavier, they'll have the second one, and they finally start cutting into this early push by Zach and Cody. Oh, but that will be only 1 kill gained as they are caught from behind.
Still a great opening by Zims to pick up that camouflage. It wasn't able to be put too much to work, but locking everyone on Zach and Cody into the backside of C is going to guarantee some points and guarantee some map control for the side of Zims, and we might be able to see them take the lead off of this if they're able to identify and find these single players that are hiding out over on the long haul side. But if there's 2 on the long haul and you can't find the rest, then the 2 are definitely going to be over in the A side, and that's exactly where they are. As this match continues out, 2 locks in A and C for Zach and Cody, and EHL in the 1v1. EHL takes the win. Good shots from him, and welcome back into this matchup as it continues. Almost lead for Zims, but not quite, as Zach and Cody lock in a couple, but it looks like A might be switched right back around. Oh, but the chain reaction.
That is so smart. I love being able to use that central plate of those separate sites. Might be able to do it again. They get an extra, not quite the double kill, but good overall map pressure being established by Xavier, because they just know that they come to that center plate. They're going to take away that spacing. And now, looking to get this trip cap online, Zims has slowly been gaining ground. They do lose B, or they at least are potentially going to lose B, as they take out the shock rifle from there. But the amount of overall map pressure that they've been able to establish is fantastic. Now they're trying to be able to flip A. They take it back. 20-point lead still continues. Brian Noob fighting a war on several fronts, basically fist fighting ghosts, as no one's going to come up to them. And they know they're over towards elevator side. Zach and Cody will hold their ground, and they in fact get shocked and then bopped outside from Buff. And that's only 1 man left, and that's E-Man.
Once again, a very important part about Halo, especially at this high level of play, is what do you do with the information, and how do you think about the information that you're gaining? You know for a fact 2 people are fighting over on the high gold side, but that leaves 2 players unaccounted for, and they weren't quite aware of where these players were going to push from, and they pushed through the bottom tower. We're able to gain some slays, gain some time, and gain a little bit of momentum. A remote detonation from Spetter is always fantastic to see. Multiple players going down, but that is kind of why Zims are down half points right now against Zach and Cody.
Trying to reestablish from the middle of the map. Spetter has a good sight line, as Xavier just wants to be able to run forward, but again, every time they do, they're already being ticked down, so you really can't have a long-standing fight. They do so from the top rope against Assault. Only man left on the map. They're gonna get a double kill. Looking for the triple if they've been able to just get 1 pixel to the left. An easy 3-star Dragon Ball would have popped up, but instead, they can't be the hero for this time. They do at least get a couple of respawns, and now they're being chased down. This is going to be the second camo to the side of Zach and Cody, and this one in the hands of Buff. This is right now a very well traversed camo. It continues to go between all these separate players. You do have a trip cat that is finally nullified to just single point gains, but Zims is at half strength. Same thing for Zach and Cody, so 2v2 for now.
Mid 30 kills right now for Zims. Zach and Godin around 40 though, and the score is showing that, but it looks like it's flipping around just a little bit. Some great plays and some great rotations from the side of Zims is guaranteeing a little bit more time, but Brian is not aware of these players coming from the backhand side, but it is going to be a couple more points back in the hands of Zach and Cody. And once again, there's just that information gathering that you need to try to exercise. Where are these players at? How many are pushing from what direction? And what is unaccounted for? And unfortunately, they weren't able to identify that turbine player, and Zims suffered because of it.
This is the second time that we've actually seen Zims kind of go all in on a funnel play, coming out from red pipes and heading directly to that elevator. I understand that that's basically where they've had to sit for a long while, but that is the second time that they have just been unable to recognize when Zach and Cody is coming in from their flank. Tough scenes, however, it's looking pretty good. They have the chance to maybe get into a trip cap. They've got A and B very well established. Zach and Cody have been moving to push from that outside angle, direct center of the map. Buffed has no idea where they're being shot from, and eventually get caught down, as Eamon will be able to get rid of them. And just about 20 points now less from, oh, you're missing the RKO. Oh, they'll go 50-50 with it, and they'll still take them down. They're about 10 points away.
Sometimes the top row, it isn't always the answer, but the slay does come through for the side of Zims onto that player, and they finally have a good setup here. They have players over on the top high side of A, over in the gold pipes, and they've locked down, and I think they've gathered all the information. They know where the majority of Zach and Cody is, but one is once again sneaking through the bottom side of Turbine. I don't know if they've identified that player quite yet, but there it is, Buffed, pushing in through the B side. He will get cleaned up, so it's a little bit of good information, and the bait and switch should come through. No, it's just going to be the straight slays. EHL's going to go down, 3 down now for Zach and Cody, but 3 down also for Zims, and it's going to be up to Brian Noob to guarantee the slays for his team, but no, 50 takes it.
Brian Noob was trying to play with that long version of that upper shelf of POV, seeing if they could be able to head peek, but level 50 was just not going to let them have that easily. So suffering now on their own 20-point differential. Another camo, this one to level 50, as they'll be let to roam. Everyone else is spawning back up, and he's hoping that his team will come to this other side of elevator, but B and C are already picked up, so that means we have a 30-point climb, and it continues to do that on the favor of Zims. They take out Assaults, they at least get some cleanup. You need to make sure that A stays there. They got someone directly on platform, and that means the trip cap is now unlocked and online, and they win that fight. An overkill for level 50, and now they continue to score. They're about to crest over 200.
I think that overkill was actually on Wyman, but regardless, it's a great play. Stays alive, takes out the camouflage player, but level 50 had a great play right there. He stayed quiet, didn't start shooting his gun. It was some great fire discipline from level 50. He was able to sneak in, take one player down in the turbine, start pressuring A side, but the ice from Wyman TB was just too great, too good, and the overkill goes into his hands. And right now, the lead is as well. All of a sudden, what was almost a 100-point differential for Zach and Coding has flipped the script, and we're looking to see a 100-point lead right now for Zims.
I mean, 4 down temporarily for Zach and Coding, and they only have half their bodies now getting back onto the map. You've got one last team fight, if you can even call it that, before this one is all said and done. What a comeback it's been. Knock on wood for Zims, now that I've said that, as they start to fight for B. You have a good sight line coming out from Elevator. Everyone down for Zims. This is the moment. Zach and Cody need to reestablish control. They're going to be onto that C-plat, going to go back towards Elevator, and you can see from this angle that everyone is coming in from that long haul side. Shock rifle in the hands of Spetter. He's got someone coming up from top glass. They're going to spin to win. They know they need to establish control across into that control room. They're waiting for him to come, but the comms come up much stronger for Zims. They cut down one. They're trying to get A. You've got 14 points before they're going to call this game.
A great staggered push by the side of Zims, guaranteed not only A, but also B, moving into their favor as he's being flipped back around. But Dreams is already pressuring the spawner. He's going to be able to flip C back around. This is a very rough fight for Zach and Cody, and I think that's going to be the dagger in the back. That's what you want to do, is stagger the spawns, take people out of their sights, and flip it around and take the win for Zims.
Zims zooming back. They were down, I think, at one point it was 120 to 60, somewhere in that range. So, man, just keeping their cool, keeping their calm, and I mean, Strongholds is a snowball-y situation, especially when it comes to Recharge, a European classic of that map. They end up taking it, so now you gotta wonder, alright, with the stagger back by Zach and Codeine, they just couldn't get that map under control. And lessons were learned by Zims. They knew that they were being exposed when they would pass through Whirlpool, and then as soon as they cleaned that up, did not allow Zach and Codeine to really get back to the map. They just took over for the rest of it.
It was a pretty handed comeback from Zim, zooming back into the lead, taking map number 1 away from Zach and Codine, and not really what you would expect if you were to look at it just based on bracket, because Zach and Codine were in the winners finals, but now they're down 1 in the losers finals to Zims, and I think this is a great example of maybe not every single time you see something happen is it going to go through, but some great shock rifle plays by Savi to hit the chain reaction to take down that player off of A. No one was able to sneak through, but still, Zims had a very great start and a very great map number 1.
Get to see no specific control when it came to utility as well. That camo definitely traveled. We got to, I think the majority actually sat with Zach and Codine. Late term for Zims though, they were just able to know what the game plan was. Zach and Codine always rotated the same way. They often got caught to a C-plat pull, trying to come in from that whirlpool, and then just, they were a rat in a cage over onto elevator. So, see if they can just be a little bit more instinctual. Go to Solly Slayer, see how this one spins out. They have another camo, another shock rifle, and another, 8-man kill fest that's going to happen between all of these Spartans. There was also some fantastic slay. I think at one point you said it was like 30 to 40 in terms of slay totals, and Zims absolutely flipped that stat on its head.
They really did indeed, and let's see what they're able to flip over here as we start out on the side of Brian Noob on Zim's side. Camouflage and Shock up off the start, but it looks like Zach and Codine are going to start flying for that one, and it's going to be an opening start for Zach and Codine here on our game number 2.
Brian Noob, the only man alive after everyone goes down, so they opt for the shock rifle and priority targets. Ooh, Assault will end up dropping out, but that is just one shot down, which means now the Ghost Man on third, Spetter, looking to continue to maybe an early killing spree off first life, not just with this camo, but with the shock. So they're trying to at least run for cover. Can't go to window. They're going to escape into over yard. Got one man going down, and so far it's a 7-1 slaughter.
Zach and Cody looking for a little bit of revenge off of that first map, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. A 6-kill lead right now, and giving up this shock rifle and this camouflage at the same time just shows you how punishing it could be as Spetter locks in the killing spree, double kill, looking for a third one. On Dreams on the low side, might be able to get it. Oh my goodness, Dreams had some great movement, but no, just the camo and shot control along with the map rotations pressuring those spawners is severely benefiting Zach and Cody, and as we can see here, 11-3 so far.
I mean, this is pretty typical when it comes to Solly Slayer. A very snowballing, now with a triple kill by Y-Man off of the corner. I think that was with everyone entering on Zach and Codeine, trying to move directly up into yard. Well, that is not what you want to have to do. They're not going to get the overkill, but they're going to continue to play with this spawn pressure. They go towards lift, they take out another, and maybe a killing spree of his own is boiling in the works. I say that. They do catch up. That was massive. A full squad wipe against Zach and Codeine, and Zims erases an early deficit.
It was a really crazy deficit at the beginning, but some good orientation, some good pressure, some good plays, and some great nades from Y-Man. Guaranteed a lot of kills for his team and a slowdown push for Zach and Cody. And but the side swipes from Buffed and Spetter are going to come in, and they're going to bring this one just a little bit closer. This 1v1 is going to determine if you tie it up, but no, Spetter takes the lead, 16-15. What a heck of a match we have here to start out game number 2. It looked like it was going to roll away, but right now it's just rolling back into a very contentious game.
Early 15 kills is either going to show us a big sprint or maybe a lurch, but when we hit about, what, the mid-20s to early 30s, that's where really everything starts to get defined and designed. You have a lot of pillar play out here in mid-assault. We'll finally get rid of the donut and trade it in for a breadstick, but Spetter has really been carrying the majority of the slays onto this squad. Assault finally feels warmed up. They're playing for this camo. Nice double kill, as they know that everyone is streaming inward. They're going to have level 50 pick that one up, so he becomes the invisible man, trying to be able to at least move their way forward. They know the value is to stay alive. Good information. Topside tower. Only a 1-kill differential, and they're playing for maybe the next 10 seconds to be able to get the shock rifle, but instead they will opt to go down.
That's always a great play by Zims, and a great example of high-level play here on Halo Infinite is when you know the enemy team has that camouflage, you play around, play with your team, do your best to stay alive, and the fact that they were able to knock out that player as he was approaching through the snipe side ramp meant that Zims is going to significantly reduce the amount of effect that camouflage player has, and I believe that's how they've kept it tied up 25-25 as we continue out throughout this match.
High priority target when you have that when you have the old camo man trying to be able to get the shock and just get the wombo combo. But now they can play from this blue side, buffed and level 50, basically kind of doing a 2v2. Either you walk up this long haul or you end up going directly over into the dip, and that's what's happening from the upper window right now. Brian Nuke and not be able to find that one, so half strength for Zims. Still just 1 kill off, and you're going to see this kind of quiet moment. They're going to try and establish a little bit of extra information. They play from this top side of rafters, and then everyone is going to just collide. It's just 2 waves crashing into one another, and a massive splash set to appear.
I think we can take a look at the assists between these two teams so far. Right now we have 11 plus 7, that's 19, 22 or so assists from the side of Zach and Codeine, and around 21 from the side of Zims, which is a great example because it looks like almost a three number assist difference between these two teams, but that's attributed to a 5-kill lead to Zach and Codeine. When it comes to those team fights, you really need to prioritize that, but it's just level 50 flying in, doing some damage, getting some help with the cleanups, and that's going to be even more assists going in. That looks like to be around 32 assists now for Zach and Codeine. Only 4 kills from them have been unattributed through team fights.
So much of what has happened in the last, what, minute or so, you've seen the wave of Zims having to start on this other side of U-turn, come up to yard, get wiped out, go to blue, get wiped out, and this has been on the receiving end. They finally on the giving side. A little bit of Christmas come to the summer. Now as Zach and Codeine have to be staggered because it's been received way too often by Zims and co. So we're going to see in the next 5 seconds if they can get back to this camo, have not been able to benefit from finding that. 40 is on the horizon for Zach and Codeine. Zims wants to join them into that sunset sunrise in the middle of this summer. Level 50 and the rest of the gang are going to be over towards blue, basically stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to be able to fight this one out.
It's still a very, very close match between these two teams. Taking a look once again at some stats, Dreams has 13 kills, but Zach and Codeine, level 50, and Spetter have 12 and 13 to each other's names, and that's why they've had a little bit of an advantage. But Brian Noob's just playing the benches up and down, a little bit of parkour, guaranteed not only the spawns, but some slays for his team, bringing it back into just a 1 kill as Dreams picks up another one unbuffed. It's been very close, but we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence from Zims once again in this matchup, trying to bring it back so they can put 2 on the board instead of that lonely breadstick over there on the top high side and put Zach and Codeine out of this match.
Oh no, the whiff on the melee! They backed up too far! And that's gonna actually give a chance for Zach and Cody, and everyone wiped out by Zims. They had a really good play, they had good information, the retreat was occurring by Zach and Cody, and that's a goal Z and C, but they just couldn't take advantage of the moment. Shock Rifle now goes into level 50. This might be the end song for this part of this map. They're trying to force the issue. They dive over. EU Assault is doing everything they can to take every bit of sightline. They now just level it out. This is the fat lady singing. 3 kills left to go. Oh, the fadeaway with that triple kill killing spree out of level 50. He's trying to be able to get one more. He can't quite get the next melee. They're just 1 kill off from finishing off this game.
It was still a fantastic play from all those players, but that's why the information is always important. Level 50 was trying to pressure down into the spawns of what he was hoping was C, but unfortunately, every single player, because they pushed out of the backside of A and the backside of, I believe that is Subway, they weren't able to find those spawns, and all 4 players of Zims spawned up together instead of a staggered spawn, but it looks like it's still going to work out for Zach and Codeine. But right now, a great castle from the side of Zims, but no, the kill does come through, and Zach and Codeine do take game number 2 to tie us up 1-1.
Hey, I asked earlier for us to get to a CTF on Origin, and we are guaranteed to see that as we tie up this series. Zach and Codeine, it took one wily moment for both these teams to find that little margin of separation. And hey, credit to them. There was a couple of team moments that if it had turned the wrong way, especially off of that camo from top window, that one could have sent Zach and Codeine into the old toilet and on the spin. But Zims couldn't quite finish it off, and then they were just caught in a corner they could not escape. 15 and 11 from out of AJC, but it was really Zach and Codeine. I mean, it felt like they were playing a little bit more cohesively together to be able to finish off that Slayer.
Yeah, and this play by Brian who guaranteed so much for... Oh, I apologize. This isn't the play I was talking about, but the play, I believe it was actually EU Assault over on the high side of that overhang. Guaranteed so much damage, so many kills, and just a great example. But this is what I was talking about. Level 50 was immediately pushing in to the C spawns to try to stagger the spawns and keep them separated, but unfortunately they pushed out of the backside of Yard, and they gave them up the spawns, but still just those shots from level 50 it was. Guaranteed so much for their team, and that just shows you the awareness of these players, level 50 especially, pressuring spawners, trying to keep them staggered. This is a great example of the high-level play that you would expect from these players over here on the EU side.
You're going to see a burned scar into the metal plating of that window where that electroshock went straight through someone's skull. That was wonderful. Dreams, the last thing they saw was basically a lightning bolt, and these kind of connections were happening the entirety of this game. Spetter started off this one with that killing spree, and it was a really good standard. I think it was, what, 10-2, 11-3, all the big numbers were sitting for Zach and Codeine. But gotta give credit to Zims. They didn't let it phase them. They were able to kind of walk right back into these fights just fine. And it was more about Zach and Codeine just having that extra little bit of gut check to really get into this series. Because going down 0-2, that would not be good, Caddick. Not at all. So they're able to level things off before we eventually head over to a Streets Oddball.
100% agreed. It would not have been good, but now this series is still contentious in our losers finals between these two teams. What you need to do, once again, is just prioritize those power-ups, those power weapons. There's no power weapons really, but that red gun, I could say, is an honorary power weapon over on the street side, especially with how accurate these players are. The amount of times I've been perfected by any of these players on these teams has been extremely frustrating to me, but I'm happy to be able to witness it from this side and not from the side of the not from the muzzle side of that red gun.
See, I would give you a little bit of copium if that'd be like, oh man, it's the ping, but you're over there, so I don't know. I'm gonna finger wag at you, but it would probably happen to me too. So for all this intents and purposes, it feels like Zach and Codeine took advantage of the moment that they had started when it came to that Stronghold's recharge. Very quick to be able to establish general map control, very quick volatility in the way that they love to go and basically slay out. Obviously on a Solitude Slayer, plays to their favor. So going over to an Oddball Streets, see if anything really kind of is changed up into that, because you're going to have that micro BO3. Got to be able to at least... It depends on where you want to play this. A lot of teams used to just straight up do tram. They'd be over towards that subway side, and they basically Fortress of Solitude. Seeing a lot of squads that like to kind of rotate out from Pink Street and Cafe and hit them back over towards A. You get the micro metas of where you want to sit. Like for a straight year, I think we were literally just putting ball in like arcade. It was so odd. People trying to do high scores at the same time that they're tossing around a rock. Not quite certain why that went that way. But I think now, especially if played away from just the bulldog being gone, you go to the sidekick and what it is. Everything is kind of stretched around this map, so a little bit more evolution on the big square of New Mombasa.
Agreed. I would like to see some of the sandbox come into this map though. Maybe a needle or maybe a sentinel beam back onto the streets would be a very fun time to have. Throwback to season 1, 2, and I believe 3 for a little bit there on our ranked streets. But we did see the needler come back in Argyle. We have seen a few different weapons, but they've kind of left the sentinel beam and everything else off to the backside. But regardless, it looks like 2 players currently in a break on the lobby. So we're just waiting for them to come back in as we continue this one out. But Oddball Streets though, classic map, classic game mode, maybe just a little bit more spice to the ice, and we'll see what these 2 teams can put together here on our game number 3 as we start running into it.
All right, so so you bring back the sandbox, you got that red gun. Now here's where we ask the question: would you not still in this day and age have a shotty? Would you not bring the bulldog back? Would you simply leave needle? You would like maybe reintroduce the needler in the beam weaponry, or do we bring back some love for shotties ever again? Maybe a rocket? Is streets just too small?
I feel like Streets is very much a close quarters map, so if you have a heat wave or a shotgun or a rocket, it's going to be guaranteed kills, which is the idea behind the power weapons. But if we take a look at the shock, the S7, and the red gun, those are all based on accuracy. When it comes to a rocket and other things, you can kind of just throw it out. If you are going to bring back rockets into Streets, you need to bring back actually the repulsor is still on there, so maybe we could see rockets make a comeback into Streets as these seasons continue, and as we see this team over on Halo Studios start making small adjustments like they did recently, bringing back Argyle and Catalyst into the competitive map pool. I would love to see an update a little bit just to the sandbox of our ranked settings.
I see. I would definitely argue into that as well, because and as you guys have seen, like our little pathway of what we've taken for these guys. Zim's the great start, actually tough start both of our maps. They had to be able to bounce back into that recharge stronghold matchup, and then really just couldn't get over the edge that Zach and Codian had into that Slayer. But I would argue, because I'm an arguer for no reason. That's how I am. I'm old. We bring the OS. We bring the overshield to Streets. If we bring some rockets and we bring an extra life, an extra shield, I'd be here for the fist fight. Just give the rocks, give everything to it. But also maybe that's too powerful. Maybe I'm just too wacky. Maybe I should just go play one of the extra modes instead. So Feliz Gato Banda, they're gonna be somewhat cold now watching over this lower final kind of pan out. But I feel like this does play in favor a little bit more to Zach and Codine, who really had kind of a sluggish ending to map number 1 going into this Oddball Streets. Could be where they ultimately bounce back too, but I want to see a lot more of the same composition and play that they got with both Assault and Level 50. Feel like when those guys showed up, especially Spetter on a nice start and end, that's when this team of Zach and Codine really shined.
We did see this map being played out a couple times already today, and it was a fantastic series, and that red gun was really put to work by multiple members, so I'd love to see them take a resurgence, bring that one back into the play, and start doing a lot of work with that. But Oddball is a little bit slower paced. You usually tend to see players lock up, castle up, and do their best to stay alive. But as these matches continue, we'll find out. I always like to talk about the theoretical of Halo, though, and I haven't really had an opportunity to talk with you about it, but if we were to bring back any weapon into Halo Infinite, what do you think should be brought back, be it Halo 5, Halo 2, Halo 1? You can talk about the flamethrower if you want to, as we're waiting for these players to load into this lobby.
I like that you said, talk about anybody. Hey, flamethrower? Hey, yeah, okay. I'm not going to lie, and some of you are absolutely going to hate me, and you're going to say, get out of the booth, never show your face again. I want incendiary grenades back. Look, maybe it's because I've been playing like too many other games that have a little bit of that kind of zoning situation. I know that you're gonna be like, oh, but we already have dynamos. But look, I like myself some established AoE. So give me those nades back. Ooh, but if I bring a weapon back, like a true weapon, all right. This is gonna open up the gambit. All you guys are just gonna yell at me. All right, I want dual wielding back. Give me my Halo 2. Give me the ability to have my Halo 2 plasma rifle with my SMG and just mowing someone down, no skill. Okay, that's all I want. My director is absolutely just appalled. That's fine. What's your thoughts, Caddy? No dual wielding.
So I think where you would struggle with the dual wielding is how powerful, because if you had the plasma pistol in one hand and the regular pistol in the other, that's just an immediate power weapon right there. You charge up the plasma, let it loose, kill the shields, one shot to the head with the pistol, and if you have somebody running around with that, especially at this level of play where you have people shredding shields so fast, you wouldn't be able to see that player for more than a second before you're hitting the respawn screen.
Look, okay, you didn't say it had to be MLG. All right, you just said what you want back, and I'm like, I want dual wielding. Okay, look, or dual needlers. Give me my regular needler and just give me 2 of them. Pink mist, baby. That's everything I like. I live and dream. There is, look, what was it? Hollywood Halo. They made their little song of the needler song for a reason. Okay, it wasn't Mariah Carey, right? No, that was Christina Aguilera. Yeah, I don't know. You guys look it up. Look, it's a great video. I'll make sure to give it to you. But
that's fair. I'll bring out my background idea that I've had for a long time, and a lot of people have heard me say this before, but I'd say you take the shock rifle and you make it a railgun. You can charge it up. The more bolts you charge, the more damage. So if you charge up 3 full bolts for 9 shots, it's an instant body shot kill, but you still have the 3-shot bolts to the head for the instant kill, so it rewards accuracy. But for those lower skilled players, they can dump a whole mag to guarantee a kill for their team, and that's my opinion. Kind of like combining the shock rifle with the plasma pistol and the railgun. You just charge it up, let out as many bolts as you need to take down the enemy players, and it rewards accuracy, but it still guarantees some kills. And that's my opinion on a weapon that maybe shouldn't be brought back, but should be introduced. Maybe a few adjustments to some of the sandbox a little bit.
do you give that bullet pen like you do with the sniper? Like if you charge it up that much, it could actually collat? Would you do that? Would that be part of it?
Yes, I agree. If it's perfect and you do if you charge up 6 bolts all together and you fire off and you connect with one head and it goes through and connects to the next head, each bolt can go through as long as it's a kill, but the body will absorb the most amount of damage. So if you body shot somebody with 9, it's only going to be 1 kill. The person behind them stays completely fine, no shields damage. But if it's 12, maybe a little bit more damage per that body shot. But off of this topic and back into the gameplay for round number 3, it looks like we're finally starting to load it into the Streets Oddball. I hope you guys enjoyed our little bit of theoreticals of what we'd like to introduce to Halo Infinite over here on the EU side, but right now it looks like we're going to be introduced to a game number 3, Sims and Zach and Cody, and back into it, Streets Oddball.
You heard us, Halo Studios. We're the idea guys. Give us a chance, okay? We'll tell you what's up, but maybe don't let us be the play balancers. That's probably not a good idea. We go to New Mombasa, the mean streets of Oddball. So some good old street ball. Put a hoop somewhere so we'll be able to dunk this skull. We got a camo straight in the middle of it. We've got a red gun off in the corner as you guys try to be able to play some Street Fighter off on the side and maybe get a high score. We'll see how this one all pans out. Someone's got to get themselves a lead. One of these squads is set to do it. Micro BO3. Let's go to round 1.
Yep, as we start out with Brian Noob jumping through the bookstore right now, 1v1 against Buff is going to be pretty interesting. You know, one of my favorite memories of this map is when we were seeing, I believe it was Optic versus, it wasn't Shopify, it might have been FaZe back in Season 4, but I think it was Trippy was just sitting on the little arcade game, and you just heard the 8-bit Halo theme going for a good 3 minutes because it was when they were doing that weird slow castle movements, but it looks like right now Zims is not going to slow down. They're immediately going to pick up the oddball, look to pick up this camouflage as well, but no, it's going to drop down into the bottom mid. Wyman might be able to take down that player, but no, Spetter does get away with that camo. Very solid kind of throw out as well. Early 20 seconds. We've seen teams that don't immediately get first possession be able to really control the rest of these games. As now then they take over the position that was given up by the squad they just took it from. Zims will go down to 2 as everyone tries to come right back up. Nice spin to win. Level 50 looking for the triple kill. As you do at least have one staying alive. I believe that is Dreams on the other side of window. Really can't get back to that ball. So good throw back center, and it will stay exactly where it is for the most part. That one's going to be a pop and stop. That's an elbow to the forehead, and that will cause a cranial crush. It's a great opening from the side of Zims. They're able to find the rotations, find the slays, find the map control just a little bit to guarantee 20 points of ball time. Already technically a 5th of the way to victory in map number 3 so far, but it looks like Zach and Cody are trying to put more points up for them as we see some nades thrown by level 50 to try to deny any sort of movement on these enemy players. He's just doing damage, not really picking up the ball, but at sometimes you just need to slay. You don't need to prioritize that objective, but it might come back to bite you. Sometimes, and a lot of the times, good old oddball just kind of devolves into a bit of Slayer, especially off first minute from some of these rounds. Can't quite get away. Assault really can't do too much with it, and now Y-Man has set up shop
top rails, top levels here inside of Tram. They see a couple of their teammates go down, so they're going to rotate this one away as they notice that all that pressure is going out towards them. But the read is coming in from Zach and Cody. They're going to try and meet them up into this long lane of Arcade. 1v2, the finisher, Spetter and Assault both stay up. Brian Noob trying to at least finish off some of that damage as a nice double kill otherwise, as they get the rest of their squad back involved. And Zims continues to just run up the score. Zach and Cody has just been kind of spitting at them from distance. They cannot get on the board.
It was a good play by Zims. They found the information, told them, hey, there's two guys over here that are both one-shot, rotated around the entire enemy team. They were going for a double-side push on both long sides, but the Zims coordinated, kept one player over on the left-hand side to try to deny the two players coming through, brought them down to the low shields, and then everyone else went through and cleaned up the guys over on the Arcade side, and that guarantees not only ball time, but also control of the map and control of the C side for Zims, which is really benefiting them, and that's why they have 47 more points of objective time than Zach and Cody right now. And oh my goodness, if you stay alive here, Savi, you're going to be amazing. But no, Y-Man comes through for the double kill, camouflage, and guarantees the slays and back into C control for Zims.
I mean, they still were fantastic there because they were able to occupy half of the team of Zach and Cody without even the ball being under threat. And now again, it goes over to the camo man. Y-Man has so much extra time to be able to get some information. Uh-oh, trying to be able to get the quick combo, but they can't be able to rope-a-dope him. And finally goes in the hands, but temporarily looking for a double kill. Brian Noob cleans up the rest of it. And they're looking for now a triple kill. They're gonna find it. The OB in reach, and they grab the 4-star Dragon Ball, exterminating the rest of Zach and Cody.
And that's the development you need. You're already over 60 points up right now. If they get a couple more seconds right now for Zims with the overkill, that's going to be a really hard hit to the mental potentially if Zach and Godin let them affect them in that fashion. Spetter does pick up one on Y-Man over on the far side, but that means the information is going to come through. Spetter's going to find out that somebody's waiting for him in the girders, and it's going to be Savi taking down Spetter, but multiple players going down. Oh my goodness, the pistol killing spree for Brian Noob guarantees a lot of good momentum and a lot of good stop to the push of Zach and Cody.
I mean, there's still plenty of time on this clock, but with the way that Zach and Cody have been unable to reach and get this rock, it has just been little brother being beat up by big brother, and this is set to be a toss-out, ready for the call from his squad when he needs to commit to it. But they're controlling this long lane out of Cafe. No one's been able to get through Pink Street for free. In fact, they just go down, and this is where the round will end. Domination. I don't think they let him get to that two digits. But round number one, handedly going over to Zims, and this overkill really put the nail in the coffin for that round.
That was a fantastic overkill from Brian, who thankful that there's just his team out to help him out. As the information comes through as we load it into round number 2, are we going to see the exact same thing from Zims? But it looks like 3 down, Savvy left alive. It looks like we're not going to see the same exact clean opening from Zims, but with a double kill, it's still going to be a reward for Savvy as he puts himself up to 12, 7, and 8. But the nades do find him. He might be able to stay alive here against Spetter. We'll find out as these matches continue on. This has been a rough one, though, for Zach and Cody.
It really has, and I will not be surprised if this first minute really continues to just be a lot of Slayer. Camo finally comes up after a 30-second pause. Looks like it's going to get burned out by Xavier, so they end up being able to back on up, and this is exactly where this rotation has been. It's not been here all the time, but we have gone over towards this pink side and then just rotating away. Oh, playing super cool, calm, and collected. They're probably going to go down, and they eventually do, but they at least get some information that they're coming forward. Going to be a 2-man slide. Both are very hurt. They're able to at least get the last man with the last bullet. 3 down for Zims. And still, what was it, 20-0 in round number 1? 18-0 is a good mock-up for Zims.
It's a great start from Zims for sure, looking to just do the exact same thing they just did, and with 2 kills going into the favor of Zims again. EHL does get the backsmack onto Dreams, but he's already fighting the ball player. Oh my goodness, EHL with the crazy movement is going to do his best to play his life here, as Brian Noob's just waiting for his shits to come back up, and they do, but the players forcing down below might be able to turn around and slay, but no, EHL gets away, and Dreams is last alive, so he's going to do his best to play that ball out.
Very smart. Able to get rid of it off that life, knowing that the rest of his squad is going to be coming up, so they'll just stagger away from it. But finally, Zach and Cody, I mean, they've made a lot of value come through on the slang side. That red gun eventually finds its mark in triplicate as it continued to throw lasers across the old pitch. But Zach and Cody still trying to get much better into their possession. This time around, they not just find double digits, but they double that up as they're trying to get all tied up with Zims. Couple of kills. It means Brian Noob and Xavier are the only ones left. EHL Salt, who has been really on a burner to get back into this game. Lots of good value here in round number 2, and everything goes a lot more quiet.
It has quieted down a fair bit between these two teams right now. We're looking at, I believe it's 42 kills right now for Zims versus 26 plus 8. That's going to be 40, around the 4. So maybe it's 50 kills to Zims and around 40 for Zach and Codeine. But right now, Zach and Codeine are finding that ball. They're playing a lot more together as a team. We've seen the assists jump up quite a bit, but still, that's around 30 assists right now for Zims. That just tells you how much they're prioritizing the team fights. And off the back of that, it allows them to pick up some more ball time.
Trying to see what they can continue to do as they sightline some of these spawns. Brian Noob is on a lone man mission right now. Oh, they did not see him. And nice finisher. Dude was skating just across Brian Noob's POV. Should be able to get the second one on the jump down by Spetter. So they do clear out the back end of PD. Good news for Zims. The bad news is that this ball still has to be able to rotate round. And for Zach and Codeine, their limited lead now begins to diminish. It feels like they're chasing ghosts as they just cannot enter easily against this window side, and it feels like Arcade is where they're going to stop.
Savvy had the rotation on the B-side stairs, and that's kind of what gave Zims the opportunity to pull off that break and put them 2 down once again. The rotation coming through, he did go down, but the damage he dealt meant that it was going to be a double kill for, I believe it was Y-Man or Dreams, one of the two. I can't always keep track of every single name on the map, but that's a great example of how you want to push and pull, and when a flank works and when a flank does it. So great job by Zims, and looks like they might be able to maintain this lead off the back of it as that ball is still sitting bottom mid.
Less than 3 minutes to go. No one's been able to clear halfway, and Brian Noob eventually is found out. Those footsteps a bit too heavy, and their hiding place a bit too telegraphed. So finally, Zach and Codeine reestablishing general ball control. The fadeaway jumper, and Spetter is going to play for life. 19 and 15. They're the lone positive player in terms of KD for their squad. Good old back tap. They're giving the comms as someone is over towards planters. That means a double kill's gonna be on the books, finally, as they now begin sprinting past this halfway mark. They basically busted open a good old can of Coke, and the fizz is flowing over, attacking on 2 separate fronts. Zim's trying to push these lanes, and they're not winning either one.
It's been a fantastic example of map control from Zach and Codeine, learning from the mistakes they made in that first round and doing their best to bring this one back into a 1-1, as they only needed about 20 more seconds, 25 more seconds to tie this one up. And level 50 is well aware of when these enemy players are going to start pushing him, and he's going to pick up a 1, might be able to pick up on 2 with the assist. Brian Noob's still playing his life as best he can, playing around on that wall. Oh my goodness, level 50, what a great example of when to use that repulse.
Trying to be able to get the pancake, couldn't quite get enough damage, just a little kind of a flutter step backwards, and so they will retreat into tram. This ball has only been in tram twice. And both of the times were over in round number 1. This is gonna be the first time that they're gonna finally subvert the micro meta of round number 2. So they've run away from where they were standing. Buff is gonna be chilling as they have this one towards top rafter. They get 1 kill. Should be able to run out the rest of this score depending on how everyone pushes up in the stairs. 5 seconds left to go. Level 50 will be playing as the doorman, guarding the rest of it. But we go into round number 3. Wouldn't you believe it? A couple of teams that have been knotted up into this series, and someone's still looking for a match point to go to game 4. We've got one more here for Streets.
Round number 3 just shows you how contentious these teams are against each other, and right now Spetter's dropped 26 kills, so we're seeing the side of Zach and Codeine wake up a fair bit in this match number 3 as the opening break begins. Dreams and Brian Noob in the 1v2, but looks like Buffed, no, he's gonna suffer for it. The good team shots from both of these players, but Brian Noob's still locked down 1 shot in the backside of PD. We'll see if they're able to take care of him, but no, that's when you can't leave one of those players alive. But oh my goodness, what a stick from level 50.
Level 50 saw the designs and the stars, knew that they were just going to be sprinting it down. Alien invaders, no, you're going to catch 1 sticky straight to the kneecap, and they are going to explode straight back into space. So a fantastic stick from the other side of that hall. But it's also been a lot of Slayer to kick things off. Red Gun comes up, Red Gun goes away. Brian Noob will clear the way, and finally points begin for Zims.
What goes up must come down, and right now the only thing going up is Zim's score as Spetter went down off the back of that repulse jump shot. But right now, a pretty decent setup from Zims here. They have an opportunity here. There's a trade out over on the far left side, but nades are coming through. Y-Man might be able to guarantee something for his team, but no, he's only going to guarantee himself back into the respawn screen as Brian is playing out through the bottom mid side. He's going to be able to pick up 1, might be able to pick up another as he's in a 1v multi situation. But it looks like the spawns are favoring Zims here, but they might not be going that way for long.
Very 50-50 between both these teams. Uh-oh, finding themselves in a 1-2 situation. Spetter is just not going to get that, regardless of them now hitting 30 and 19, by the way. They've hit the old 30 club first. Prioritizing trying to get in and out of these, I guess, general positions instead of kind of playing for the fight. I understand that you want to reposition, but the clamber takes a little bit longer. Running out, level 50, wants to get that ball back into the dumpster. Their teammate will clean it. See if they can be able to just rotate back towards steps. The ball is with them, but someone is up above. They have to clear that spawn. Gonna lose that onto that melee. They get away from the spike grenade. So 19 to 17 is as close as we've seen it in the early first minute and a half of any of these rounds. And Zach and Codeine want to fight for the structure of Tram as they continue to ramp up this lead.
Another great example of how information can be a critical play to both these teams. Level 50 knew one more person was still alive. He probably called that out Spetter. Spetter is aware of it. They rotate around, find that straggler over in the backseat side, and take him down off the back of it. But Brian Noob is going to take down Spetter as well. It's back and forth between these two teams, but it just shows you how important information can be and when it's critical and when it may not be as critical. But it looks like Buffed is trying to pick up this camouflage, but right now all he's going to pick up is a bit of a crouch down in the shield and some grenades from Y-Man.
I mean, they got rid of it. That's going to be one less utility for Zims to be able to use against them. Zach and Codeine, though, we're hoping that they could use that in their favor. Nearly doubled up here in round number 3. They're going to wait for 1 second less just to make me mad. Good old looking for this moment. They at least take down one. They get another off of Yard. He's going to come right back over towards the side of pillars. Good cleanup. Xavier is the only one left. He's looking down on it from on high. I don't know if level 50, like, they have an inclination that he's up there, over towards Arcade. He wants to get the rest of his team to kind of rotate inward. And you actually, that's where the majority, 75% of the forces are coming in from that side. Brian Noob, oh, they get caught from the doorway.
And it looks like Wyman has rotated all the way around, though, towards the ball side, but he's going to be in a fight in a 1v2, and this information is available. He's just going to suffer for it once again. Ball still in the hands of Zach and Godin as they're about to push past the 50-point mark. Right now, Zims need to find some slays, find a stagger onto the back of Zach and Codeine. Otherwise, they're just going to suffer through, and Zach and Codeine might take the lead in this series.
This is actually such a strong position to be able to get so many points from for free. You have great sight lines to be able to support the rest of your squad, and look how aggressive Zach and Codeine is actually pushing outwards from this back end of Tram. They're going to throw this ball, play it out, see if they can be able to get some extra lunges forward. They got the BR, have not seen that get a kill as of yet, but invasion from the backside of Tram, and level 50 knew that he was basically DOA. 3 down for Zach and Codeine. Zims needs to take advantage of this moment because they've fallen behind by a nearly 40 points in round number 3, and everything's gone sideways since round number 1 was so dominant for them.
And with the rotation around the backside, EU Assault's going to spawn over on the arcade. He will go down, though, so this is finally the opportunity for Zims to find some ball time, but unfortunately, all that the Brian Noob is going to find is the respawn screen. Once again, he has broken the 30 kill mark, but Spetter is on the bridge right now of a 40 bomb, and it's looking pretty rough for Zims. They're doing a great job of getting some staggers finally, but what they're not doing a great job of is getting map control, and that's why the side of Zach and Codeine are able to push in so aggressively, so fast, and Zims don't really have an answer for it.
Not at all. They continue to try and slay out, and actually, we're looking towards the latter 100 seconds here of round number 3. It's not exactly within perfect territory, but the more that we begin to just slay, the more that it plays into the favor of Zach and Codeine. They go 3 down. Zims knows that they have to get ball control. If they do not start stacking up some extra points, Zach and Codeine can absolutely just pin them to the wall, force this to be respawn city, and for everything to go wrong. This camo, a very pivotal utility right now, especially with Y-Man rotating around and playing Doorman. They're going to get rid of Assault. They know that someone's just off angle. Buffed is not protecting their backside, which means they're going to get taken down. They don't get bopped, but they do get stopped, and suddenly this lead is diminished.
Now they have the information on the rest of these enemy players, but Dreams is pushing into a 1v3, and he's going to go down for it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Information, information, information. You know for a fact Y-Man's already on the far side, which means the enemy players are, if he's not in an engagement, they're all going to be behind you or on your other side, and that's exactly what happened. He's going to get put down, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty clean break by Zach and Codeine off the back of it. You're going to need to slow it down just a little bit, wait for your players to spawn back up, or at least gain some information, because I feel like if Dreams had known that Y-Man wasn't in an engagement and had looked around for a second, he wouldn't have pushed so aggressively onto the B rails, but it looks like it's kind of still working out for Zims regardless.
Less than 75 seconds to go, and with about, what, 32 points left, quick maths, you do have Zach and Codeine now suddenly on their heels. Assault will be able to win that fight. They're not going to be too sure of themselves to move up into this ball, but level 50 and him now have at least this combination to kind of pincer in. They're being stuck from behind. They lose that fight from back in Tram. That means this ball is going to be left out in open waters. A 10-point lead for Zims. A nice cushion. Gonna try and bring it back towards PD. You didn't have a sticky, doesn't matter. They throw bows instead. Gonna bring it back towards that A plat. They need to gain themselves a lead before they play this ball. Gonna play it all the way to backside steps. Look how Zims is already pre-positioning to try and receive it. They may just be able to walk this one the rest of the way out. Level 50 is getting some early damage as everyone tries to go towards mid. They've got that red gun. They're trying to be able to move this one back around, and Zims has one last gasp. That's gonna be a laser to the dome piece as Zach and Coding is playing for the dub.
Very good awareness from Spetter to pick up that ball, rotate it towards his spawners, and keep it away from Zims. Once again, information on where the enemy players are. He knew most of them are still locked into the back C side, so all he did was pick up the ball, rotate it back around to his spawners, pick up the red gun, and start doing max damage, and that's exactly what we're seeing here right now. He will get pushed down by Dreams, but EU Assault is a 2v3 on the map as they're only 15 seconds away from taking round number 3 in this oddball to put themselves 2-1 in this series. Brynim's pushing through. Brynim's going to go down. Ball still very well controlled by Zach and Coding, and it looks like with 15 seconds left, they're just going to go ahead and get those 15 more points to guarantee round number 3, and I don't know if Zims are going to be able to do much about it as the rotation comes through into the PD side.
Shortest effort to make is to simply stay and take, as they're going to sit over towards PD, just don't die, and that's going to be the reverse sweep of the oddball. They lose that round 1 in spectacular fashion, and the next couple of rounds, very measured and controlled. Zach and Coding will be on match point to go into game number 4.
Rounds 2 and 3 in the favor of Zach and Coding. It was a great play from Zims on map number 1. Moving into a CTF Origin for map number 4, though, Zach and Coding are looking to put themselves back up against Feliz Gato Bando in that grand finals, but it's going to be up to Zims to try to take this next matchup. If I recall correctly, these players, yeah, they're going back and forth between each other, but Zims have an opportunity here to try to take a little bit more control, especially with those rockets and that sniper rifle coming up in this next matchup. We'll see what they're able to put together, but it looks like a 50-point bomb from Spetter, indeed. 50, 27, and 8, almost double positive. He found a way to wake up in rounds number 2 and 3.
Look, I know they were given 3 rounds to do it. I understand that, you know, like, oh, 50 kills. Are you getting 50 kills? Because 50 and 27, yes. That is wonderful. Spetter is spitting on bodies as he drops them. Absolutely, as a Plymouth, as a rock to really rest upon if you are Zach and Coding. If they're going to be seeing their Slayer do big things, they want to see it early and often. They were given the red gun. They were given opportunities to really shine. Brian Noob, I mean, got to give it to him. It was a great just exclamation point at the end of the sentence to be able to get this OV to really finish off that round number 1, which was a dominant foray and showcase by Zims.
Agreed. It's always frustrating, though, to get something like an overkill and still lose the match against the enemy team, but right now Zach and Coding just found another level, hit that second gear, and kept the pressure on to Zims the entire time. Came in back, kind of technically, in a way, reversed swept Zims aside as they take the lead in this matchup. We'll see if they're able to continue this momentum, but right now, some stakes and some crazy plays from both teams so far, but we're going to have more opportunities to see what they're able to put together as we load into map number 4. Zach and Coding still with the lead.
The rest of the Zims, they've played a really decent team game overall from this. We've seen some individual moments really kind of pop up, especially from that OV. We've seen it from the red gun play that we get out of Spetter, which is what really chased down the rest of this 50 bomb. But when you go to CTF Origin, this one is made of moments that your team has to be able to have a game plan. 12 straight minutes might be the way that we end up going, because sometimes it's tough to get off the table. You have the sniper rifle, you've got the rockets, and honestly the first minute kind of establishes the overall tone of this map. Do we fly through Origin to be able to get ourselves into a Slayer, and live fire receiving all the love that it does as the OG of the OGs? Or, I mean, does this finish out? I mean, Zach and Coding had this happen to him. Remember, you were telling me all about how they just a series of unfortunate events and slays that swam against them. If they win this game, they basically did unto Zims what was done unto them. They simply need to enter the grand finals. But Zims needs 2 dubs in a row.
That is exactly the case. It's going to be up to Zims to try to bring themselves back in this one, tie it up off of the CTF Origin. I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams play against each other with this sniper rifle and rockets. Once again, just got to highlight the fact that there's two power weapons on this map, and it's one of the very few maps to have two different power weapons. We've seen double snipes on Argyle, we've seen them on Fortress, we've seen them on Forbidden. Well, not Argyle. Yeah, Argyle, right? Yeah, we've seen them on multiple maps, but this is the one where it has rockets and snipe, and we don't typically see that, so it's going to be up to these two teams to try to coordinate these power weapons, coordinate their pushes, and it looks like we're going to be starting to coordinate with Spedder and his team as they start out. He might be able to take this first fight, but no, it's starting with Wyman with the perfect.
See what the rest of this ends up panning out too. EU Assault's going to leave that sniper for later. They try to give it over to their teammates. So early push, they wanted to use that S7 to clear out the rocks, and the threat now in the hands of Buffed as they get rid of the explosive rocket pods. Ooh, off of the slide. Looking for the free scope. I think they got a body shot onto Brian Noob, but they can't do much with it. That means that that sniper rifle exists over towards Cave. They're going to chase down that corner. Level 50. Ooh, and the rockets just kind of aimlessly roaring across this map. A lot of early just roaring for all of this, but not much push on either side.
Good coordination for both teams, but great coordination of those rockets for Dreams. He's going to pick up 2, looking to pick up 3. He's not aware of the player behind him, so he's going to get picked up by level 50, but still, they were able to react. They knew that player was still on their cave side, but they prioritized that sniper rifle, because if you leave a sniper player live on your cave side, you're going to suffer for it heavily, but they were able to take him out without him being able to do too much damage, just a body shot to Brian Noob, but regardless, Brian Noob stayed alive, and looks like he's going to continue to stay alive as Snipe finally goes in the hands of EU Assault, the double kill, maybe looking for the trip as the flag is finally getting to start moving for Zach and Cody.
It was looking like Zims was getting pinned a bit too far back onto the old table, so with this one it feels like there's not going to be any major recovery. When your sniper man is able to grab the flag and basically be completely untouched, 3 down, you know it's good tidings for your squad. Assault does it himself as the rest of the team pins down Zims. Now that's going to be 2 for Xavier. That's a nice connection from off of Assault. He's still got 1 left in the old chamber, and it's not going to matter as everyone is starting to just come in left, right, and center. They're going to space them out. They know one is around the corner. They have teammates to be able to help them sort that one down. Xavier, last man alive, and then goes down as Wyman comes up. But Zach and Cody, what a great first cap.
Indeed, Buffed had a double kill to take those players out of the backside of their spawns, which is going to guarantee spawns and a little bit of momentum for those players that already pushed up. The worst thing you can have to suffer for in this game is when you know for a fact there's enemy players in your base, and you have to turn all the way around, go back all the way across the map to try to clean them up, but because Buffed spawns up, took care of both of them, it means that EU Assault and Spedder were still able to fly across the map and guarantee some more map control for their team. It looks like Buffed is going to continue trying to maneuver this map just a little bit in the 1v1, but Dreams is going to take it. Multiple players down, and it's a 2v3 on the map. Spedder and EU Assault 3v1 now. EU Assault first spawner, last alive. We'll see what he's able to put together, but it looks like with, oh my goodness, what a shot.
That was a good spin. Oh, but the rockets, okay. They show a little bit of precision, but sometimes the bigger, more explodey weapon just wins the day. So, gonna see if they can get into a 2 for 2, add the 360 just for the clutch. But Zims has gained about midway ground. They've not really been able to see back base too many times under actual direct threat. Taking on top, they get rid of Assault, so Brian Noob trying to hold center mass to be able to allow the rest of his squad to push forward. That's been tough for Zims. Haven't really been able to support one another. They've been fighting from around these angles. They get rid of level 50. Assault's by himself until the rest of his team comes in from that other Mauler corner. So they're playing from out of Pyramid. Spedder's gonna walk on up, trying to be able to get that quick melee, but they did not have the shield, so Brian Noob is still alive.
Indeed, it was a great play by a lot of these players. I want to highlight, we've seen Dreams with 4 rockets, and he's picked up a kill with every single rocket, so it's a great way to ensure that that power weapon is doing the damage that you want. But Brian is going to continue doing damage onto Spedder, and this flag is finally going to start moving for Zims. They have an opportunity here to tie it up 1-1. The shots, though, across the map from level 50 off the spawners is going to be quite punishing to Zims, and it's going to stop that flag dead in its tracks.
Yeah, that's an awkward spot to try and go and pick it up too. It looks like it is beginning to move as it did fall off of that shelf and move from bench to bench. Assault and level 50, they're just trying to defend it, and they do so. That is 3 down. means Brian Noob's the only one left, and he is all the way back there. Dude can't do much with it at all. In fact, they're going to take the flag directly in his face. So what was some of the best movement that we've seen so far for trying to be able to get that cap is just not going to happen for Zims. Now, because they were in their back base, their spawns are happening mid-map. They're able to crush another one down. So Brian Noob is going to leave the party. Everyone else is underneath this top level of this bridge. They have a chance to be able to get this one back to the table, but they are trying to have a flag off as they move that one from the outside skirt of the ditch. So Zach and Codeine, as much as they were able to move this flag, it might be taken in their face too.
It looks like that's exactly the case. Flag is returned. Flag gets put in by Y-Man. Dreams right now 16-4-8. This player is playing really hot right now, and I think that's why Zims have been able to tie it up. You've given him rockets, you've given him opportunities, you've given him the flanks, and he's doing a great job of utilizing everything his team's given him to put the pressure onto the side of Zach and Codeine. Though multiple players going down, Brian is going to be able to pick up one to keep it in a 2v3 instead of a 1v3. But EU Assault's playing down through the mid. He's going to get picked up as well. It's great plays from Brian to stay alive, guarantee some damage, but he's going to go down now.
Can't really do too much from that angle. I mean, you're cross-mapping to begin with. You do at least get rid of one Zach and Codeine player that's on your base. So you're like, all right, cool. Let me get rid of them, but it gives away your position, especially when you're so forward leaned into blue territory. Buffed in a 1v1 underneath their own base as they get on the cross. And really, this is a lot of poking and prodding. They're trying to play from around these major spawns. 20 seconds forthcoming before the S7 is coming up. Zach and Codeine have established general control of that lane as they also threaten to kind of come up from cave and get to this side. But Xavier is just letting them know you're not going to get that easily. One man is dying and spinning. Two go down. That means Dreams is the only one left. They're in the middle of ditch. They should be able to at least get a pull. And I think they're going to prioritize bringing it back out. But, oh, it looks like they're not going to be able to get much of anything as the spawns finally came in.
I think level 50 thought he had a hold of that flag when he switched to the empty rockets, but unfortunately, no, he had got to be on there just a little bit longer. But right now, Spetter is doing his best to stay alive. It's not going to come to fruition, but we do see a full snipe in the hands of EU Assault, and with second most slays on his team, he might be able to put this to work, but it's going to be savvy putting that player down, opening up the opportunity to utilize this sniper rifle for your team, but Dreams can't quite find the connection he's going to find back into his hotel room. Oh my goodness. I didn't expect him to push back out, but level 50, it doesn't really matter. And he's going to take the head for the double kill as well. 50 is doing everything he can for his team, putting up 17, 7, and 11 for his team. What a great series of plays and a great series of just execution by level 50.
You know, look, you guys know level 50 is Slink, but my man's living on the brink. He continues to just lay out damage and not allow anything easily through for free. 18-11, trying to match the output that Dreams is bringing to the map right now. Both are at 1-1. That flag has gone at least out into mid, but solid defense, and then just give them the whip of the stick at point-blank range. That's how you receive a 50 cal bullet to the dome. So now, less than 5 minutes to go. Trying to control this other side of cave. Looks like that flagpole is going to be on the work as they try to be able to find another one. They do bring this one all the way back, and I think that this is going to turn into cap number 2. Zach and Codeine regain this lead.
A small lead and a great push by the side of Zach and Codeine. Makes you hear that sniper rifle played their life, stayed alive. Yaman spawned back up in the back base, and it looked like he was going to be able to take 2 1v1s against 2 one-shots, but unfortunately, it was level 50 who pushed back out, hit the body shot with a snipe, and brought him down to one shot, took him down, and that opened the doors for a really clean push in with this flag, and that's going to be why they're going to be put up 2-1 right now. But Puffed is going to go back on the respawn screen. A flag's going to be on the move once again for Spetter. They're looking to put up 3 on the board and finish this one out here, and now we might see the score go to 3-1, and also this round go to 3-1.
Looking like this is about to be finished off. Both flags are in the middle of the map, over towards that pyramid side. There's some reverse progression happening in favor of Zims. They have to get rid of this. They have to get their flag back to base. And with the clearance of these spawns, might be all tied up here in just a couple of seconds. They've set this one up in a good position. It looks like with that, it's going to happen as they end up going the back end. That ends up just being an immediate cap back. Wait, hold on. Wait.
I don't know what just happened.
Wait, hold on. How did it get to 3? What?
I don't know.
Wait, that was, whoa. Wait, whoa, wait. It was 2-1 in favor of Zach and Codeine just before the cap, right? I'm not tripping?
No, it was 2-1 for the longest time, unless there was a glitch. Yeah, level 50 is also confused. We don't know what happened just now. It should be 2-2 right now. One flag to win it, but something happened with the game, and they just got a double cap. I've never seen that.
That's when, you know what? It was because they shot it from the 3-point line, so you get an extra point. All right. Well, okay. So the easiest fix for this, we just go back in, and you're playing off fresh spawns, which will be really kind of cool because that means you get immediate rockets and snipes. So, all right. That I've never. Yeah, 2-1. Then
Double flag cap.
You got a double flag cap. 600 points for that. What?
I don't know. Maybe it's how quick he put the flag in, and maybe the game detected the flag returning and the flag being placed in, and it counted the home flag and the enemy flag as a flag each. That's my best guess as to what occurred, but I've never seen that before.
That's crazy, y'all. Okay. Yeah, if you guys have ever seen that, please let us know. But that, like, this game is how old? 5-6 years, something like that. And that I've never seen that ever. So I cheat, might be, guys. That was crazy. Okay. Well, we've seen every timeline. All we gotta do is go and do one more cap. So we're tied 2-2. I'm assuming one cap will be cool between these. Unless they just want to move on and say, all right, screw it, no CTF, let's go live fire. But I'm sure they want to just do this quickly. That's so wild.
Game number 5. So this is some weird nerd knowledge. Do you know about the glitch somebody did on Super Mario where a solar flare affected their Nintendo just enough for them to get a 1 in a million glitch out for a speedrun?
Yep.
I wonder if that just happened.
I mean, it's been hot enough. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, that's okay. I guess if you in your ranked games ever want double points and to win, set the flag right where the yours coming back is gonna be, and it just becomes 2 flags. Just boom boom. So yeah,
Maybe I had to do it with the mouse and keyboard.
Ooh. Well, can we confirm? Are they a keyboard player? Did they just like hit the button twice?
Yeah, man is mouse and keyboard.
Ooh. Okay. Flag duping? I've seen too many duplications lately. That is ridiculous. I forgot to turn cheats off. Might be. Okay.
But regardless, it's going to be 1 flag to win. So technically, we just see a game number 4 overtime. Technically, if 1 flag to win, it's going to be up to both these teams to try to lock this one in. Zims versus Zach and Cody, and it's been pretty even so far. I can't remember the exact amount of slays per team, but it was pretty close the entire time. Zach and Cody woke up. The Zims do tie it up, and we're going to see a rocket and a sniper rifle come back off. And honestly, I think it's going to be guaranteed by whoever picks up those power weapons and puts them to use the first time.
Whenever we saw that initially as well, Zims prioritized. They actually kind of had like a 3 or 2-1 split. They leaned heavily to the rockets, and I want to see them maybe go towards that sniper. You obviously get longer staying power because you get more opportunities to actually use it versus just like 2 rockets. But those are kind of guaranteed kills, if you know. And we saw, I think it'd be 100% for Out of Dreams' pocket when they were picking it up. 22 and 15. Not bad. You kind of want Y-Man, Eamon, to be able to have themselves a little bit better presence onto the map if they can. I want to see Dreams and Level 50 being just as visceral and ferocious as they were in that previous game. But, I mean, we'll see if the rest of the squad is going to be soon to follow. So, all right. So we're getting confirmation from our producers. You guys can see it in real time. All right. Everyone's cool with it. First cap wins. So... if no cap in 3 minutes. Reed said full what? What?
I think it's because there's only 3 minutes left on the 3 minutes left in the match. So I think that's what we're gonna go for. They just set the time limit to 3-2-2. We'll see if these guys are able to do it. Looks like it might be a first one. We'll find out as these games continue on. It's gonna be interesting. It's always lovely to see like a 1 in a million, a first time for something to happen. Yeah, Theo just duping the flags for his team. Yeah. I don't know how he did that. Maybe Theo. Never mind. I'm not gonna start a little bit of drama in the chat. I'm gonna leave that one for later in the jokes and the DMs. But we're moving in 2-2. Map number 4. First to cap 1 might win as we continue on. Imagine if there was no witnesses to that, but no, it's on full broadcast. So if we need to send, we need to send that clip over directly to Halo Studios and get the two people working on this game to fix that one up.
You know what? This is all flag DLC. I've been saying it from the beginning. You have to purchase the flag DLC in the shop, and then that means you can get your extra cap for freezies. So, is this one going to be for freezies? We're going to go over to game number 5, or does this end in 4? I don't know. This has been anything but a snore. Everything has been fantastically fast. We're tied up 2-2. We got 3 minutes on the clock. And that's exactly what they're able to limit it down to. Solid work, solid push. Buff goes down first.
Spetter does have those rockets though, so if you see what he's able to put together, doesn't miss one. Dreams was looking for those rockets, but all he's going to find is the respawn screen as he goes down. 3 down now. Zims have map control, but Assault's kind of just waiting down below on the cap right there. Yaiman's going to start pushing towards him. Will he be able to stay alive? We'll find out. The team shots, Saviar is right behind him, but Yaiman does go down. This has been an interesting break. 2 flags. 1 flag has popped out for Zims, but Savi is just pushing around trying to maintain damage for his team.
Savvy is one of those guys that you don't want to let have free reign because he can be just as lethal as pretty much anyone out there and continues to really showcase that. We saw that into the previous Street Ball. We saw it on all the Slayers, so you don't want to let them have easy looks to anywhere. 50-50 out, 3 down for Zims. Zach and Cody trying to at least get to this long lane of this pyramid. They do have the sniper, which has 6 bullets in it, trying to run out the rest of that mag well. That is a very smart play from out of level 50. Misses the next one, trying to just use everything they can. They just get it down to 1 bullet left, and then Assault cleans up the rest.
Hey, 1 bullet left for these teams, and it goes into Assault's hands, but it's not going to matter anyways. 1 goes down. It looks like 2 might go down. It's going to be a trade out. Dreams in a 1v2. He's not aware of level 50, waiting for him to push down through the bottom mid, but Dreams is doing a great job of staying alive, trying to gain some map and some, a little bit of momentum for his team off the back of their spawns. 1:20 left. Level 50 is going to go down, but we're finally seeing some movement into the backside of Zach and Cody. 1 go down. It's a 3v2 for Zims. They might be able to start moving a flag here in a second. I believe that is going to be Brian Noob. No, it's going to be Savvy in the back spawns of Zach and Cody, and we might see a flag get pulled out, and there it is.
Oh, game 5 could be on the horizon, especially as they've been able to stagger this. You have at least 2 players trying to come in from the other side of Pyramid. This flag is pulled. They are going to lose this fight from Top Ditch. Brian Noob go online and live with them, as this one is just basically off the table. Can't do too much with it. This covered down from both corners and straight in the middle of it all. 50 seconds left before we go into sudden death territory and a little bit of overtime. This one has become much scrappier. You've got 2 down, the rest on the back end of this site, trying to be able to get around, and they might be able to run this one out. There's only 1 man left. Buffed is trying to come in from the opposite corner. You have Rockets trying to at least appear. I don't know if they're going to be able to turn this one out from the Mauler corner, and Brian Noob's the only one left.
Every single person from Zims went down off the back of it. Brian couldn't find the damage to guarantee the kills, and it looks like the spawns are just kind of in the favor right now of Zach and Cody. A great example of how to play out, especially when you're on the last minute flag cap. Some last minute ice, but only 13 seconds now and counting down for a flag to start moving. Buffed is going to be down to 2 shot, level 50 down to 2 shot as well. The ice is there. You're going to be able to pick up 2. We might see a last minute flag cap once again. Spetter trying to take down Savi. Savi has the flag out, but Spetter takes him down as well. It's going to be up to Yman to try to move this flag, but instead he's going to prioritize the Rockets, and honestly, I'd rather take that than anything else. You know for a fact your team's going to be on the backside of spawn, so prioritizing the power up as opposed to anything else and going for the full reset is probably the answer.
All right. Well, we played the last 3 minutes, gang. No one was able to get the next pull. And now we go to a full, well, basically a reset. So we got 5 minutes on the clock, and then we figure out if we're doing it all again. No matter what, golden cap just around the corner. Someone needs to find it first. And Zach and Codeine have been on their heels. Zims absolutely needs this game, not just to be able to get this dub, but also to be able to get to a game 5 and maybe even get their way into the grands that way.
These Dreams with these Rockets might be able to pick up on Spetter. Spetter does stay alive, and the flank around. Assault's going to pick up the Rockets as well, and the flag's finally going to start moving, but it's multiple players down into the spawn cycles. Everyone's down 2v2 on the map, and no, Spetter stays alive. Can't really get a double kill now. And the flag's going to get continue to start moving for Zach and Cody. Looks like we might have gone to 3 minutes of a quote-unquote overtime just to go into a 1 minute of actual overtime. But we'll find out if they're able to make this one in. But with Buff picking up 2, that might be it.
It's probably it. They're not going to fumble this one. Everyone's down, and now we're out. And there's not 2 caps at the end of it. It's just the 1 necessary. Zach and Codeine, a little bit of extra cinema theater, but the close of the curtain will reveal them taking a bow. They're going to go back to a rematch with Feliz Gato Banda, but hey, a wild finish all the same, just denying the game 5.
Agreed, it was a wild series and a wild great plays from Zach and Cody, and the double kill from Buff and a double kill falling out with level 50 put Zims 4 down to guarantee the final flag cap. And the scores, the kills aren't really what they should be, but regardless, it was a fantastic match from all these players. We do see a significant amount. That was a very close match. I don't think the slays really went towards anybody specifically. You can total them all up. That's going to be 10. 30 kills for Spetter, USL Buffed, and level 50 versus 6 plus 12. That's 27. So it looks like 27 kills for Zims, 30 for Zach and Cody, which probably explains the 3 caps for Zach and Cody to finish out this series 3-1.
Oh, you know, sometimes summer gives us the sweats, and sometimes it gives us the crazier version of a game. Be it, you know, seeing a 1-2 become a 3-2. Everyone, I guess, go and try and replicate the 2-point play. If you can make it consistently, that's actually good news for devs to try and fix a thing. But insane scenes overall. Zach and Cody, they'll go 3-1, and Zims couldn't quite finish the foray into further cinema, as they'll then get themselves into the grand final. And maybe this whole time, after seeing some of that CTF, Feliz Gato Banda has been trying to replicate a 2-point play. I don't know. We'll get to find out if they do into that grand.
And that was an interesting glitch in the system that we've seen from these two teams, but hey, it's made us aware, it made the community aware, made everybody aware of what could potentially be some shenanigans. We did see, it reminds me, so if those of you aren't aware, there was a spot in Vacancy where you can jump up with the grapple and bring the oddball with you, and I feel like this is another great example of maybe an opportunity in ranked play to try to take advantage if you could find a way to replicate that double cap, but regardless, we'll find out as we continue. But if I see anybody try to replicate that double cap in my games, I'm gonna be very upset.
Hey, just look, we're not saying exploit the game. We're saying go on an adventure, try new things, have some fun. Also, I hope all you guys had a lot of fun with Kanik with us. Kanik, it was great being able to at least have one cast with it. You were having a great time with Seal, and it's awesome to be able to have you with EHL today.
It was a great time to hop on. I appreciate everyone that's allowed me to hop into this series as well. It was a great time casting with you, Monkey Man. It was a great time casting with Seal. And I hope to maybe pop in a few more times in the near future. We'll see. It's going to be up to those guys in the background. But once again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the time. And thank you, Monkey Man, for being such a great co-caster. Seal, you as well. So thank you guys for having me.
Hey, we look forward to seeing you again. But we're also going to be seeing Seal again. Grand Finals right around the corner. You guys do not go too far. More Halo right after this short break.
Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. You're walking on the moon. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance away.
Double kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Yes. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Enemy captured your flag.
Wasting time on my own. All the places that we go,
Double kill.
all this pain builds within. Footsteps fade, what could have been?
Double kill.
Finally, I feel more free. The end of you and me, let it go, let it be. My heart belongs to me.
Double kill.
My heart belongs to me.
Double kill.
You're never gonna let me go, and I will never let you go. And now I'm feeling stronger, feeling stronger.
Triple kill. Overkill X. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill.
Welcome back, everyone. It's playoff time. It's grand final time here for the summer split with EHL. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth, back with Seal this time around. You guys got to enjoy some mechanic, and Seal, you enjoyed some of our maybe new mechanics when we were talking about what could be in the future of this game. But we saw some crazy stuff that's currently in the present of this game, and 2-point plays. It's very real. We have a grand final with Feliz Gato Banda. You saw them earlier, and now when you've seen the comeback of Zach and Codeine from what was some crazy stuff, do you feel like Zach and Codeine have found enough momentum to take on the big cat band?
Well, I feel like Zach and Codeine have overcome the will of the Halo gods in order to be here. It was very clear who Halo Studios wanted to win that series, or at least they wanted it to go to the Game 5. But Zach and Codeine managed to overcome that specific situation to find themselves back in this grand finals. I think Feliz Gato Banda did win women's finals quite convincingly, but they've also just been sat there for like an hour and a bit, something like that. So Zach and Codeine coming off the back of a competitive series, they'll be warm, they'll be ready to go, and they might be feeling a little bit invincible right now. So we'll have to see if they can continue that momentum into this series.
They win outright, they fight through technical chaos, and then they just take down the Divines that are trying to just get in their way. So can Feliz Gato Banda truly be able to stop this? There is a bracket reset available, so if Zach and Codeine want to win this, they have to do it twice. But Happy Cat Band, the same thing that happened last time might happen again, and so far that's been at least the pattern for the last couple of matches. Losing the first game, winning the next 3. Zach and Codeine lost the first game, won the next 3. Can they at least subvert some of that current pattern in the stars? We'll get to find out. And like you mentioned, Felice, they've been sitting. They've been chilling. Happy 9000 Outcasts, Square Melon, and Sven. Well, they got to take on these guys that have found at least a little bit of momentum. And it's been a lot of assaults, and it's been a bit of slink. But Spatter does not want me to say he's better. But they've been playing a lot better here recently. And we've got another recharge to kick things off here for the best of 5.
Yeah, something worth noting about Feliz Gato Banda is it is not going to be Square Melon playing with them today. He is apparently in Greece.
Oh, nice.
So, good for him. Still in Europe, no excuse. Yeah. But should be playing. But yeah, apparently he has been spectating. We've got Ash and Reese
nice.
Filling in for Melon, who's in Greece. So, making sure to keep things rhyming, always a good shout. But more to the point, we, going into the earlier games with Feliz Gato Banda, thought that might slow them down just a little bit, playing with someone else, but Ash and Reese has been incredible so far today. The guy has been a demon on the lobby, especially in that previous series against Zach and Codeine. I'm going to really have my eye on him to continue that form that we saw earlier.
See if that also continues up into some King of the Hill, which I love King of the Hill on Recharge, and just in general, feels like it allows for a lot more of you chase less when it comes to like similar stuff like strongholds, which I don't know. Strongholds and me just have like a love-hate. I feel like now I hate it more than Oddball. So appreciate that we do get to find some King of the Hill to kick things off. It's a great place set, as well as we'll be going over into a Street Slayer. And in the middle of it all, well, Strongholds comes back. Live Fire did not get to have its entry as a Game 5, so instead it will be a Game 3, which could be the end of the road. depending on where this ends up happening and Feliz Gato Bando wants to finish this off. But we've squarely sat in the midst of Game 4 series for now a couple of hours. And so that might mean CTF Aquarius will be where we kind of pivot things around. But Origin Slayer, you can't score twice immediately. Well, okay, hold on. You can off of a nade. So it won't be CTF scoring. It'll be simply if we end up going to a bracket reset or finishing a series in an overall tournament here for the summer split. But for Ash and Reese, is that a demon that can be slayed? Can they be squashed? Can Zach and Codeine be able to get themselves on the better side of slays that apparently went sideways for them in the first time they fought against these guys?
Yeah, I mean, you were just watching Zach and Codeine play against those other guys. I was sort of spectating it, but not 100% locked in. Do you have anyone on Zach and Codeine who you're going to be keeping an eye on? Anyone who stood out to you last series?
I love what I've seen out of Slink and Assault. I feel like Spetter individually really kind of shows up, but it feels like Level 50 and Assault take their turns at really giving their team time to kind of navigate around a map, be it just straight up slaying or being able to find massive moments of getting just at least, like, you would think that single and double kills, like, oh, you know, nothing to write a hero's moment about. But when you are consistently keeping your opponent from really kind of grouping up together and setting up, I feel like that's such a workhorse mentality. So I'll be looking at both those guys to really kind of set the tone on the side of Zach and Codeine. For Feliz Gato Banda, this is, look, Outcasted just shines. Like there's times where he just absolutely boosts to the moon, and then sometimes I just see him with donuts. I'm like, what's happening? What's going on? So I will be looking at them to also kind of really kind of push forward for Feliz Gato Banda. But you've given a lot of value to Ash. Like, is it really all that in a bag of chips? Like, what we got?
Well, mostly he was just making some absolutely huge impact plays in the previous series we saw between these two teams. Dropped an overkill in the Game 2 Slayer. Up until that point, Zach and Codeine were in the lead in that Slayer, and after that, Feliz Gato Banda kind of grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck and just didn't let go at all. He also made some huge plays in map number 3, I think it was, or it might be map number 4, the live fire, just getting kill after kill that he should not in any reality be getting. I think he dropped 30 for that live fire King of the Hill win. So going into a Koth recharge, we'll have to see if that King of the Hill prowess can come in clutch once again. It's worth noting that Zach and Codeine did win our streets strongholds, so we do have a street and a stronghold in this series, although they are on different maps. So it might be a case where Zach and Codeine can replicate that success. But we'll have to go through King of the Hill on recharge first, and you know, as you said as well, King of the Hill recharge has been one of my favourite modes since it was added into the game. Almost that's over. How long ago was it now? 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Almost 5 years ago? It probably over 5 years ago, because it was added a little bit into Season 1 of the game's lifespan. No, it would have been like 4.5 years ago then, I think, but
no matter what,
I mean, it's a great game.
No matter what, when it was added, someone has now graduated high school. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Someone has been able.
I was in first year of uni, and now I'm 2 years out of uni.
It's amazing if you measure game lifespans in terms of someone getting their driver's license or graduating from like primary school or something. You're like, man, I'm dying. I am old.
No, we were talking about the Xbox layoffs and stuff in Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was in high school when Elder Scrolls 6 was announced.
And now you're here and it's still being announced.
It was like 8 years ago or something ridiculous.
Children have been born, wars have been won and lost, and Halo continues to go and meet its end with all of us witnessing it in real time. There was about 6 people that died in the pit just a moment ago, and everyone else has been able to respawn again. Hill time going towards Zach and Codeine, and you know, we saw a double cap in CTF Origin. Can you get a double hill cap?
We'll have to find out. I mean, they don't have Theo's magic powers, and you know, as we all know, the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities, some consider to be unnatural. So we'll see if anyone's bringing that same kind of mystical energy this game. But it is going to be an early lead for Zach and Codeine. However, Happy 9000 and the players on Feliz Gato Banda are looking to equalize that, as they've got a nice position on the map, controlling this top A position. And and just putting down damage across the map, making sure no one can cross uncontested, but they will manage to take him down, and this fight is just kicking off.
Ignoring the basically pre-fire going up from that rafters position, level 50 looking up towards Swen that they really can't do too much of anything as eventually they lose control of the battery's hill. Trying to throw out some quick flutter flyer, or fire rather, out from that other side of stairs as they begin to invade up in top gold, and eventually they get rid of the pests in the back lines. So minimal damage being done by Zach and Cody. They're looking at Feliz Gato Banda, hoping that they would be a bit slower trying to come up into this fight. Shock rifle is still in the hands of Sven, and eventually they get cleared out. That weapon should be pick-upable by their teammate, but they're not gonna prioritize that. About 2/3 of this hill has been acquired, but nothing matters until eventually it's in your back pocket. Looks like Feliz Gato Banda might be set up to try and take this one the rest of the way, but level 50 was there just to take him down quite easily.
Yeah, something that I was impressed by with Feliz Gato Banda in the previous King of the Hill we saw them on, and also the one they played against Sims, was their objective efficiency. When they see an opportunity to get into the hill, they seem to always take it. That just lets them build up so much hill time. As you can see here, it's felt like a bit of a scrappy hill. Well, Feliz Gato Banda got a lot of time during gunfights, but Zach and Codeine have now managed to lock down this top hill position. Level 50 holding down this gold, and it doesn't look like anyone's actually going to be able to kick them out. Feliz Gato Banda actually electing to control that gold side of the map. They've got the first pick onto this one. Happy 9000 does go down, trading that out, but kills in favor of Feliz Gato Banda mean that they should be well positioned to control this next hill and get some early hill time.
I was so concerned because it felt like Feliz Gato Banda was holding on to general control from that upper side of glass into that stairwell. Just that was the skin of the teeth moment. And then Zach and Codeine, they were threatening it over and over and over again. They eventually stopped them from gaining some points as they took it the other side of red pipes. But as soon as they then lost out on that, boom, they just took over. So good general map awareness and control to be able to push them back. And now it's a full invasion by Zach and Codeine. They push over into blue pipes. You have that high ground position for back end of Hydro. That's a nice couple of quick kills. You got all of Happy 9000 left alive, and now they become a pinata. They're going to be able to throw up the shroud. Second Codeine, they'll begin anew. They'll be able to get an exterminate of all the cats getting out from the backside of the second hill.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit here what we saw in that first map between these two teams in the previous series. That was the one that Zach and Codeine won, and the main reason that I think they won it is because Feliz Gato Banda had this habit of chasing X's. You know, chasing after dead teammates, trying to trade them out when there's really no opportunity to do so. We saw a little bit of that from Happy 9000 there, and I think that cost them that map in the previous series. They really need to get that under control, if you ask me, because Zach and Codeine are such a strong team. You can't go making those mistakes. You can't let yourself get cycled like that against a team this good.
Like the forward position that you got out of Feliz Gato Banda, they were up towards that frag side, but unfortunately that was kind of a two-pillar table, not able to really stand there. Oh my goodness, the cluster luck off of the shock rifle as well, using that deflection to be able to get them both stuck up into the bottom side of control room, and that'll be a second hill just as quick as that. Feliz Gato Banda, they were there, but then they were just turned into a mirage. A second zap as they go on the attack. They're caught in a crisscross, and now it's two hills working on the third immediately to Zach and Cody.
Yeah, level 50 here, also known as Slink, making very good use of this top A position, just making sure his teammates spawn there. This is such a crucial place to hold when you're on this hill. You can't afford to let the other team spawn there, and he's pushing a little bit far forward here. If he goes down, that could be a big mistake, but he's gonna survive. Manages to get away with it, gets a lot of damage, slowing down the enemy team. A risky play, but a good play. Good use of the Shroud Screen from Happy to get this camo, but he's not gonna get away with it. He does go down. And that's looking like another hill in favor of Zach and Codeine.
That was a great comms call for the camo player coming up. They knew that they had him trying to clamber up from the pit. So as soon as they were over towards that quick grapple spawn, like, hey man, just look for him. You'll be able to tell the designs. So they got rid of that. So no further threat. And that's going to be 3 straight hills. Zach and Cody, this is just pure business at the office. They're sending the emails and they're telling them, hey, don't come into work the next day. They eventually get rid of Spetter from the upper rafter at 11 and 8. Now they get rid of basically their 2 main slayers as level 50 also drops out. And the C-plat is tough to take, which is actually bad news for the bad cats, as they've been just on their heels the entire time, having to lick their paws, and now control begins anew for good old Z and C.
Yeah, we're back into this hill for Zach and Codeine. buffed in a really nice spot. And this is a hill that a lot of teams do elect to play time on. Even with a lot of time left on the clock, it's so easy to lock down if you have good map control because it's in such an exposed location. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the play call here from Zach and Cody, as they are still fighting to try and capture it.
It gets a bit calmer as they do at least get a third of this hill, and everyone trying to attack from separate wide angles could cover down to save their teammate as you go to the outside of Hydro. But still, you have to be able to get back to this platform, and they're fighting a war on too many fronts. Spetter can spend some time here onto the platform. They get a double kill. Their teammate completes the rest. And they tell him, hey, get forward. Go again. Take over that long haul. I'll cover the rest of it. And so far, great work from out of Zach and Codeine. The cold is finally showing for the Happy Cat Band, and they're about to be able to finish out the rest of this first game.
Yeah, it's a Happy Cat Band here. Felix Gata Banda just not looking like the same team we saw in that winners finals. It's very clear that Zach and Codeine are coming into this game hot. Felix Gata Banda definitely are not looking like that. They're doing an okay job of keeping the other team out of this hill, but they've gotten almost no hill time of their own. There's really no offensive pressure from them whatsoever, and with these pushes, they keep on coming through these blue pipes like this. It makes it so difficult to actually hold that hill because you're getting shot from multiple directions. And great use of this shroud screen from Slink so we can cross that angle.
They are collapsing worse than my knees, just continuing to just go down one after another, and then they can just play time. A minute 45, even if they were to be able to get this hill, continues to just play forward against them. 2 for it. Oh my goodness, they throw everything in the kitchen sink, looking for the triple kill. They get it upon death. Level 50, and the rest of the squad have a chance to just finish out this game. They're down in that lower corner. They can play on top of this plat, and they'll be able to finish it out all of a millimeter off. And you see fights happening from around a irrelevant perimeter up in top gold. They're just keeping the spawns staggered completely. Felix Gata Banda is playing up against everything, but Zach and Cody, they take everything. Game number 1 runs their way.
Yeah, Zach and Cody look different so far this map. That was a dominant performance from them. I thought it was a convincing win in the winners finals from Felix Gata Banda, but Zach and Cody just absolutely destroyed them in this map number 1. That bracket reset is looking pretty likely right now.
If we measure an entire series by a first game, yes. However, we've seen history buckle when it comes to games 2 through 4. However, if you're Zach and Cody, you definitely run with your hot hand, and they are definitely lighting it up against Felix Gata Banda. Really couldn't get much going. Their most contentious hill was the first one, where everything was looking basically on a knife's edge to try and have general control from top glass and from that stairwell. But after that, it just went sideways. Heck of a cluster, and everyone on the receiving end, that was truly just like, hey man, maybe back up. You don't have to go in.
Yeah, at first I thought that was actually a chain reaction kill.
Yeah,
so you did see the lightning chain, but it was the grenade that actually got the kills there. Yeah, it almost looked like the guy was already dead when the lightning was chaining off of him, but I think it does chain off of like physics objects in the environment, like guns, so maybe it does off dead bodies as well. But yeah, we just didn't see really any map control at all from the players on Felix Gata Banda. It was only, as you said, in that first hill, that was competitive. We did see some control from them, but Zach and Codeine just looked to be in the driving seat that whole time. And as we're going into this Street Slayer, we're gonna have to see something shift there for Felix Gata Banda, because you really can't afford to be indecisive on that map. It's such a fast-paced map. You can get absolutely dominated if the enemy team can keep pummeling you into the ground. We really need to see Felix Gata Banda fighting back and not letting that happen to them again.
Can you get a chain reaction off of a thrown frag? Is that possible?
I mean,
like,
you can blow them up by shooting them in midair.
Right. Yeah. So like. Yeah. Yeah, like say you had like multiple frags got thrown. You shoot. Could you be able to connect the dots, like, and then shock someone from like a room away? Like, I'm all about game science. I want to know. All right, someone put forth the effort. I don't have enough friends to make that happen.
But what if you shot a frag that was on the ground? Would it would explode, obviously, but would it also chain off it at the same time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like either ground or bouncing, like It's like I just want to be able to Tesla coil this thing. It's, you know, I don't know if you guys, you know, did the same kind of torture that we did in high school, but like you have a whole chain of students. They're holding hands. One touches the Tesla coil, then everyone feels it, right? So like I want that to happen from like all the way in Hydro and then go all the way to Elevator via frags and Spartans. Is there a limit to the distance of a chain reaction? That's honestly probably the true mechanic that we need to know first. But what's coming up next is Street Slayer. We've got a red gun that is not a shock rifle. We've got camo that is camo. And we got a few squads and maybe Zach and Cody that wants to get themselves into a 2-0. Let's kick it off.
Yeah, we're seeing an interesting push here, both out from bottom mid. Maybe, oh, a very nice grenade there from Outcasted, predicting that rotation. But it's going to be numbers advantage here. Well, for a second, it was numbers advantage for Zach and Cody, but with spawns coming in, Felix Gato Banda kind of flipping the script there. But Spetter gets taken down just back and forth, but it's going to be Felix Gato Banda getting the better of it in this Slayer so far.
Absolute just friskiness here in the first 30 seconds. Obviously, everyone's going to be playing around the cycle of camo. The spawn into the backside of Tram is giving Zach and Cody no real window, even though they have 3 of them to try and press out. But this camo has not been picked up because Feliz Catobanda is playing a lot more conservative off of the first 10 kills. They've got the majority. Dude is flying like they are playing Quake 4. What the heck was that? Dude was skidding along his knees trying to go back into the middle of the map.
That is, I think, 3 or 4 dead for Zach and Cody, and camo in the hands of Felix Gato Banda. In the previous series we saw, Felix Gato Banda were very, very strong in the Slayer, and that was something that I was happy to see because, as I mentioned after that series, Slayer is not a mode you can afford to struggle at. You really need to be at least okay at Slayer because you're guaranteed to have 2 of them every series. Right now, that is looking like it's going to be a problem for Zach and Cody because they are falling behind a lot and this map could continue to snowball. However, the good news for them is that because this map is so snowbally, this could also swing back in their favor very quickly.
I love Copium Talk because it keeps your head in the game, but with the way that we've seen Feliz Gato Banda, that previous game completely took them out. So it feels like they're going to continue to just keep pressure moving forward. Plasma behind them. Swen is not going to actually take that momentum. They're going to pause the physics for all of a moment. They see 2 swinging. That's a lot of nays chasing Spartans, and that's a couple of them dying right in their face. Currently 7-2. Guiding on the rest of the team forwards. They got a 10-point lead over Zek and Cody. Now trying to just kind of hunker down over into that cafe side. They will lose out 1. Ashen Reese gets pummeled down. Spenner actually finds a couple. But still, 9 points, solid lead, approaching the midway mark of the Slayer.
Yeah, it's looking like the Spetter and Swen show so far, both on 7 kills. 4 deaths for Spetter, 3 for Swen. And they are leading both of their respective teams in terms of the slays. However, in terms of Felix Gato Banda, the rest of that team is doing a little bit better than the rest of Zach and Codine is right now. So I might be looking at Spetter here to be leading the charge for his team.
Nice.
Ashen Reese finds that kill, just drops down into the entire enemy team to take that player out.
Ashen Reese along with Sven are basically the wombo combo for success right now out of the Happy Cat band. 2 players looking across window. Buffed and company are going to try and back it on up alongside Spetter, who becomes a firework a little bit late, but still celebrating all the same. Buffed ends up surviving on that, but then will go down as Ashen Reese is the lone survivor. Double kill in their back pocket. They've got 8 kills up, and that's basically where it has stayed in favor of Feliz Gato Banda. Zach and Cody have been chasing. They've been trying to set up, but it's only been in 2s. Unable to really kind of break some of these big moments that Feliz has set up. But now on the rope-a-dope, they've limited this down to 5. So nice grind to try and catch up.
Yeah, and slow but steady shortening of this lead by Zach and Cody. Just chipping away at it. Back up to 6 now, back down to 5 now. Just keeping that steady, not letting it get too out of hand is Zach and Cody, finding the trades where they need to, looking for that opportunity to potentially eliminate that lead entirely. But right now, Felix Gato Banda doing a pretty good job at trading out the deaths that they're giving up.
I like the aggressive repeat that you get on some of these because they're not immediately going to do so, which is kind of the ego issue when you see some of the Halo players. They try to immediately go right back out into the fight. They take a step back and they go for about 1 to 2 seconds. They wiggle and then they will repress after a frag has been thrown. Fantastic work. Zach and Cody have been able to keep calm, keep to the moment. Now they are invading a little bit too high in a 1vx situation. You don't want to go there just immediately to kind of feed a kill and then just become dominoes and knocked all over. They know one man is on the outside trying for the quick wiggle step, and that's going to be Ashen Reese that walks away with it. 3 down. They're the only one up, but that kept the rest of Zach and Cody out.
Yeah, and look at that scoreline. It was 10 not long ago. Now it's only 2. And it's pretty much only 2 by the grace of Ashen Reese winning a crazy gunfight in that top A position. He does get caught out by Spetter, though. I love that position from Spetter. Completely just using his teammates as bait to get that player from behind. But he's not able to save his other teammates from that push into the PD side. However, the red gun is good for a lot of damage. He finds another one onto Happy, but does eventually go down. And we're seeing that lead just slowly reasserting itself. Maybe it was up to 5 a second ago. Fallen back down to 4.
Chiseling their fingernails down as they continue to just chomp away, nibbling at this lead, looking for the camo. And again, I mean, players and teammates can be bait, and so can utility. That one goes in the hands of Feliz Gato Banda. So a dangerous man now lives out onto the map. I think they might have actually already cleared him out, though. So that one is erased. Zach and Cody does not want to give up this next team fight. This next one could actually be the rest of the game, depending on how it pans out. 2-point lead continues to be where Feliz Gato Banda has success. They want to run away from the initial push. They are actually being flanked upon by level 50. He wins 2 of those. That will be able to tie us up as we find the final 8.
Yeah, Zach and Cody have been fighting from behind this entire game, but they've managed to tie it up right when it matters the most, right when we're past the 40 kill mark. It's still tied up at 43. They pick the perfect time to lurch back into this game, and they take the lead up to 44 now.
This is a bait moment. If you walk up into it, you see one guy hanging around the corner. They actually win a few fights. Now they've taken the lead by 3. You don't need to walk all the way up into Pink Street. They're actually going to let one man run it down. That's a lot of targets. You're really looking for a 50-50. They're hoping for some of these trades as well as one comes through mid. They've been taking advantage of these flank angles that Felice is just not able to account for. They do get meleeed in the middle of the shroud. Level 50 wants to walk away with it, but they don't. 1 point up now. They're going to see a calm for Streets. See where the next big fight's going to happen. As soon as they find one, they're going to try and snowball into it. This next fight could be the rest of it.
Outcasted's use of the shroud screen there was incredible. Managing to find 2 kills in that situation is unbelievable and has kept them in this game despite the resurgence from Felix Gato Banda.
Outside that stairwell, they're going to try and push up. That's the hero's moment. Ashen Reese is going to go to the top of the stairs. He's going to be able to retreat. It's all tied at 48. 2 kills, 1 double. 1 little frag, and that'll be it. They actually go 49 all, 50 right around the corner. Someone's gonna be able to find that headshot. They're pushing over into Tram. They find it from the upper level, and it's gonna end up going to the side of Zach and Cody, and they sneak away with it. Trailing the entire time on New Mombasa. They now go 2-0, and they'll be threatening a bracket reset after a game number 3. What a gutsy moment.
Yeah, 50-49. To win that game were Zach and Cody, and you know, I gotta look at the score lines here. Ashen Reese obviously dropping 16 kills is great, but 15 deaths in a Slayer is just too many, and the same goes for Happy 9000, who didn't get that many kills and dropped 13. Those deaths are going to add up over time, and they make it hard for your teammates because they have to die less in order to compensate for that. We do see a little bit too many deaths on a lot of players on the other side as well, but Spetter makes up for it by only dying 9 times, which basically erases Buffed, Slink, and EU Assault going over that 12 death mark. It's a pretty tricky one for the side of Felix Gato Banda. They were ahead the whole time, and you got to wonder if maybe they just got a little bit complacent.
I wouldn't say it's complacency, but it was the way that they were approaching some of these fights. I feel like they were getting too aggressive. They were trying to finish off the damage that they saw versus kind of stagnating. We talk about kind of this PD doorway right there. So many frags to just say, all right, I'm going to chase after this. There's going to be damage there. But the thing that's that subverts that expectation is getting underneath and forward of where that frag then flies. And so many individual moments across Zach and Codine were able to play against some of those team fights. And then it was that final pressure cooker. That was it, that 40-42, that absolute flank. We had 2 massive flanks of team positioning where Feliz Gato Banda just could not contain Zach and Codeine in the middle of streets. That's about as magnifying glass as we can get, because that came down to a singular kill, y'all. We're going to live fire. We've got strongholds, and we've got more alphabet soup. Someone, maybe Zach and Codeine, they did it on a recharge on that previous lower final, might be able to force us to go the distance, but Feliz Gato Banda is no easy customer. They've been able to get here first, so they might be able to reverse sweep this and finish out the final. Either way, Game 3 has everything that we need as we go to live fire.
Feliz Gato Banda didn't strike me there in that map too as a team that's ready to get swept. They look like they're here to give a fight, and they looked very, very good on live fire in the previous series. So I've got a little bit of hope here that this series is not going to be a 3-0. But Zach and Codeine have looked so strong that bracket reset is looking very likely right now.
Yeah, this now is coming down to Vegas odds, and they are 50-50. S7 is in the hands of Sven, who eventually drops it out, so they will reload it for a Christmas gift for anyone that wants to find it on the other side of that sandbag. But early points scoring, captured by Feliz Gato Banda, and of course, all of this map is basically who flips A and C quicker, and then B as an established fortress. You don't want this to turn basically into what is kind of a C-plat off of recharge. Great snipe by level 50. They want their second life to find a killing spree, mayhaps, perchance. Oh, the fadeaway jumper. Can't quite connect as they're going to run away from that sideline.
Yeah, Strongholds is a big question mark for me for this Feliz Gato Banda roster in the previous series, because even though they played okay in that map, they had a real problem with when they found themselves at a deficit. They just kept jumping into Strongholds. First player up jumps into a Stronghold, completely gives away exactly where they are, gets collapsed on, and suddenly the team can't all make it off spawn. I'm a little bit worried that we might see that again this game, because we are seeing these players jumping into those hills, and speaking of people jumping into hills, Spetter finds himself a triple, and he gets into that A stronghold.
Massive play from off of that camo. They caught him off of the key door. Everyone had pushed in from Feliz Gato Banda. No one was covering their rear, so as the 6 falls, everyone else did the same thing, and they continue to ramp up with this current life. Now as they go up, 26 points and climbing. Everyone being cleared from the cats, and eventually their life goes down, but still, triple cap gives you good information where the spawn is coming in from your opponent, so they'll take B and C to continue scoring on. They've set to expect that they would rotate out to green, but they've already got someone on the outside ring from that QT spawn, and it looks like as we get Feliz Gato Banda losing a player, we will chillax for right now. So I think it was like, what, 47-14? We'll get the point reset, we'll get the lobby reset, and we'll get people back into the lobby again.
Yeah, we did see Happy 9000 dropping out, maybe having some internet troubles. Not sure what will not sure what the scoreline will end up being. I think we called off that map very soon after the crash happened, so it'll probably be something like 40-14 off the rip. Hard to draw a huge number of conclusions from just a little short game there, but to me it looked like the opening strat was a lot stronger from Zach and Codeine. Though Feliz Gato Banda did get the sniper rifle initially, they just didn't manage to put it to use.
It's interesting how you you choose to prioritize when it comes to live fire, regardless of the I would say regardless, but I mean that when it comes to the game type, because it can influence a lot of different things. If you're looking over to like an oddball, then obviously I think that all the time you're looking at that sniper rifle, you want to be able to kind of slay out and reset some stuff to get everyone to the proper side of the map that you want to be on. If you're looking to strongholds, S7 is still very strong, but sometimes you also can prioritize, all right, we're going to flip to green, sit there first, and then we may have a guy that kind of sneaks out from camo. Feliz felt like that they were consistently pushing to that big door side, the scoreboard side of A, trying to kind of walk on in, and having the camo first on Zach and Codeine gave them that big moment to walk out key door and just flank them. Feliz, look, I know that cats fight snakes, so it's not like they have bad reactions, but they've definitely lost their peripheral sightline. They consistently are being caught off guard by Zach and Codeine in this series.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We saw at the opening there, they got that sniper rifle, and there was a player over on the camo when that camo was first coming up, and you had like 2 or 3 players from Feliz Gato Banda stood on the A-plat position trying to kill that guy, and he basically, by staying alive on the what's it called, the overshield platform thing, Turbine, that's
There you
the
go.
one,
Yeah.
manages to essentially pin down those players in that position. They get flanked from behind, the spawners come in behind them. They just get taken all down. Then it's snipe and camo in hands of Zach and Codeine, and that's that 40-point lead right there.
So we see if that ends up happening again. Obviously, we are in the midst of kind of reloading everything. So thank you, Spetter, for the extra intel as well. Or I guess guessing of intel. As we make sure that these guys get back proper into it. Now, okay. Zach and Codeine, obviously, they're finding kind of a step backwards coming from the lower bracket. They just took care of business into a game number 4, which had a little bit of extra, fluff and cinema. Say they get this into a bracket reset. 3-0, go to next. If you take one that quickly, and like as Feliz Gato Banda, does that ruin you? You're like, oh, well, we had a second life, so it's fine, whatever. It's not like you sweat it out for game 5. Say this falls. I'm not saying that's guaranteed, but like with the way Zach and Codeine is playing, you kind of just like, all right, clap hands, wash it off, take a rest, and then come back to the next series. Should be okay, right?
Yeah, I honestly think that sometimes losing in a blowout is almost better than losing in a very close manner, because losing in a blowout, you just sort of shake it off. You don't worry about it that much.
Yeah.
You don't really. But whereas, for example, I think that 50-49 probably hurts the mental more than the 4-0.
Fair.
In the previous match, at least personally, because when you're so close and it just slips through your fingers, you start thinking, what could you have done differently? And if you start thinking like that, then you've already lost the next map, because you're not playing the current map, you're playing the previous one again in your head. You need to just keep your mind on the future, and that can often be easier to do after a blowout than it is after a very close game.
Staring at your hands, and you finally see the arthritis and the wrinkles, and you realize how old you are, and you're like, no, it can't be. Then suddenly youth and vigor and energy goes into your body, and you realize game 2 is back online. Let's get into it. Actually, sorry, it's game 3. Well, yeah, see, that's the past. That's an old man right there. We actually keep the scoreline as 47-14, so they just kind of keep that one off rip, but B is taken initially by Feliz Gato Banda, and so is Sven getting this S7. He's not going to let him come through for free. He's like, no, come on, I'll peek you.
How are you alive? What? How? How? What was that? 3 dead for Zach and Cody. Can he get the 4th? Not. Take over for a second.
I was perplexed at the pace that man was sidestepping, and then all of a sudden he just whips it around Barry Bonds style and home runs them twice. That is insane. Camo now here for Happy 9000. Dude left the lobby so he could come back as a ghost. That's fine. They're gonna get B back online, and they're gonna try and chip into this lead. But what the heck, Sven? What are you doing? That's nuts.
That was absolutely ridiculous, and it is not the first such shenanigans we've seen from Sven. He has been very good today, especially with that sniper rifle. But it's interesting, right? We've not seen him do that much, I guess, normal sniping, but he just keeps doing these absolutely ridiculous plays with the sniper rifle where he hits the most insane shot ever. I guess that's why they give it to him. This guy, I can see why Outcast had picked him up. I don't think I'd actually really heard of him before this summer split, but the guy's definitely on my radar now. He's been playing incredibly both this week and last week.
Oh man, the way he was playing there, call that man Mbappe, because he's playing like the dictator. Really just letting everyone take a fist to the face out of this. Trip cap now here for Feliz Gato Banda, and maybe that tech pause was what they needed to really start getting rid of Zach and Codeine, because they've been unable to get into this map. Heck of a sidestep, dude. You're gonna pull a groin muscle with the way they were lunging sideways like that.
Yeah, the movement here is ridiculous. We saw the sprint strafe come out earlier. Didn't quite manage to evade death in that occasion, but the guy's just destroying people right now. It feels like Feliz Gato Banda have just found a new lease on life after that reset. They've really come to life right now, and maybe, they did mention in the chat Happy 9000's game was kind of dying, so it's potentially the case that they just weren't really able to play very well during that section of the game, but they're wide awake now, and Sven's finding another kill.
Absolutely mowing down Zach and Codeine. A and C under somewhat threat. C is the priority target right now, and that's being cleared. Tripcap continues to move forward. They want to do the same thing again. Zach and Codeine had a lead. Had is a past tense situationship. 3 seconds until this S7 is picked up again, and they're making sure it goes to their most lethal man. Camo in the hands of Happy 9000, and they'll actually split the difference between utility and power weapon. They get rid of one, and I believe Ash and Reese, do they have the sniper? They're going to try and back on up to tower side and protect BC.
Yeah, I think it's been close to 2 minutes now, if not more, since Zach and Cody put a single point on the board. And there's another triple cap being threatened as well. Swen just keeps finding these picks on these players, just stopping them from being able to capture point C. Finally going to go in favor of Zach and Cody, but look at the scoreline. Almost 200 points for Felix Gato Banda with almost no response from Zach and Cody.
Trying to get him onto the remote detonation. They eventually will get a triple kill from Life. Killing spree for Ash and Reese just to ruin the rest of Zach and Codeine. Oh, the decision making from out of these guys. They are a step ahead at this point in time. Outcast at 9-4. Just waiting for the old peak C. It feels so slow when Outcast is doing it. It's consistent. It's not as, just volatile and clip worthy, but it's definitely just keeping his teammate very, very safe. So no entry for free going over towards green. A momentary pause in the scoring as it was. Trying to crest over into the 200 mark, which is kind of a trap situation. Sometimes you get here, you think you've done enough, but then suddenly you get a team like Zach and Codeine begin to ramp up and they just lay everybody out.
Yeah, we do see Zach and Cody here really answering back in this map, and we do know what Live Fire Strongholds can be like. It's a very snowbally game type, a very beat the enemy into submission game type, where you just generally go on these big runs like we are seeing from both teams now, as Zach and Cody looking to cross into that 200-point mark. And I like that Felix Gato Banda seems to have made the effort here to essentially get themselves a base of operations by capturing that A stronghold when they did. And all they really need to do now is make sure they don't get cycled. Just keep playing your game, play it kind of normally for a bit, get into these strongholds, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Buffed is the last one alive.
Too many targets to have to deal with, and Buffed eventually falls down as they have two surrounding them at green, trying to regain general control. And just as they were aiming to get back into some scoring, maybe get to 200, A is under threat. So Happy 9000 is going to dig through the tunnels and through the trenches, and finally they begin anew. But around, 30 or 40 points was gained by Zach and Cody just to keep them still on the scoreboard. There's a long way to go if they truly intend to take this first series and not allow the bracket reset. They've made some honest effort. 35 points and less for Felix Gato Banda to force a game 4.
Yeah, and that kill from Happy 9000 just shuts down another push from Zach and Cody trying to get through that nest side into B. And we can see once again this collapse is being considered, but I actually really like the fact that you could almost hear the comms when you watch that of them telling Happy 9000 not to keep pushing that, saying, hey, we're just going to hold A and B for a bit, and he follows that that instruction. However, unfortunately for the side of Felix Gato Banda, the push is good for Zach and Cody, but Ash and Reese gets away with the sniper rifle.
That is not a dude that you want to be looking at if you're Zach and Cody with the big old boomstick. So we'll see if that ends up panning out the right way. They'll take a high ground position, but A and B is a very strong defensible position for Zach and Cody. So they're going to force them to come on over. They don't even have to force this peak into the S7. And now that they hear that it's topside tower, they're not going to walk it. They're just going to stay to the other side of green. They're going to stay to that big door from out of A. They're going to force them into tighter corridors. A little bit of CQC. Oh, they still get caught as they are shot trying to escape over into sewer side. So off of B, they will aim to flip it. While that was happening, they wanted to circumnavigate around this map. My goodness, the pixel perfect peek from out of Ash and Reese. And eventually that assist comes through too.
You pixel perfect is exactly right. He zooms in and you just see it on your screen for a split second lined up before he hits that shot. What a just fantastic reticle placement from him there to predict exactly where that head's going to be when he's lining up that shot. That gets them to 246, a number that might give Happy 9000 some Vietnam flashbacks to Blackpool, but I don't think they're going to let it slip through their fingers like they did back then, because we are closing in on that finish line. This Thorns coming in over towards C will delay it somewhat, but it looks to me like Felix Gato Banda should be able to capture A, and if they can, that should be the map.
Double kill.
We'll finish off the rest. A double kill by Ash and Reese to just make sure they never get to green. And look at that, there's some life. I've heard cats have 9 of them. Well, they were able to burn through a couple to be able to finally establish a foothold into the series. CTF Aquarius will be forthcoming But nice comeback by Feliz Gato Banda to finally kick Zach and Cody into the curb.
Yeah, Felix Casabanda really woke up on that map, especially post-reset. They're looking a little bit shaky at the start, but like I say, that might have something to do with the fact that Happy's game was apparently struggling before it crashed. Now, post-PC reset, just looking so much better, so much more alive. Assist column is all in their favor. Kills are massively in their favor. Gotta shout out Swen there, 19 and 7. Ash and Reese, 19 and 9. Those are the guys that we've had our eyes on basically the whole time with Felix Gato Banda. Meanwhile, Outcasted and Happy just doing their bit for the team.
Snappy sniper play, just on the back of the helmet. I'm pretty sure that's where Cortana lived. Well, past tense, gone. So they'll be settling that one with a hospital bill. Still, solid work from Feliz Gato Banda. Just need to stay consistent. CTF Aquarius, you won't have any major power weapons. You will have a camo. Whew. The snipes that we were seeing from both sides of this this matchup, and this camo of triple. I think this was pre-server reset. That was a solid moment for ramp up out of Zach and Codeine, but obviously we saw what happened since.
Yeah, that's where your customizable AI companion lives now.
Double kill.
Shout out to the superintendent. That's my go right there.
Shout out, yeah.
But you know, you can choose whatever you want. I quite like Frat too.
He's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. But
yeah, I am surprised they never did like Cortana and other, you know, Halo characters as AIs for Halo Infinite. It feels like such a missed opportunity.
Could you imagine? Well, there's a lot of missed opportunities. We could go on about that. But
yeah, that's true. Actually.
Could you imagine having Sergeant Johnson as an AI? just yelling at you, Marine, get in there.
When I joined the Corps, we didn't have 3 strongholds. We had 1 King of the Hill, and it moved around the map.
Oh my gosh. Anytime you get an overkill, oh, I know what the ladies like. We go into a CTF Aqua. Flags abound, a storm brewing externally, and us trying to see not just if a sweep was online, but if a reverse sweep is online. Can Feliz Gato Banda force a game 5 to be able to keep this one down to a single grand final, or is a bracket reset inevitable? Let's walk and rock. Let's get to the top.
Yeah, I'm itching for that bracket reset. I can't lie. I think Zach and Codeine should have the opportunity to bring it in, but you know, based on the way that Felix Gato Banda played that last map, they look ready to try and close it out with a reverse sweep. But they did go 4 dead off the rip here, and now it looks like Slink is going to be trying to pull this flag.
You guys are mean to Seal. Don't say that.
Oh, what did I say?
They said if you put Sergeant Johnson's most famous line as an overkill, then Seal will never hear it.
All right, Greg. I'll have you know I played 1 competitive Halo match in like the past year, and I won it, and I got an over. In fact, I didn't win it actually, but I got an overkill. So screw you.
The most typical way to get an overkill, the ones that
Lose the
mean
game, get the overkill. But my maps played to overkills hit ratio has never been higher, mainly because I played 4 maps and got 1 overkill.
So good. Double kills, by the way. Getting stacked up. Spetter clears out half the squad. There's only 1 man left. They're actually thrown away via frag. And 4 dead. This flag won't be completely free, but it should be able to move quite quickly as they'll go up this utility side. And level 50 is going to try and turn this one in as our first cap of the map.
Yeah, and Slink just looking to put that in, getting pressured from across the map, and you've got to wonder if that indecisiveness is going to bite him, because if he just run that in, it probably would have gotten in. Instead, he tries to be smart, tries to be patient, and instead, he's going to go down. Spetter keeps the flag run alive, but now with this one out in such an exposed position, they're not going to be able to capture it for at least a little while, and Swen should be able to get a touch if he needs to.
Oh, this one actually still might be capped because they just walk straight over to it. That should be a turn it. No way. They took over back base again? How many goal line stands this is gonna be? That's 2 in a row. Assault playing down low mid. They're like, all right, gang, there's gotta be no one else, right? Triple kill for Assault. 8 and 2 to kick things off. The flag finally goes back. That was like a whole minute longer than it needed to be, but they got the cap.
Yeah, I do see over here, Zach and Codeine getting that first cap on the board, showing that that previous map is not the beginning of a breakdown from them. They are still in this series, still fighting, and they are not trying to get reverse swept. They're looking pretty good to start this one off, but the thrust isn't good enough to take down Ashen Reese. Even so, though, Swen will find himself as the last one alive. It's a very good start to this map from Zach and Cody.
3 down for Feliz Gato Banda. Remember, they are trying to deny what would ultimately be a bracket reset. Able to get a bit of ghost busting done as Outcast, as they sensed in the force that something was nefariously behind them. They take out one. Level 50, nice jump up. They tease them, but they're able to repulse back up. So good looks from out of Outcasted. And now you have Zach and Cody on a temporary single-man farce. Everyone is slowly staggered and spawned. And Outcasted is trying to gain some ground for Feliz Gato Banda. They've got him pinned backwards, level 50. They throw out at least one frag. They're trying to bring this one over towards utility. Well, it's towards it, but they couldn't quite get it around the corner.
Yeah, 2 dead either side right now. Happy 9000 goes down as well. That is the end of the offensive pressure, I think, from Feliz Gato Banda. I mean, I'm not even surprised to see Ashen Reese win that anymore. Like, the guy doesn't know how to miss shots, apparently. He just wins all of his 1v1s, seemingly. And 2 now going down for Feliz Gato Banda, though, and Zach and Cody pulling another flag.
Outcasted, lone man out. Spetter is at least putting this one off the ledge. So, just chilling for what is the presumed future as they just force them over towards that fridge side spawn. Definitely have to force a jump, or at least from off of this turn. They know this flag didn't just sit here for no reason, so someone's got to still be here. That little Spartan helmet is actually a little bit too large, so this one will go right back to plat. But that delays a push out of Felice to leave their own base. Zach and Cody, with all of buffed alive. We've had one cap. It's been about 4.5 minutes. Kind of prototypical of CTF Aqua, if I'm to say the least, because like it feels like these guys continue to scrap up mid and no one really is able to stay up for too long.
Yeah, they're getting the flags back to their bases, but they're not actually managing to capture them. See an early flag pull from Swen there, maybe trying to sort of create a situation where they can fight for it, but Happy 9000 is going to completely shut down that enemy push into his own base. EU Assault still knocking around somewhere, but right now the fight is going to be over camo, and Spetter, I think, has scooped it up and skedaddled away.
Oh, they know they're right. What? What?
Got some team shots from behind. Got Happy down to the melee.
Okay, I was wondering. Just a little bit of absolute share between friends, but man, you see them right underneath the steps. You're like, ah, this is a free kill. Was anything but free. Flag will stop over an open courtyard. Buffed is going to put the fear into the cats as they try to run on up and get their flag back. They know this one's out in the open, but they have a chance to also pull this flag from just on high. Nice win. Again, can't do too much with it. Level 50, and everyone just slowly inching this flag forward. Has a chance of getting returned. You're gonna try and get a quick pull, and they do at the very last moment.
That split second that Ashen Reese steps out of that flag to dodge a grenade probably is the difference maker there. A split second is left on that flag before it returns. Phenomenal work from Zach and Cody to somehow manage to get that one in. And right now, Feliz Gato Banda, they really haven't looked like capturing any flags so far. They're going to have to flip the script here just a little bit, and they've got a good opportunity to do so with Slink as the only one alive in his base.
They've had a couple of defensive pulls just when the next cap was coming through, but they've really not structured for their own offensive. They've had some solid slaying, just like right now. This is the moment where it needs to really kind of come in, but just as soon as they do so, Spetter cleans up house. So Sven is just stuck on the outside looking in, hoping to play some defense for his team, maybe getting a pull outwards. It never comes to manifest. So Zach and Cody, solid defense has really been frustrating the Happy Cat Band, and they're going to have to just do it all over again with 5 minutes approaching.
Yeah, and Feliz Gato Banda there, a weird moment. There were 3 dead on the enemy team, only Slink alive in the base, and you have 2 players on the car side just throwing grenades into the base. Like, what are you aiming at? There's no one there. Just charge in, kill this one guy who's by himself, and get that flag moving. Instead, they're hesitant, and they essentially let the enemy spawn up before they push in. and that just makes them completely lose that opportunity. They've still got almost 5 minutes left on this clock, 4.5 now. They've got an opportunity to win this game. They've got plenty of time to get 2 flags in, but they're going to have to be more decisive and more aggressive when they're going for these flag pulls.
Camo now spawned up, and that's what you see Feliz Gato Banda trying to play up for. Ashen Reese is right behind, I think, Spetter, who was just cleaning up yet another kill from up top mid, where Feliz, I mean, they've been there, they've done that, but they did not get the t-shirt. They've been able to just really invade all the way deep into Zach and Cody territory, but off of the spawns they've staggered, that player still comes around and makes an impact. So Feliz is now stuck in their own back base. Level 50 at 13 and 14 continues to just run it up with his squad. It's been EU Assault who's really held that big positive, he and Spetter, off of 21 and 13 and 19 and 12, respectively, between them. And now this flag is out again. So Feliz Gato Banda is working in reverse. They are already weak. They're going to the other side. Camo online, and he's going to get popped, but that creates just enough of a delay.
Happy 9000 there with a crucial kill, and he gets another one too. Shutting down that camo is absolutely huge. That's 3 dead now for Zach and Codeine. They have to capitalize on this if they want to get back into this game. If they can capture this flag, it's not a very big deficit to be at with 3 minutes left. But if they don't manage to capture it, that might be their best opportunity, slipping through their fingers, and it looks like that might just be the case as 2 go down for Feliz Gato Banda.
Fantastic frag throw and good defense. They even spun around to be able to get one, but they don't expect them right in front of them. EU Assaults. They take down one. Looks like they at least get the 50-50 off of the pull. They have another man coming up as well. Happy 9000. He doesn't know that a ne'er-do-well is right behind. His teammate Buffed is there to try and at least stop the surge. They have to climb over these stairs, the toughest thing for a lot of people to do. And now they're slowing things down from out of utility. They finally get a cap. Double points? No. Okay, making sure it didn't happen again.
I was looking as well. see if we get the same once more. Happy wins that fight against Buffed. Survives as well against that other player, although maybe gets a little bit big for his boots. Challenging that whilst one shot. EU Assault is going to find another one. But that flag getting punched in puts Feliz Gato Banda in a much more favorable situation. They're still down, but all they have to do now is get a flag pulled before the game clock runs out. However, they're going to be struggling to do that as Buffed finds a double kill. It looks like Slink's going to find one of his own. Feliz Gato Banda currently forced to be on the defensive.
Easier said than done. We say just gotta do, but you got 2 to get it done in the first place. Camo will be online. Buff is going to try and press out towards it. He knows that these guys have been prioritizing getting that utility. Takes on too many targets from too many lanes, so the high and low will be won by Feliz Gato Banda to get rid of one man, but everyone invades into utility side. They do not want to let the cats prowl upwards. So they're going to play this defense like a fantastic offense and be aggressive. They don't have to get a pull. They just have to control the middle to forward side of the map, not allow Feliz Gato Banda a chance at their own fortress. Now, less than a minute and a half. Swen, they've got this camo. They've got to turn this into positive territory, and they don't have a lot of time to make that happen.
Swen needs to get moving up the map here, I think. I'd like to see him just try and infiltrate the enemy base, let his teammates do a little bit of work whilst he supports them. But instead, he's a little bit behind, and now he's going to have to fight here with a teammate down. Needs to support Outcasted in this situation, but he's forced to back away. Doesn't even manage to pick up that one shot onto Spetter and gets taken down by the grenade. Only a minute left here for Feliz Gato Banda, and they're going to be fighting out of their own base as Ashen Reese is the only one left alive, and he's top mid.
45 seconds before we have ourselves a bracket reset, y'all. Zach and Cody, they had started out the first 2 games really dominant, trying to force the issue, and Feliz Gato Banda feels like this one has now gone away. It doesn't matter how much they reset from off of that live fire. Everything has now gone against them. You have one last play, maybe a couple in the works. They defend the back base, go midline, down to half strength. As Happy and Ash hit the old respawn deck, they're going to have to come off the benches flying, but it looks like the rest of their teammates might be dying. Outcasted is able to get one. He's very weak. You have to get a flag pull. Zach and Cody able to just get this one all the way to the back benches. They're going to be on util. They have someone just underneath that bridge. They're going to throw it out to mid. Decided to just go against the main name of the game. They have to be able to win that fight. Spetter goes down. Flag is out. Double kill for Ash. There's the pie chart. They have to get this on the timer. One little touch, making sure they've got that shield. They're going to slide up into it. We might be able to get this one tied. They're halfway over. It is such a tough relay race to get to. They get rid of one. Oh, the dash. He's the only one left. Happy 9000 needs the clamber. He's going to keep it in their hands. Is anyone off of spawn? They do have Ash and Reese right around the corner. They just have to slide it in. We're tied. We're going overtime.
Wow, what a just fight to get that flag in, getting pulled initially, gunfight after gunfight to keep it alive, and they just managed to win it out. Happy 9000, the only one alive on the map, gets it just far enough that his teammates can run it in, and the players on Zach and Cody just aren't there to stop it. Felix Gato Banda are not out of this series yet. Zach and Cody already looking to that bracket reset, but they've run out of, they might have gotten ahead of themselves.
Oh, Happy 9000 already gets into the pool. Another one's being done in earnest effort the other direction. So they got the camo online with Spetter. Was all the energy spent to just get that flag? It might have been. They at least are able to dash it forward. Oh, a nice pickup. They do have to play some defense. Outcasted in bottom mid. Level 50 is going to be on the top deck, ready to receive. Their flag actually is already able to come back. They're going to recover their own flag. And you have two players from Feliz Gato Banda. They're going to try and push up high. So Buffed is going to rebuff them. This flag is coming to utility. Spatter's going to try and be underneath. They go through doorway. Buffed is going to find at least one kill. But they're being defended. Ash and Reese, they leave the flag behind. You need to be able to find some extra push, but then they end up on timing with receiving a frag or two.
Happy 9000 here needs to play defense for his flag runner. That flag is still on the move. They get it into that utility position.
Oh.
The shields are coming back. I don't think anyone can stop this. Oh. They're going to get the flag in and send us to game 5.
Oh my goodness. They had 30 seconds at the end of primary time to be able to make it happen. They ate up so much of that pie chart, and one after another able to scramble and just gamble and make it work out, getting it in bonus time. The reverse sweep has been unlocked. Slayer Origin is the end of our pathway to either getting to a bracket reset or to having this one being done and dusted by the cats that were here first.
Yeah, it's gonna be decided in the brawl of a Slayer. Zach and Cody, the victory was in their hands. They had it and it slipped through their fingers. We're going straight into this game. You see Slink saying fast, fast. This game boring.
That's fantastic.
He may find it boring. I'm not finding it boring. I'm loving the energy that these teams are bringing to me.
I mean, it feels like the spark is with the Happy Cat Band. Slayer Origin, you got the S7, you got Rockets, you have one team that might want it more than the other. We'll find out how this one goes. It was such a nitty-gritty fight to the finish in our first Slayer. Is it going to be the same thing walking into this one? Can we find the Happy Cat Band taking it all, or do we go extra odds and evens into a bracket reset? Because Zach and Cody, everything was theirs to start, but I think it's been taken by the cats as it's been not just topped off the table. We go to Slayer Origin, and Seal, I don't know who's taking this one.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw Origin, the Halo gods intervened to try and bring down the side of Zach and Cody, and it still wasn't enough to put a stop to their reign of terror. So, Zach and Cody, definitely a team that we know is strong on this map. I don't think we've seen Felix Gato Banda play this map yet today, so could be a bit of an interesting one. Not sure what to expect from them.
We could dive straight in. And this map, I mean, it comes down to very tight margins. We've seen EU really present some crazy antics and endings for Origin. Already going for some swift slays off the S7 as Sven, one of the more dangerous sniperinos out there. He does at least find a couple on first life. On our next is Happy 9000, who's already found those 3 in a very thin margin of difference. Through our first 10, we're all tied up.
Something to consider as we're going into this game is what we're playing for today. It's mostly it's just seeding points, but those seeding points can make a lot of difference going into future tournaments, and coming in to future tournaments with maximum seeding points, going in considered essentially the best team at them, can give you essentially, very easy wins in earlier rounds of the tournament. Both of these teams would probably really like to get that. It might give them, even put them in a good position come the next LAN, which obviously can have significant prize money, especially if your seeding means you can easily get to a good spot. But we're still not a huge amount of difference between these two teams. Just a 4-kill lead for Felix Gato Banda to kick things off.
I won't start counting any of my chickens until basically we hit that 40 mark. I feel like that's the pacing that we are currently set between both of these teams. But Feliz Gato Banda is enjoying at least a thin margin of success. 4 and 3 points up consecutively, and they're trying to not allow Zach and Cody to really own this pyramid side. This is such an advantageous position because of the way you get such a good elevation and working around that S7 spawn. But now, playing for this crisscross. Oh, Ashen Reese ends up falling out. That could be a couple of Spartans falling down. They get at least one assist. They will blast pack him away, basically. As Swen is at 8 and 3. Dude's on a burner, keeping his team on top.
Yeah, Swen has looked so good in basically every map we've seen him in today, apart from maybe map 1 of this series. Does get taken down there. A 3-kill lead for Felix Gato Banda. Not a huge amount to work with. We saw a bigger lead in that map 2 of this series, and they lost it. So definitely nothing that they can get comfortable with just yet, especially as that's down to, well, back to a 2-kill lead now. But still, it's all to play for, and with those rockets up, that could be a big swing in the near future.
Trying to level things off. Oh my goodness, the fact that level 50 ended up winning that comes away with life, and everyone's wiped out from Felice. So, suddenly they are going to be able to play with these spawns, and they might be caught in the death cycle. Outcasted immediately takes a step forward and dies. 5 and 6 and 4. 6 assists to lead the lobby right now off of level 50. You have a high peak with Swen on the Feliz Gato Banda side. On the other, you have a little bit more of a flat plateau of success from out of Zach and Cody, as they have a 3-kill lead and should be able to continue holding on to it.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe a little bit more effort to control the deaths here from the players on the side of Felix Gato Banda, because in my opinion, that was the main thing that cost them previously. But hold that thought, as Ashen Reese might be about to get an overkill! He is gonna find it! His second overkill of this tournament.
Big demons out of Ashen Reese, nearly tying us up completely. I thought for all of a second that he might be chasing the kill tack as well, but everyone else ended up staying backwards. But that will help to stabilize what was ultimately Feliz Gato Banda starting to bend just a little bit too much. That S7, I think, is still in safe hands. No, it dropped off the map, so that will not go into the hands of level 50. That would have been very scary, but what was 1 kill off the lead has now become 5. So big OV from out of Ash, but it's all kind of met with echoes and nothing. Swen has, I think, died about 2 or 3 times since hitting double digits. Really hasn't been able to add to that mark, and everyone else has kind of slowed down from these cats. 3 down. Level 50 is by himself behind enemy lines, which really, I mean, draw a grid at this point. You don't have your set spawns, and everyone's coming back out from their benches, and it's back to 1 kill up again.
Yeah, we did see, when those rockets came up, I said we might see a big swing, and we did. But that swing has swung, and it swung back in the opposite direction, as the teams are now tied up. The 6-kill lead that Zach and Cody established has already been erased. We're past the 30-kill mark now. We always say that Slayers don't really start until the 30 kills. Well, we have said that, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. They are still tied up, although Zach and Cody will strike first past that 30-kill mark.
Look how conservative they're actually playing this. They've been playing this such a long distance, and they're hoping that they can just catch them off of a little peak angle. Not really forcing the issue, not trying to be able to make their own magic. Oh, Outcasted got caught on the foot of the pillar. So he ends up receiving the full blast from out of that frag, and they get stuck. Off of the other angle, they've actually been able to flank around. This is what Zach and Codine did so well in the first 2 maps. And now Buffed is getting involved. They didn't have a massive impact on that previous game. They're able to be there just enough this time around, adding to the total in a big way. 10 kills, make it 9. You've got Zach and Codine maybe just letting a little bluster as they try to muster up a final offensive and force Feliz Gato Banda into rough seas. Everyone's onto that backside spawn, and they can't escape their own base.
Yeah, Felix Gato Banda, they're maybe getting a little bit too aggressive when they're at a disadvantage. That tied game at 33 has turned to a Wow, an 8-kill lead for the side of Zach and Codeine, and they've got the sniper rifle as well. They're just collapsing on these spawns so effectively. Spetta here, if he can find a pick, that could be essentially the end of this game, but he is backed away by the enemy team's pressure.
Very smart to be able to get rid of the rest of it. There won't be a lot to pick up. 5 kills off from the target. It was a 3-12 differential, 4-12 differential after we saw the 33 all. That means that Zach and Codeine definitely went chasing. 2 kills away before we have what is going to be our bracket reset. Feliz Gato Banda cannot stop the entire pendulum from swinging. Momentum has been found. Zach and Codeine were threatened, but it feels like that they are going to stress this out against the Cats as they are able to find 50 first. Zach and Codeine, regardless of the reverse sweep that was online, they lock it down. The bracket reset has been unlocked.
Yeah, that is going to be a threatened but not executed reverse sweep from the side of Feliz Gato Banda. They had a great run in those middle 2 maps, but it's not going to be enough to actually win them the series. We are going to a bracket reset right now, as you said, and I'm not sure why the color of that team has changed. I swear they were red a minute ago. I don't know what happened.
So this is the weirdest time for you to learn you're colorblind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Something was going on there. But anyway, Swen's still putting in a crazy shift, but the players of EU Assault and Slink doing just as well. 15 and 14 kills respectively. 7 assists for Slink. Very good from him. Not a complete blowout of a game, but I think Feliz Gato Banda struggling with what we mentioned a little bit earlier, not managing to control the amount that they're dying in those disadvantageous situations.
Yeah, it felt like we had, again, a very high peak that was really being met into Swen, and everything else just kind of was staggered away from each other. Not the same sort of setups that we saw consistently from all of these guys. I want to see damage. Let's show me a little bit of damage, producer. I want to see what these guys are able to kind of pour out onto the map overall, because it felt like consistency was there. But yeah, this is kind of the drought that we're talking about. Swen was up to that 4,700 and Ashen reached 4,100, but look at the gap really establishes as you kind of drop over towards Outcasted and Happy 9,000. Whereas you have 4 players at 4K plus on the Zach and Codeine side. So that's really where the escape was kind of happening. And also, when you kind of look at the differential of how much they were outputting versus taking, I mean, the numbers say it all. Nerd stuff, but it's real stuff. So now we've got a whole fresh set. We've got a best of 5 on the other side, and no one has a second life unlocked at all. Are we going straight to it? Are we taking a break? What do they want to do? Infinity, what you got? Speak to me. No?
Yeah.
We take a break? Okay, all right, we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a little bit to see who's gonna be able to take our Summer Split Championship. You guys don't go too far.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Oh, made it. You made it, yeah. You made it. Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you. Roll the dice again, and I can promise this time you'll lose. It's your turn to lose. Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. You made it. You made it. Yeah. You made it. You made it. Late night overthinking, wrapped up in my feelings once again. I'm worried about the future, wondering where I'll be in the end. But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't hear lies. Anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect Wake up in the morning, thinking from a different point of view. Another storm to weather, that I can make it better if I choose. But I know that there must be more to life than this. I know I'm not perfect, but sometimes I just wish. In a perfect world, never say goodbye. Your heart will never break and you won't hear lies. Anything you want with no compromise. In a perfect world, but a perfect world wouldn't be mine. In a perfect Wake up in the morning, thinking from a different point of view.
I know that fortune favored you with treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dulled, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. When we were just children and heaven was a dream away, running from monsters, I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for, and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. Not too late.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our EHL Summer stream on Grand Finals. That's AC Canic over here with Seal, bringing you into our last best of 5 of the night. Once again, a heavy match between Feliz Gato Bando and Seal. You want to introduce the other team?
We are also, along with Zach and Codeine, the team that just forced a bracket reset in a Game 5. Quite a convincing Game 5 win. Although not a stake or anything like that, but they looked pretty good in that game number 5. And to continue that momentum, if they can win this series, they will be our champions for this summer split. Otherwise, it will be Feliz Gato Banda, and we're kicking things off with a mode that I haven't had a chance to cast since it returned to the game, Streets King of the Hill.
Begin it has 1 kill for Happy 9000, maybe looking to pick up another one on level 50. It's 3 down, Spatter last alive, stuck in the red room, but it's a great job by Feliz to already get feet in the hill, maintain some slays, and start getting a little bit of momentum already on the map. Spatter is playing his life out as best he can, but unfortunately he will eventually go down. Now he's staggered down on the spawns as Camo comes up. This is going to be a hard fight for Zach and Cody, but let's see what they're able to put together.
Yeah, this mode has probably changed a lot since it was previously in the game. Something to bear in mind is that we used to have rockets and a sentinel beam and a shotgun on this map back when Streets King of the Hill was a mode in the game. Now it's just that active camouflage and the red gun. So EU Assault putting that new sandbox item to use to clear the enemy out of that hill, but Zach and Codeine haven't actually managed to put any time of their own on the board just yet, only just managing to step in.
Finally some feet on the hill, but at the same same time, a flank from EU Assault taking down multiple players. Might even be able to clean up, and he will. A killing spree, double kill for EU Assault. 5-1 right now with feet in the hill. He's been doing a great job to maintain momentum for Zach and Codeine. We'll see if they're able to keep it up, but right now his priority is utilizing this camo to get flanks on all the enemy players, and it looks like he might be able to sneak through to the back PD side, and nobody's aware that he's here, and he's going to pick up 2 because of it.
Double kill.
Yeah, EU Assault off to such a good start, and that's another 4 dead for Felix Gato Banda. Zach and Cody have taken the lead in this hill, and there's not a huge amount of time left. And with them spawning over in the cafe side, I don't think Felix Gato Banda are actually going to be able to get here in time to stop this hill from going into the enemy team's favor. And the problem is, they spawned up in cafe, they routed through A, and what that means is that Felix Gato Banda aren't even in a good position for the next hill. They're going to get taken down here. That's 4 dead for Felix Gato Banda. And that hill is just completely open for the Zach and Cody to push into. However, they haven't actually done so, and they've let Felix Gato Banda sneak in there.
It was a great opening from Feliz, but unfortunately it doesn't come to fruition. But right now, Zach and Cody are trying to flush through and get these players out of the seaside so they can get their feet back into this hill as the fight's happening over on the stairway. Sven's doing a great job of putting multiple players down to 1 shot, but unfortunately none of it's cleaned up. And in fact, it's level 50 with the perfect shots onto Happy 9000. Fen eventually goes down to buff from a melee, and feet back in the hill for Zach and Cody and trying to put number 2 on the board as Camouflage comes up.
Yeah, buffed here in a bit of an awkward position. Look, Zach and Cody managed to push into that hill, take down the players who were already there, basically get that clean wipe onto the enemy team and get the hill as well. Happy 9000 has the camera, but he's probably not long for this world. He will go down, and it looks like Zach and Cody are looking to continue rolling that momentum from the end of the previous series into this new one.
Ashen Reese picks up a double as he's pushing through the seaside stairs. We'll see if he's able to get out with his life. Buff last alive, but he finds a grenade. It's 3 kills attributed to Ashen Reese already. With feet in the hill, he's doing it all right now. 6, 4, and 7. So he's gotten 6 kills, 4 assists for a total of 10 slays attributed to him in a variation. But right now, it looks like a lot more inertia for Zach and Cody as they keep going through, and they're going to try to flush out the rest of these players over on the C hill and try to take this one out as these hills are tied up right now. 1-0, 340 on the board, and Zach and Cody are back in it.
Yes, that's looking to hunt down this player on the B street. Is just about going to manage to find that kill and gives him a little bit of disrespect as well. Outcasted going down 2. That could just be enough to secure this hill for Zach and Cody as they're closing in on capturing it. Looks like Felix Gato Banda will have to see how they decide to play this. They're already getting picked off spawn. Right now, Zach and Cody are just so dominant on this map. Felix Gato Banda don't seem to even all be able to get off spawn before they're getting taken down.
The team split just a little too fast there for Felix Gato Banda, and 2 went down because of it. Now it's a staggered third. Spetter does go down, some good shots from Outcasted, but unfortunately with feet in the hill, Outcasted kind of in a 1v3 right now. It's going to be up to him to stay alive and try to keep himself in this fight for his team. A trade out, Assault takes down 1. Ashen Reese takes down 2 though. Ashen Reese might be able to put even more up on the board, but he's going to go down. But right now, we're still sitting with Outcasted on the backside of the sea, doing his best to stay alive, but he's going to go down to a backsmack from Buffed.
Yeah, and Swen here takes so much damage from that grenade, falls to the enemy team. You can see here, this fight is happening over towards this A side of the map because it's very difficult to hold this hill in the bottom middle position unless you have control of at least A or C, ideally both, because those are just such open angles that the enemy can take to look at you. However, Felix Gato Banda not really successfully doing any of that. They're still spawning in cafe, split from their teammates. Other players of Felix Gato Banda though, Ashen Reese, showing that he's still not one to take lightly, as even isolated he manages to find that kill. Slink goes down as well. Finally 4 dead for Zach and Cody, but they've got a mountain to climb on Felix Gato Banda.
And the spawns are happening in the backside of C, so there's not a lot that Zach and Cody can currently do as for Liz, but it looks like have a bit. Oh, there we go. I can finally see what's going on. I apologize. A little bit of a glitch in my system. Happy 9000 picks up 2 though for another double kill. 2 still on the board. This is the Camouflage player doing his best to stay alive, gain a little bit of hill time. We might be seeing the first hill for Felix Gato Banda in a couple of seconds if they're able to take down these players, but Camouflage will go down. It's going to be up to the rest of Feliz to try to guarantee a hill to bring us that bit much closer into a close matchup.
Yeah, great use of the active camo there to build up that hill time. On hills like this and the bottom mid one on hit recharge, using that camo to rack up hill time, it can feel a little bit wasteful for such a powerful item, but when you're so exposed, that invisibility can just make life so much easier. Having captured that hill now brings Felix Gato Banda a lot closer to being able to contest this game after a very rough start.
1-2 right now, but it looks like Zach and Cody are finding the slays, finding a little bit more momentum and some good control of the PD side. Ash and Reese kind of playing out through the mid side, and the information from EU is good. He knows that Sven was nearby, threw a grenade to kind of block him off, and he's not going to be able to take the kill though. EU Assault stays alive until Happy 9000 finds him with this red gun, and they're trying to sort out and isolate these players. One's isolated, but right now there's not a lot that Zach, Felix Gato Banda are able to do about it. Spreader does eventually go down, but it's traded out. It's a 3v3 on the map right now. 3v2 now as Zach and Cody keep putting up more numbers. It's going to be very difficult for Felix Gato Banda to get back into this, especially with PD spawns, as Outcasted is isolated out on his own. He's going to go down as well. Now we have a staggered 2v4. Level 50 does go down, but it's really difficult right now for Felix Gato Banda to find any sort of momentum, but it doesn't mean that they're out yet.
Yeah, these two players up on the B Street need to stay alive, make sure they're not taking too much damage on this cross, but shooting EU Assault cross map is a dangerous prospect as he gets a lot of damage there, slowing down this push. Player dies in bottom middle. See Ash and Reese also going down. Felix Gato Banda 3 dead again. The only good thing is they've stopped the side of Zach and Cody from getting maybe as much kill time as they would have hoped. They've got some fairly close spawns, but it's still a very difficult situation for them to be in.
Camouflage is coming up in the next couple of seconds as Felix Gato Banda get a semi sort of control right now. Happy 9000 trying to take down this player, but it is going to be Ash and Reese coming through for the pickup. Multiple down now for the side of Zach and Cody, and that's 3 down. EU Assault last alive. It's a 1v1 between Ash and Reese and EU Assault. Ash and Reese is going to prioritize this hill, and EU Assault's going to back up, try to get himself some spawns for his team. And it looks like, oh, it's a trade out between these two players. What an interesting way for the last 1v1 to go through.
Yeah, Happy 9000 trying to pressure those spawns out, maybe stop other people from spawning nearby. It doesn't quite seem to work out though, as he goes down 2 kills there, going in favor of Zach and Cody, buffed with this red gun in a very nice spot to try and kill these other players. But this hill has been so back and forth, so close, because the teams keep spawning in this B position. Neither team has been able to block that spawn to maintain it whilst they're holding this hill, and that means that the other team are just successfully pushing through. What you really want to see on this hill is a kind of L-shaped setup controlling both Cafe, Hill, and the B Street, forcing those spawns into backseat, but neither team has been able to exert that level of map control just yet.
Agreed. 2v2 currently on the map. One goes down though, so it's going to be a 3v2 as the spawns come in over on the Cafe, no, I apologize, the music side for Felix Gato Banda. So that's going to give him a little bit of momentum, but only 30 seconds left. They need to get another half of a hill in the next 30 seconds, or they might as well kiss this round goodbye. EU Assault in the 1v1 takes the fight on to Happy with the double, but Outcasted picks him up through the middle side of the map, but Buff is spawning over PD side. This is going to be rough for Felix Gato Banda. They don't have the guaranteed sponsor for their team. What might have been a slight better play is not prioritizing that fight, but prioritizing getting yourself into PD, because this is a very mixy map. Spawns might have been able to come through on the PD side, but right now it seems like still a little bit of momentum for Zach and Cody, but Felix Gato Banda and Happy 9000 is doing his best to try to mitigate this lead, but with only 7 seconds left, it might go through.
Yeah, Happy 9000 there looked like he almost panicked. Just ran straight at that hill. He still had a bit of time to play with, and instead just throws himself into that position. Now there's only 6 seconds left on this clock. It's going to have to be close to perfect Halo, and they're not even going to be alive to attempt it. Felix Gato Banda won't even be spawning until it's too late. Speta, not sure why he did that, but he's out of the hill again. And Zach and Cody, similar to our previous series, are going to absolutely destroy Felix Gato Banda in the King of the Hill.
Zach and Cody have found another gear in this matchup so far. I don't know what it could be. Maybe they finally had a little bit of breakfast, but they're running and gunning right now, taking map number 1 in our grand finals reset. Our lower bracket runners are doing their best to bring themselves back into this win cycle, and Felix Gato Banda are on the receiving end of it. Lots of kills going back and forth. It looks like that is 40, about 70, 68 kills, I want to say, for Felix Gato Banda. And on the other side, we're seeing another 63 plus 15, around 80 or so for the side of Zach and Cody. So 85 for Zach and Cody. They did have a slight slay advantage, about 12 or so. That's an interesting match between these two teams.
Yeah, and looking at the score lines, funnily enough, the Slays department not as different as you might have expected, considering how dominant that win really felt, especially Ash and Reese still on that 23 kills. EU Assault also on 23, but with significantly fewer deaths and a few extra assists to boot. Zach and Codeine, though, just looked like they were firing on all cylinders that game. Felix Catabanda maybe not quite able to just get themselves out of the lump that they found themselves in. The fight over that hologram hill, so brutal, lasted for so long, and just neither team able to get the spawn control to hold on to it for long.
I mean, EU Assault started out with basically a full killing spree, almost had a killing frenzy. He got around to 7 or 8 or so kills before they finally put him down. Allowing a player, especially off the bat, to have that much momentum is just going to come back to bite you, and bite you it did. EU Assault was putting up a significant amount of plays, numbers, and a lot of objective kill time for his team. Nevertheless, it's going to be continuing on in our map number 2 very, very soon.
Yeah, Slayer recharge, and the bad news if you're on Felix Catabanda is that you kind of got destroyed on King of the Hill recharge just in the previous series. Now that was when you were probably coming in a little bit cold, and they'd been warmed up from playing against Zims, but still, this looked like a mode, well, not necessarily a mode, but a map that Zach and Codeine felt very comfortable on. Meanwhile, the players on Felix Catabanda looked a little bit lost, so it's going to have to be a bit of a different story in this one if Felix Catabanda wants to tie up this series.
I feel like the key for them is just try to do what they did in the first series against Zach and Codeine. Play your lives, play together as a team, guarantee the assists to come through, and right now that's exactly what they're doing, identifying every single player. EU Assault last alive, and he goes down. It's a clean 4 down now. Felix Catabanda have a good start on this, a clean team sweep to put themselves 4-0, pick up the power weapons, pick up the utility, pick up everything around the sandbox, and start pressuring these spawners, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely perfect opening break there for Felix Catabanda, 4-0. They finally have lost a kill, but they're putting out so much pressure onto these long haul spawners. Can Swen stay alive in this situation? No, he can't. Not quite able to do so, as he was left all alone. But Buffed is also by his lonesome. However, it seems like Happy, they're just staring the wrong direction, and Buffed is right behind them. What were they doing? They should have known that he could have jumped around the outside. I guess they just didn't see him. But with our wall hacks that that let us see through walls, that was absolutely tragic.
EU Assault picks up a double kill off the back of Buffed's double kill, and that is immediately given the advantage to Zach and Codeine. They went from 0 to 4 to 9 to 5, 9 and 5, 9 to 6 now. And I just don't think they were able to hear that player on the form of Buffed jumping across from the shock rifle. But even then, the shock rifle, well, no, it wasn't picked up because it was already in the hands. But regardless, I would have thought they would have heard that player jumping about right next to them through the walls.
Yeah, or even just sort of predicted that he could go that way, as that he was last seen in glass. Very unfortunate situation to find yourself in there for Felix Catabanda. It really should have been a winnable fight, but Outcast did not able to survive in that situation. However, this lead hasn't gotten out of hand for the side of Zach and Codeine. Only 2 kills ahead is that team.
Analyzing
Felix Catabanda.
Analyzing their play a little bit. Analyzing their play. You're good. I was just gonna say, looking at the plays by Feliz, off the back, so what had happened is multiple players had gone down and they were in a staggered 2v2 fight, but they weren't chowing at the same exact time. In fact, it was Zach and Codeine doing the great chow, so that's probably why this lead has extended back. But as I'm saying that, the lead is brought back into the hands of Feliz Catabanda, 15-14 with 9:30 on the board still. This has been an interesting back and forth between these two teams. You have Outcast with the 7 and EU Assault with 7, both of them together doing all they can for their teams. That's half of their team's kills attributed to only one player on both sides.
Yeah, that is looking to be the case. I mean, we've had the Ash and Reese show for a lot of it, but now it's Outcast. It's time to shine, as he's putting those kills on the board. But Zach and Codeine still finding themselves 2 kills ahead. And for a second, I thought Spetter had like glitched on the map or something. I forgot that camouflage existed. But look, here we do see Slinks trying to push into that. And as you were saying, I do think that the team of Felix Catabanda, they had such a good start. They felt just a little bit disconnected since they're not all on the same page about what they want to be doing at the same time. And I think that is what has resulted in this lead that Zach and Codeine have managed to get themselves.
4-kill lead now for Zach and Codeine, and that's exactly, as you were talking about it, it happened again. Ash and Reese pushed through the bottom side of Turbine into 2 enemy players. You knew there was at least one, but where there's one, there's more. And unfortunately, it's just been a rough time for Feliz Gatabando. They can't find these team fights quite yet, but there's still plenty of time on the board. This match hasn't got out of hand, as you stated previously, but Flappy9000 finds a grenade waiting at his feet, courtesy of level 50. An unfortunate event. It's going to be another one for level 50, maybe even pick up a third, and it is a trade out, a great series of slays by level 50 to guarantee 3 more points for his team.
Yeah, and once again, we just see Felix Casabanda not looking like they're really working together very well. He just manages to find 3 players in a row, basically one at a time, instead of having to deal with all 3 of them at the same time. Somehow, though, despite the fact that Felix Gatabanda haven't been looking like they're really on the same page, Zach and Codeine have only managed to get themselves a 3-kill lead. It's been a really good job from Felix Gatabanda to trade out these deaths to make sure they're not letting things get out of hand. But we're going to need to see Felix Gatabanda not play... So far it feels like they're playing to not lose. They need to start playing to win.
Agreed. And right now, actually taking a look at the stats of the series so far, you have 15, about 20 assists for Feliz Gatabando, and on the other side, you have 21, so they have come back, but for a little bit there, Feliz Gatabando did have a little bit of an advantage in terms of assists, but it looks like it's been turning around. A 5-kill lead now for Zach and Codeine. In our game number 2, they're looking to try to put 2 up on the board, and if you're on Feliz Gatabando, you have one option if that happens, and it's the reverse sweep, but right now, they've been reverse swept by Zach and Codeine, so it's going to be a difficult fight for them to pull off, but we'll see what they're able to put together here, as Spedder is just maintaining control of this top tower side, picks one up on Happy, and looks like he's going to start playing towards his camouflage.
Yeah, Spedder looking to just see if he can bait this, I think, but decides finally that it's time to grab it. Needs to escape though, make sure that no one finds him. And with a 5-kill lead and camo in hand, Zach and Codeine looking like they're in a position to maybe dominate, but Happy9000 does find that crucial kill to take down the camo player.
It was almost a way for Spedder to get away, but not